Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The PUBG Mobile Asian Games version will take place over 5 days, from June 22nd to 26th. Out of the 5 Asian regions, Central Asia and South Asia will merge to create a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete independently. Each region will organize its own regional competitions. Each region will feature 3 stages of the competition. Stage 1 is the seeding competition, where teams will be ranked based on the time it takes them to complete the same track without any interference. The teams with the shortest completion times will receive higher seeds. The top-seeded teams will move straight to Stage 3. Stage 2 is the qualifying round, where teams will be arranged based on their seeding. Each team will play 2 matches, with each match featuring 4 different tracks. The team that completes the tracks in the shortest overall time will advance to Stage 3. Stage 3 is the regional finals. Similar to Stage 2, teams will play 2 matches, and the team that achieves the shortest overall time will be ranked at the top. The allocation of buy slots and the number of qualifying teams from Stage 2 for each region will be determined based on the total number of teams participating in said region. The West Asia region comprises 5 teams: Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia. These teams will showcase their skills and compete with honor to emerge victorious. The road to the Asian Games is about to begin. Who will rise to the top in this battle for dominance? Get ready for an exhilarating and thrilling ride.
Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in West Asia. The gateway to Asia, Africa, and Europe, and the link that connects the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. Diverse cultural societies have long since developed in Mesopotamia, Asia Minor, and the Arabian Peninsula, and the Eastern Plateau of West Asia. With esports newly established in West Asia, it is tremendous to see its rise and potential for growth. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia teams will compete in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version event. Bahrain, the pearl of the Persian Gulf, is where oil's first discovery in the Middle East. Will Bahrain's players bring something slick and new to the game as well? Jordan, the home of Petra, the Rose City. Tourism is not the only thing booming. Esports also thrives in the country. As the oldest market in Arabia, the Mutra Souk in Oman has always been a hub for exchange among Omanis. Now the players from Oman are preparing for a new exchange in esports. In Palestine, the land of olives, people work together for a better life. The same spirit of cooperation is reflected in their esports athletes. In the middle of the Riyadh, you will find the iconic Kingdom Center, a vision of the future. Saudi Arabia may be yet on their way to building another kingdom of esports and gaming. We hope that the players from West Asia enjoy the 2022 RDAG Regionals, where unity and friendship are shared throughout esports.
Yeah, the air I bounce, we're heading home. It's a lot, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe, it's a electric new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era side by bars. No, we will never It's contagious, you and I are tuning in. The earth sings aloud. Getting closer while we're stronger. This in the air right side by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together to fighting the treasure in the sun. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new ones to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it all. It's all that you know and the truth that we know. We're waking up, going forward together, fighting the freedom in the sun. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new ones to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it all. We're slowly, you know, and the truth that we know. We're waking up.
The Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The PUBG Mobile Asian Games version will take place over 5 days, from June 22nd to 26th. Out of the 5 Asian regions, Central Asia and South Asia will merge to create a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete independently. Each region will organize its own regional competitions. Each region will feature 3 stages of the competition. Stage 1 is the seeding competition, where teams will be ranked based on the time it takes them to complete the same track without any interference. The teams with the shortest completion times will receive higher seeds. The top-seeded teams will move straight to Stage 3. Stage 2 is the qualifying round, where teams will be arranged based on their seeding. Each team will play 2 matches, with each match featuring 4 different tracks. The team that completes the tracks in the shortest overall time will advance to Stage 3. Stage 3 is the regional finals. Similar to Stage 2, teams will play 2 matches, and the team that achieves the shortest overall time will be ranked at the top. The allocation of buy slots and the number of qualifying teams from Stage 2 for each region will be determined based on the total number of teams participating in said region. The West Asia region comprises 5 teams: Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia. These teams will showcase their skills and compete with honor to emerge victorious. The road to the Asian Games is about to begin. Who will rise to the top in this battle for dominance? Get ready for an exhilarating and thrilling ride.
Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in West Asia. The gateway to Asia, Africa, and Europe, and the link that connects the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. Diverse cultural societies have long since developed in Mesopotamia, Asia Minor and the Arabian Peninsula, and the Eastern Plateau of West Asia. With esports newly established in West Asia, it is tremendous to see its rise and potential for growth. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia teams will compete in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version event. Bahrain, the pearl of the Persian Gulf, is where oil's first discovery in the Middle East. Will Bahrain's players bring something slick and new to the game as well? Jordan, the home of Petra, the Rose City. Tourism is not the only thing booming. Esports also thrives in the country. As the oldest market in Arabia, the Mutra Souk in Oman has always been a hub for exchange among Omanis. Now the players from Oman are preparing for a new exchange in esports. In Palestine, the land of olives, people work together for a better life. The same spirit of cooperation is reflected in their esports athletes. In the middle of the Riyadh, you will find the iconic Kingdom Center, a vision of the future. Saudi Arabia may be on their way to building another kingdom of esports and gaming. We hope that the players from West Asia enjoy the 2022 RDAG Regionals, where unity and friendship are shared throughout esports.
Yeah, the air I bounce, we're heading home. It's a lot, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe, it's a electric new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era side by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're reality now. You choose it all. It's contagious, you and I are tuning in. The earth sings aloud. Getting closer while we're stronger. This sing era time by bars. No, we will never be alone. When we
Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in West Asia, the gateway to Asia, Africa, and Europe, and the link that connects the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. Diverse cultural societies have long since developed in Mesopotamia, Asia Minor, and the Arabian Peninsula, and the Eastern Plateau of West Asia. With esports newly established in West Asia, it is tremendous to see its rise and potential for growth. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia teams will compete in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version event. Bahrain, the pearl of the Persian Gulf, is where oil's first discovery in the Middle East. Will Bahrain's players bring something slick and new to the game as well? Jordan, the home of Petra, the Rose City. Tourism is not the only thing booming. Esports also thrives in the country. As the oldest market in Arabia, the Mutra Souk in Oman has always been a hub for exchange among Omanis. Now the players from Oman are preparing for a new exchange in esports. In Palestine, the land of olives, people work together for a better life. The same spirit of cooperation is reflected in their esports athletes. In the middle of the Riyadh, you will find the iconic Kingdom Center, a vision of the future. Saudi Arabia may be yet on their way to building another kingdom of esports and gaming. We hope that the players from West Asia enjoy the 2022 RDAG Regionals, where unity and friendship are shared throughout esports.
Hello everyone, my name is Khalid. In game Dami, my role is Frogger. I'm from Saudi Arabia team.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohammed Addasi. My ID game is Ragnarok. I'm player of the national team of Jordan.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohammed and I'm also known as Mambay. I play for Palestine national team and my game role is co-IGL and a free man.
Hello everyone, my name is Waqas. We are come from Oman. My ID in game is Artemis. I am supporter.
Hello, my name is Walid and my in-game role is IGL. I am from Bahrain and my in-game name is Walud.
The esports, it's everything for me. It's my day, my hour.
So at first my family didn't support me, but after I made achievements, they started supporting me and it feels good.
We are happy to take part in RDAG and I think my team can win this competition.
We start practice like before 2 months, and we practice like 8 hours every day, and inshallah we'll be top 1.
I think Saudi team because 2 of the players are my teammates, other players are my friends also.
It's Aidah because I think he's the best player in his team. So when I see him in the game, I will beat him.
I think we can make it for top 1.
RDAG إننا جايينكم.
RDAG نحن قادمون.
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。 爱酷11系列，标配2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污抗老化。 全新自研芯片 VR 与第二代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. We'll be your storytellers for today. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Keith, and this competition is jointly organized by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation, operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV.
Yeah, not to mention, of course, one of the prestige sponsors coming in. It is Audi. Man, this car, handsome as hell. The Audi Q4 e-tron strongly supporting this RDAG tournament, the Road to Asian Games 2022, and we're excited.
And speaking about handsome, we got a handsome phone right in front of us. Special thanks to iQOO 11, the official mobile game equipment of RDAG, the professional choice to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control.
Yeah, going on the thank train here as the official supporter, Omen, comes in. Omen 16, the new journey to Road to Asian Games 2022. Go check this gaming laptop out. It's one heck of a spec.
Yes, and we're still going in on it. Of course, we got to thank our official supporter, Autofull M6, the official gaming chair partner of Road to Asian Games. Get it and be your own hero.
Yeah, that's a very special seat, right? That's the one where you got the mechanical armrest or something. Unfortunately, we don't have it this time round. But of course, again, shout out this time round to East Rock as the official supporter as well to this very, very momentous event, alongside all the other official broadcasting platform partners: Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kaisho Games, Miku Video. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Why don't you say the rest?
Yeah, and of course, we got the channels Tencent Video, Weibo, Zhang Hongshu, YouTube, and Twitch. Thank you so much for your support, ladies and gentlemen. Without all these platforms, we wouldn't be here today. And speaking about today, we're going to watch something special, something different from what we usually watch when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, same, but different. This time around, we have the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version, and I think a lot of people are looking forward to this one. It has been teased for the longest of time, and finally it is here, and we got the honors to pretty much cast over it. So I am going to rub that in your face, but let's take a look at how these games are played out. The rules: each match is going to be comprised of 4 different teams playing, of 4 members within each team. That makes 16 athletes. They will go through an entire 4-track core series to conclude the entire match for the day. At least twice. They have to go through them twice.
Yes, and there will be a maximum time of 30 minutes per track. But of course, if an athlete or a team is able to complete that track fastest, well, that's going to be the whole point, right, at the end of the day. So this is pretty much going to be it. And on paper, they're going to be at a starting point, all 4 of them. They're going to do their stuff, they're going to loot, they're going to get on their vehicles, and they will go to checkpoints that will be divided by different sections. As you can see here on screen, there will be the 4-color target area, retracting target area, flying target area, and then once they complete all the challenges, they will go to the finish line, and the first team to reach there will basically be the team who wins.
Yeah, but things that might put them in play here is their mechanical skills, because as you see, the 3 sections in between the journey is where you have to rake in the points. 300 being the first benchmark for the first course, 400 and then 500 respectively. And so if you miss your shot and someone hits it more often than you do, accuracy wins, and that's going to set that team to move on to the next objective faster than the others.
Yeah, so it will be a test of skill, speed, and everything else. And we got to introduce our groups here. So the teams are divided by groups based on their region. As you can see here, West Asia, we got East Asia, we got East Asia and South Asia, and we got the rest of Southeast Asia as well, which we will play throughout the next few days.
Yeah, so in case you guys didn't know, this tournament comes in 3 different phases. I think the phase 1 is done. That is the qualifying part per se. Now we are in the seeding part, in which we will find out which team gets seeded into the finals to play again during, well, the finals itself per se. This is what I'm talking about. The previous results, this happened yesterday itself. You have team number 1 here moving direct to final, finishing the entire course for 15 minutes. That is at least a minute and a half head start coming in from second place.
Yeah, and the rest of them will be playing today to qualify themselves onto the finals. But that also means that we might see a team being eliminated today as well.
Ooh.
So it's going to be a lot on the line here. And speaking about today, this is going to be today's matchup. So for West Asia, qualifying stage will be the next group. There will be Palestine, there will be Saudi Arabia, Jordan, as well as Oman.
Yeah, and later on again today, we're going to see the other half of the group that's happening over in East Asia, where we have teams from China, Chinese Taipei, Hong Kong, China, Republic of Korea, and Macau, China itself. So definitely do not tune out. There's a lot to look out for. Palestine, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, the teams at least coming in from these countries, and the team from Oman itself. Now, we do not get the privilege to see them play very often, so for them to be here as the opening is one to look out for. Now, let's take a look at the gameplay itself. Track number 1 brings you across La Adriela into Monte Nuevo. That's where they will find their first ever checkpoint, and which they have SMGs and have to, pretty much hit their color of choice. Moving on onto Picado. This is the second part of the battle, where you have retractable targets, and then towards across La Bendita down to Los Leones, this is where you get flying targets. So the speed is the game, but you also have to make sure you hit your shots in order to get past those point benchmark and move on to the next one.
And you also need to reserve your ammunition. You cannot just spam it away, because you need to take time to loot if you do that. And to introduce our teams, so we have teams from Palestine, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, as well as Oman here. So these will be the athletes that will represent not only their respective countries, but also their region to move on to the next round.
Yeah, it's the entirety of West Asia up across the board here for the, well, at least the road to Asian Games 2022. And in case you're wondering, why is it 2022? Did we move back in time? Is this the right stream? Well, Cloud can give you some clarity on that. Why don't you enlighten?
Well, we all know that there was a movement of the event to this year, so that's why we are this year. But yeah, I guess a lot of people know the news by now. So without needing to elaborate further, we are finally here at the end of the day, and that's what's important.
Yeah, you have not lost your mind. You are currently to date with this entire event. This is not a replay, not a rewatch whatsoever, so on and so forth. Looking forward to that one. So I'm pretty sure we're gonna get a glimpse on the roster for the next teams as well, coming in from the East Asia side. But until then, we will feast our eyes upon these players in real time. This is what I'm talking about here, up close and personal within these player booths.
Yeah, they are actually just like across us. technically across us, and it's really exciting to get to see these players in person as well. We get to see their personalities, how they interact with each other, like what's their preparation before. Are they like a serious type, like they really go down to all the detailed discussions, or they'll be like, okay, let's not put pressure on ourselves, let's have fun, let's laugh around and, you know, just enjoy the game as it is.
Yeah, I mean, don't let the beards fool you. I know beards tend to make people look a little bit, you know, unfriendly, but based on how their interviews go earlier on before the program began, they seem like a very, very nice person. Now, shout out to all the technical officers and officials behind this entire event. Big ups to Adrian Hendricks from Malaysia. That's our guy right there.
Yeah, so shout out to all the people behind the scenes as well. They've been working really hard to prep this up. And of course, the whole production crew, everyone's been working day and night for this event. So we can't wait for this event to start. And of course, it will be the first time that we'll be able to actually see all these athletes giving out their best in this game mode.
Yeah, and talking about game mode, I wonder what devices are there on. Are they finally getting their hands on the IQ? They are. I do see the signature IQ banded lines down the bodies here, so they're gonna have to tell me how great that phone is.
I mean, just looking at the design, we do have an actual phone in front of us, well, in front of me at least, and it's a sweet design. Not gonna lie about that. Like this is amazing. I wish I would get one for myself, you know, like maybe for all of us, you know.
Yeah, I wish I could say the same thing for what's in front of me, right? I wish I could say, oh, I've got the Audi Q4 e-tron right in front of me right now, but hey, one can dream, man. My pockets ain't deep enough to kind of own that stuff. One day, perhaps.
One day perhaps, or maybe it will be after this. I don't know. Just putting out there, you know, just putting out there. I mean, you know, if Audi, you know, if you want to look for someone, you can always contact us. Absolutely, we'll be absolutely fine with that. But for the teams, will they be fine with each other? Okay, so I guess in terms of game mode, like with the teams, because we don't really have a benchmark, like okay, who's the best at this sort of game mode. But what do you think? What do you feel after getting a preview of how this game works?
Well, my understanding, or at least the lack thereof in such short time trying to comprehend the entire format, I think it's good. I personally feel a bit more excited now to look over and cast over these sort of games. Because number one, you've taken out a lot of what people would say, a lot of unknown factors, right? There's no more RNG. This is purely down to the wire. It's a timing game, and talking about the time, it is time to go getting into the West Asian side of things here. It is track number 1.
Oh yeah, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, and for you guys at home as well, this will be the first time you'll be watching this on an official broadcast. This is history in the making. Of course, the map will be familiar. It's going to be the Miramar map, but look at the track. They are going to start in Valademar, and this is where they start to loot up their equipment. And it's also important for them to loot fast as well, because obviously if you loot fast, you get onto the vehicle, you get to go first. And it's important to loot enough, because you got to have enough ammunition to shoot down the targets.
Now, that's something that they have to bear in mind here. The first checkpoints, in the 4 colored points, right? Where you have to shoot a target at a certain colors. Now, the guns that you will be having access to in the phase number 1 are only SMGs. So you're only effective from the short to the mid-range point. And you're, like you said, you don't have much bullets to go around with. So it's going to be quite of a challenge, but already, as it seems, yellow team getting some of the power-ups to maybe speed on faster, but it is purple that takes on the lead.
Yeah, I wonder which role would be more pressure to play, like the driver or the shooter? Like which one would you not want to be at?
I think I honestly wouldn't want to be the shooters at all here. The responsibility is on you, right? The drivers can get you from point 1 to point B, but then you need to clear some of these checkpoints, and it is also up to the shooters to get these power-ups, to get some speed for these drivers to dash on through. And Team Palestine, they've done it so fantastically, still up in the lead.
Absolutely. I mean, just look at the screen. Like, all the other teams are way behind them at this point, and they're doing really, really well. But Palestine looks like there's an interchange between them as well as Oman. And at the same time, during these ramps, they need to build up speed as well. So they cannot like be slow. But okay, we have a little bit of a crash here.
That was going to be a panel. I mean, they got punished with that one. That landing was not good from the side of Palestine. Immediately gets overtaken by Team Jordan. Now 14 points, and they have deployed their members to go in and start hunting. They've already activated the timer, so the targets will come in a specific time period, but at the same time, this is go time and for them to hunt out some of the other targets within these compound to maybe get them a head start in the points.
Oh man, just look at the moving targets. They are that fast. I mean, I couldn't hit it, but I mean, that's why these guys are the best representatives of their respective countries, because they can definitely do that way better than me. And just look at the score so far. Jordan is a little bit ahead, but not too far away is Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it gets overtaken really, really fast here, so they have to work over the clock to try and maintain their lead. Right now, at number 1 here, 34 points. 36 and counting as he tries to tag on more of these targets and get more points across the board.
Right, so this is where you kind of think to yourself as athletes, right? Like, do you want to spam and possibly hit it faster, or do you like want to tap like what he just did just now in order to reserve ammunition? So you kind of like need to balance that, because if you run out of ammunition, you need to loot and you need to get back into position to shoot.
Yeah, this is where you are right. You need your ammos, because why? The color target is finally activated. Time to hunt down those colors, and they are all primed and positioned to try and get those scores across the board. In the lead right now, it's going to be the team from Jordan, nearly breaking the 150 mark, 148 and counting. Team Oman at 89, but it is Team Jordan, and just recently, Team Palestine catching up just by a nick of an inch.
Oh man, Team Palestine almost overtaking Team Jordan, but Team Jordan hit the 200 mark and they are still on the clear. But look at this team. Saudi Arabia is closing in.
Who is going to hit that 300 pointers first here? And that one goes on to the way of Team Jordan itself. They're booking their tickets and getting the heck out of there into the next chapter, they say, as the rest of the teams within this lobby will still try and pave their way for those points. So right now, up ahead, it's Team Jordan. They have to make this one count. They have the head start. They cannot come into a stumbling block, which may punish them in their progress.
Oh, yes. This is where the driver plays a big role, because you don't want to, as you drive, you hit onto the sides, the corners that will actually pull you back in terms of time. So now we can see the teams that are going towards the next stage. Jordan is the first team to reach the goal for Section 1.
As they should. Right now, loud and proud. And mind you, this team did not start off at number 1 in the get-go. It was, I believe, team from Oman who slipped and gave it away onto this team right here, who is running away with it. Huge lead ahead, moving into the second checkpoints itself.
Yep, and here they have arrived. So waiting for the driver to park at the best location possible for them. But at the same time, all the other teams, they are trying to catch up. Okay, here's the ramp. This is where they need to build speed. Imagine if they can't build that speed, they would drop somewhere in between, and there's a rock that they need to pass. Like, it will take them a lot of time just to go around that rock itself.
Well, we'll see these other two teams from the back end. Will they get clipped here as they try to make the jump on forward? But we will not have eyes across the valley here, because this team is just running away with it. Team from Jordan so far ahead. There's not much you can do if you're coming in the second place, unless hoping for a miracle that this team up ahead hit into a stumbling block. Checkpoints 2 have been reached. This is the retractable targets. They have to hit the mark, and they don't have so much of a leeway to hold their aim and be steady with it. It's a reflex game here. How fast can you point the crosshairs towards your target before it gets retracted in?
And look at this, Jordan is actually 59% in terms of the score pro feed. I mean, they are ahead right now. Now they're at the next checkpoint. This is where they need to look for targets to shoot down. So they need to navigate themselves around this compound to find those targets. So they need to be fast. They need to be quick in order for them to do so. And they need to reserve ammunition at the same time.
Yeah, just waiting down the counter. I believe it was about 120 seconds upon activations that they have to try and, search these bonus points, you would say, or random targets within these compound to maybe make a difference here. So far, already getting themselves 38 out of the 400 of the benchmark that they should hit. And this is good, seeing as though that cool timer has not cooled down just yet. They're still waiting for the actual checkpoints to pop up and come online.
And Team Oman has yet to start Section 2. So I believe they are just about to arrive at Section 2. All right, now, this is going to be interesting. The retracting target. This is where the targets will appear in multiple windows. So the teams or the athletes will need to flick from window to window in order for them to hit the target.
Well, we've got one team here trying to get the supply drop, and he does actually clipping on it, and it is the driver who has the role as the support fire here, taking more supplies for the team. Meanwhile, the rest of them shoot towards the retractable target itself.
There you go. We can see all these teams lining up. And one of the reasons why they're prone is obviously to get better recoil control, because you need to shoot through that window and look how small the window is. At the same time, they need to control that gyro to be able to flick those shots. And so far, we can see that Palestine is doing well, but Jordan's not too far away.
And as you all know, there's a 120 buffer upon activating of the checkpoint. Why is that in there? That mechanic is to give chance to the rest of the teams to catch up. Look at it. It's not just one team who's firing from this range. It's the rest of the squad, and whoever hits that 400 pointers first will get the first exit out into the next checkpoints itself.
Well, Jordan overtook Palestine now. And now Palestine will be in the lead. Oman needs to catch up, though. They are still in a double-digit mark. They'll be hitting the 100-digit mark anytime soon. But for Saudi Arabia, well, not too far away. 100 points mark, they can still catch up. But Palestine should be done in a few more shots.
Just a couple more, 2 more to be exact here. Come on, Team Jordan. They seem to close this one off, and they do. All right, Team Palestine is actually the one who finishes first. Will look to make their travels into the next checkpoint ahead of the pack here.
Yep, here we go. So we got Jordan as well as Palestine already on the move, and Saudi Arabia is still finishing up the challenge, whereby Jordan still needs to do a lot more, but I'm sure they can catch up at some point. Now, Palestine will be at the forefront so far. They have one more checkpoint to go before they move on to the finishing line.
That they do, and the difference between this first 2 teams is only by an inch here. Any one of these 2 can still take over the #1 spot, but with the whole cooldown timer for the activation of the next activity, that might even give chance for the rest of the teams on the back end to try and keep up with the whole times.
Oh, look at the distance between the 2 teams in the front. Like, it's quite significant if you kind of think about it. Yes, on screen we can see both of them, but as you're driving, oh no, this is something that you don't want to encounter. You don't want to be stuck at anywhere.
Yeah, that itself is a good at least 2 seconds distance. That's being built on the side of this team colored in purple, finding their way across these plains here. They have to match within these checkpoints for the travel to count, and they are taking their time willy-nilly, hastily actually, moving up onto the high grounds.
Woo! Speaking about high ground, that's a high jump there, giving him extra boost while he's on air, and follow up by the other team now. They'll be reaching the next checkpoint, so that will be their final challenge, and they need to collect 500 points before they can finally move on to the finishing line.
Yeah, and if you thought the previous round was a small target, This one's just a pixel and a speck of
man.
dust. And to add things worse, they're just zipping around. This is the flying targets, which they will be activating in 120 seconds. So teams from the back end can look to probably huddle up here before these events begin. But right now, they will be hunting these random targets to just give them enough of a lead and head start in the points, dent it by just a bit to make it, to hit their mark even faster.
Yeah, and at the same time, you got to be careful of your ammunition. So for these teams, it's not about, okay, just going around and trying to shoot them and miss. And that's where you will just use ammunition without anything else, and you don't want to be in that kind of position. Now, we have another team still following up behind, just finished the second section, moving on to the third section. Between second and third section, it's quite a distance. So that's why we can see that teams who have better drivers, they can actually open up the gap between each other.
Also, one thing to bear in mind here, well, winning this entire track would be great, but they have to do this 4 times. And also, an Audi Super 8 player is on the line. So who is going to be that MVP, we'll find out. But right now, look at that target. And this is conceded very generous with the size. It's a huge target, and they're not heading.
And that also depends, like, because it's kind of like an open world, like you can distance yourself and start shooting first, or you want to get closer but spend more time traveling towards the target. So it really depends on the type of strategy that you want to play with that kind of challenge that was presented to them. But now here is, oh man, this is the one. Flying targets, this is tough.
Yeah, this one's ridiculous. Look at that, that's pixel perfect. They probably are not even trying to shoot that thing. They're choosing a lane, spraying down, and hope to God that something passes through.
Dude, and if you ran out of ammo, you have to go and loot and come back. Can you imagine? This is like trying to catch a fly with a chopstick.
Yeah, maybe even harder than that at this rate, because how fast that thing's zipping through. And this guy doesn't even have the right attachment in the scope to try and take down what seemed to be a bird.
Yeah, only with a red dot and a ×3 here for them to use. And can you imagine the mentality that the athletes will need to have? It's like, you're missing your targets left, right, and center. Like, you got to keep that cool in order to hit the target.
Well, as that cool is being kept right now, Team Palestine takes the lead as the only team with the 200 pointers, and they're halfway there in breaking the 300 mark. So far, looking very confident. It almost seems like they have this track 1 in the bag, because they've been consistent through and through, but don't count the eggs until it hatches just yet, because Team Jordan also in the 200 range, only in a marginal difference.
Yeah, and Team Oman just arrived and they started their challenge, so it's quite a big gap for them to catch up. But for Palestine now, they're in the lead with an almost 100-point lead ahead of Jordan.
I don't even know, man. If you put me in that stressful situation, I'm gonna hit the quit button before it actually exists. Right, yeah, straight into the lobby. Although it's at such a peaceful game itself. Right now, 362 already on the point marks here. Team Palestine still holding this lead, but Team Oman can barely break the 50th mark. Not hitting, it seems.
Yeah, but for Palestine, they're almost done. They're at 422 right now. So it's really, really close for them to move on to the finishing line. And for this finishing line, well, it's probably going to be it's not the shortest, but it's an okay distance, I must say. But that also means that teams can catch up if they're able to finish up quick enough.
And they might just get away with it here. Team Palestine closing that gap. They're about to wave this purple banner into the finishing line here with only about 8 points away from the target. Immediately these members are making a move. It seems they finally do have it. Team Palestine now dashes straight into the finishing mark.
Oh, here we go. But then again, Team Jordan, so they're still behind. All right, Team Palestine, they can finish up the job. So it's just a matter of how fast they can finish this up.
Right now, they're already on the move here. Team Palestine, they're the first to hit that 500. And it is them who hit the finishing line as well, ending their sprint here with a record time at the very least. I mean, it's the first game, so any points is the first record. So.
Yeah, technically. So I don't see any other team behind them, so they have a good gap between the second place at least, so this gives them a good lead at least for round number 1. We'll be playing multiple rounds, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, so stay tuned with us now. Yep, we'll just be enjoying the scenery and also the final flag to be waved off as they pass through the final checkpoint or the finishing line. There you go.
There we go, number 1. It is Team Palestine, but not done just yet for some of these teams who still has to get some points across the board here. Trying to get those fire shots in. Cannot seem to hit this target. This one's going to get brutal, especially with a red dot sight. I don't think you can hit the mark at that point. They might have to look for an attachment somewhere nearby to try and get the job done a little bit more efficiently.
And 3 other teams, okay, they're not out yet, right? Because 3 other teams can still fight with each other to maintain at least a second or third spot in order for them to give hope for them to qualify into the next round. And so far, only Palestine managed to finish the track, but as we can see, the track progress for all these teams are pretty much the same because they're in the same section now.
Yeah, but this also means how long, based on how long the other teams are taking to complete this final chapter, also means that Team Palestine is in a incredible lead when it comes down to totaling down the hours spent within this game.
I mean, you kind of think about it, they shoot incredibly well in order for them to move from section to section, and that's why the lead is just insane. Even for Saudi Arabia, Team Saudi Arabia, they're still finishing up the challenge, but okay, 10 more points, cool, then they can move on. I wonder how big the gap is with the rest of the other teams, but for Saudi Arabia, even them, they were trailing behind Palestine, but Palestine opened up such a gap with Saudi Arabia.
Yep, and they will pass the final checkpoint here on their way towards the finishing line at the end to join Team Palestine in the process here. This is Team Jordan dashing their way forward. So congratulations to them. They might be the second one to finish. Meanwhile, Team Oman just hit the halfway milestones on the pointers.
Yep, but so far a lot of catching up for them to do. So right now for Team Oman, they need to hope that the teams in front of them bump into an accident, get stuck somewhere in order for them to catch up.
But I mean, that's tough to say here because Team Oman is barely in the vehicles and on the road. They are still shooting towards those flying targets itself. Like we said, hey, all credits to them. It's not easy to do. I can't shoot those flying targets. It's just moving way too fast and it's just way too small. And so it would seems that as this team passes, Team Saudi Arabia passes, that would conclude the top 3 for this track alone, leaving Team Oman left to play it out.
And can you imagine, like, we are looking at it on a big screen, but they are looking at it on their phones? Can you imagine how hard is it to hit those targets?
Yeah, it's all in the details, in each and every one of those gyro flicks that you've got. They're trying their luck. God knows they're trying their best here. They're spraying down the line, but I think you might not want to chase these targets and hope these targets fall onto you.
Yeah, they really got to try and track them, but at the same time, they can also shoot the other targets for extra points, but the majority of the targets are flying, so that is where they need to gather most of the targets.
Yeah, I think they're already opting for plan B, and that is to search and destroy for all these remaining targets that were scattered across the map to try and make those points different here. They'll leave one member at the very least to try and maybe hit those flying targets, but for them, I think the go-to strategy here is to hunt out the more feasible ones.
Yeah, if you kind of think about it, then this is a flexible strategy for the teams, right? Like, do you want to full on all out on the flying target, or do you want to send scouts out to get targets all around the city? I mean, there's a trade-off between the both of them, right? Like, if you're on the full-on flying target, then targets are just in front of you. You just need to aim and shoot. Whereas, if you need to search for targets inside the city, you'll be spending time navigating around the city. So, like what you said, it is down to the strategy of these teams, how they want to adapt to playing this section.
However, I do think if you coordinate your position onto this podium per se, and kind of form of a crossfire, that should be able to negate some of these flying targets, right?
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense as well. But of course, to be fair, it's also the first time these athletes are playing this version. So I think everyone is still trying to strategize on what will be the most efficient way of gathering points. And this will be an interesting observation for all of us as we see how the other countries or the other teams do it. Do they do anything different, anything special? And as the game goes by, we'll be able to form like, okay, what is the most optimized, or what do we call a meta to the game?
Yeah, I mean, it takes time to be developed, but at least we learn from mistakes, right? Things that maybe isn't so working so well, then do differently in the next one, because the good news for Team Oman is that they will be going through 4 tracks of similar objectives, and on top of that, they're going to go through it twice. So there are room to kind of fix the errors here. But right now, at 496, Team Oman, they're just fighting for the last few remaining and available targets within this terrain to finally make their way and progress into the next checkpoint.
Right, now it's just for them to finish up this round and get as best of a timing as they could get in round number 1. But of course, like what you said, they'll be playing this again, and I believe for these teams as well, they'll be going back to their coaches and get some observations, get some feedback on like, okay, what do we do next? Do we need to fix something? Or do we just try to do the same thing again and hope for a different result? I mean, nothing wrong with that. Maybe it's just sometimes of warming up and getting used to the game, because this is just round 1 for all these teams.
Sprint away, Team Oman. Sprint away onto the finish line. But if you can take a look at the top left corner here, these are the finishing times for all the teams before them. Here at number 1, it's Team Palestine with 16 minutes, 18 seconds, but still 16 minutes. At number 2, Team Jordan comes in 18, and similarly with Saudi Arabia, Team Saudi Arabia with 18. So Team Palestine found themselves a 2-minute head start into the game, and it is Team Oman who closed it off at 23 minutes.
Yeah, 2-minute head start, but between number 2 and number 3, it's really, really close. It's by seconds. So that means that there can be some fine-tuning between these teams for the next round in order for them to gain the advantage, for them to get a better placement next.
Yeah, definitely nothing to be too comfortable at here. Very interchangeable between those 2 positions. But man, that was game number 1. That was the first track of a 4-track series, and we have another set after the 4 tracks itself. So, what do you think about the game in general, man? This is the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. I'd like to hear your thoughts, man.
It's tough. I wouldn't be able to hit a single target, especially the last section.
Yeah.
That was a tough one. But on top of that as well, we can clearly see that this is very skill-based.
Yes.
Like, you gotta be accurate. You gotta strategize the best way, the most efficient way in order to overcome sections. And each section has its own unique requirements in order for them to move on next.
Yeah, so it's a combination of both how agile you are, dexterous you can be at the same time, how speedy you can maneuver things, right? And some things that maybe people don't keep in mind within the game is how you handle those vehicles itself.
Oh yeah.
Right? Because one wrong move, one bad landing, and suddenly you find yourself in a back foot.
Yeah, and if you kind of think about it, it's not like the driver just like, okay, you guys go shoot. I'll just wait in the car, enjoy the aircon, turn on my radio and chill. He has to join in and shoot as well. So the driver, if you kind of think about it, has a bigger responsibility of not only has to shoot, but he has to be good at driving as well. And okay, so if you were the teams, like what if your driver is far away from the car when you guys are done? Like, do you want to position him close to the car and shoot targets near there? Or how is it going to be? I mean, there's still a lot of types of strategies for them to refine.
Well, if the moment you finish your checkpoint requirement or the point requirement per se, and if your driver's not there, then that's just a miscommunication. I think it's just you have to inform him, hey, we're almost about to hit the mark. Bring the car around. And that car would look way better if it was an Audi Q4 e-tron.
Absolutely. Or you can designate a second driver. Like you get a...
You could.
Yeah, like a sub driver or something like that. Like, okay, don't only depend on this one guy. Like anyone else or whoever reaches the vehicle first can drive as well as the first driver and pick up everyone else and just go to the next checkpoint.
No, but that almost always the driver will be that guy, right? Because they'll be the one who's also out there to pretty much shoot some of these power-ups and supply crates. So that's also part of his responsibility. But let's take a look at the IQ highlight here for the West Asia region. This was the 4-color target points in which you can only hit the target that is of your colors itself. Moving on, this was a retractable target. Not the easiest we've seen, but nothing compared to when we came down to the final puzzle of the entire track here. But here are the results.
Yeah, and Palestine takes home the #1 spot with 16 minutes. And we got Team Jordan, 18, and Team Saudi Arabia with 18 as well. But only a difference of like, what, 25 seconds between the both of them. That's insane. And then you have that Team Oman with 23 minutes, or about 5 minutes difference than the third place finishers. And here are our FAW Audi Super A players.
Yeah, the Super A players, the ones to look out for here. Up on the screen, they with 573 scores coming on from a player from Team Oman itself. Here,
wow.
Despite the performance they had, they find themselves a Super A player for Audi.
Wow, Wakas has been doing really, really well. He's like almost 100 points ahead of his other competition, like individually. Like this guy, you got to keep him fresh, all right? So that is the stats for you, that you know who's going to be the player, the key player that you want to keep your eye on.
I think one thing to point out here, during the results screen, it showed speed up earned. That is a crucial statistic. Did you notice that Team Jordan accumulated 42 speed ups while Team Palestine only had 29?
Yeah.
So that means all the speed boosters went the side of Jordan, but it was not them who finished in first, despite having a head start. So what does that tell you? Team Palestine's and how efficiently they shoot and hit their mark is what got them, well, the early entry or exit towards the next checkpoint itself.
So probably the meta is like, okay, let's not worry too much about the driving. Let's focus on the shooting. As long as we can be ahead on our shooting, everything else will be fine. And I think that's absolutely okay if you have that kind of strategy and you have also analyzed your opponents. Well, why not? But of course, that also depends on like what will other opponents do if everyone focuses on the shooting. And can you imagine, like, there are some sections like they have to compete to shoot the same target, then it's probably going to be a different discussion. And then the good drivers might have an edge.
Actually, when you mention that, I would argue that is the best strategy. Why? Think about it.
Okay.
No matter how well or how fast or how agile you drive the vehicle, when you move into the next checkpoint, you still have to wait 120 seconds before the activity kicks in.
Oh yeah.
So no matter how far ahead you are, you're gonna wait, and the rest of the teams are gonna come on by to finish it up.
Okay, and speaking about how well do they know the tracks, this is it, track number 2. We're gonna move up north this time. We're gonna start in El Pozo, and we're gonna move to the Crater Fields area. It's gonna be pretty much the same thing, whereby they will come, they will loot, and they will get a certain limited amount of weapons. Like what we can see here, it's going to be the M4 that's going to be available with a ×3 scope, and of course ammunition that comes together with it. And they need to shoot targets. So flying targets will be a cruise the valley, and then the final finishing line. And yeah, this is where we will stamp the time in to see who gets what. And can Palestine maintain their #1 spot?
Well, I would say if they shoot the way they do, then make sure they get those points in the way they did in track number 1. I have no doubt that Team Palestine can run away with it, especially right now. 2 minutes in the lead. That's a half the amount of time. Just to give the audience a perspective on time when it comes to gamers or esports. 3 seconds is long
Oh yeah.
And now you have 2 minutes. You literally, this is the game's way of saying you have the time in the world. Now it's up to you to maintain that lead.
Yeah, 2 whole minutes. But of course, we did talk about like, this could be a warm-up round for some of the teams. Like they're getting used to like, okay, this is how the game is. And maybe they've run some test matches before this. But it's different as compared to like being the competition where all your other opponents are doing their best. Yeah, so especially when it comes to like cross-firing or trying to aim for the same target.
Yeah, and just a friendly notice down in the bottom there. Well, apologize, don't do it again. Now let's get on to more good games here for the Road to Asian Games 2022. We've only seen the first track, and we're not lying when we say this to you. This is our first time having to cast over such a game mode, and it's been one heck of a treat. We've seen track number 1 done and dusted. We're going to get into track number 2 and 3 and 4 and so on and so forth. It's going to be cool. So although we know what the objectives are, but the terrains are different. And maybe in track number 1, it's a shooting game. But comes to track number 2, maybe the terrain's shifted and it becomes a strategy that falls onto the driving game.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe it's still shooting. But shooting in the sense of like trying to hunt down the targets, because in the different compounds that we will see later on, it will be a different layout as well.
Yeah.
So how you navigate around. What is the most efficient way of navigating around? Like, do you turn left or do you turn right? All those small details actually will be taken into account on the level of efficiency for your team.
Now, I know one thing's for sure. If you and we play into this match right here, I'm calling shotgun as the driver. That's it. I'm the driver. I am not going to attempt at the flying targets. I could barely see them on screen, and I'm a guy without glasses, 2021 vision. I'm not making that attempt. No way.
Or you could be the one who goes to the buildings and try to find those obvious targets.
I could. I mean, I'd be happy if you were the in-game leader and you decided, you know what, go scour, play by yourself.
Yeah,
I'll be happy.
Just go do that, all right? Right. I'll probably put Choo-Choo to try to shoot down the flying targets instead.
Yeah, I mean, they're better shots than us anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. but you know what? These teams, you gotta give it to them, right? Like they can shoot like those kind of targets, which looks insane.
It's insane.
Like, yeah, it's insane. It comes at insane speeds, like the flying target, like even the one moving on top of the rooftop.
Like the word is pixel perfect, right?
Oh yeah.
Their aim is pixel perfect, especially for Team Palestine, without as many speed up power ups from from the surrounding areas. Still, they find themselves in number 1, 2 minutes ahead. I really want to get into this next game in just about a bit, but first, do you like what's on your desk right now?
Oh man, look at this, the MACAU 11. This is a beautiful piece. Right here, at least from the audience view, they get to see the MACAU signature lines. I get to see it as well, and I must say, you know what? It's a beautiful piece.
I try and make an attempt to grab onto it, but if it falls down, then
that's why you're sitting there, right?
Yeah, that's why I got this. The better ones. Hey, Audi coming in with those silver rings. Very, very momentous symbolism. It almost looks like an Olympic ring, right?
Yeah.
So very, very right fit within this entire event.
I guess that's where the resemblance do come in, right? But for the next round, okay. So looking at how these teams perform, right? Do you expect a surprise from either one of these teams? Team Palestine, Team Oman, Team Saudi Arabia, Team Jordan?
I would say Team Jordan might come in as a surprise in the next round. Why? Because if you're stealing all these speed ups, the speed up power ups across the entire terrain, and making your car move faster than the rest of them, then your shots must have been good, right, to be able to do that.
True.
And so I think maybe they were a little bit denied. Maybe there's a little bit of an RNG with the flying targets. But hey, they're not going to let that stop them the second time. They got it in the bag.
Yeah, and well, maybe for me, it's like Team Oman might come out as a surprise. Because we saw, like, one of the players, he is the top top point collector for the team. So who knows, is he will inspire other teams, and maybe during the break time he'll go like, okay guys, this is how I did it. So you guys just need to replicate and we're all good, alright? I found the formula.
But do they have the muscle memory that he has though? Oh, that's another thing in play. But hey, they're playing at this level. Every one of them are probably machines at this point.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they definitely have a lot of a skill there, and I've got to give it to them again. Like, I wouldn't be able to hit any of those targets, especially for the flying targets. So, got to give it to them for being able to pull off such feats. And speaking about pulling it off, they're gonna do it again after this. We can see them getting ready inside the game, just warming up their fingers while enjoying the beautiful phone, as we can see on screen, the iQOO 11.
Definitely a cool one to give a train of thought here. And oh look, they do have an Audi. It's right there as a miniature model. So I'm guessing I have one too. I do.
You do.
I do have a miniature model right in front of my desk here. That one is a collector's gift. At this point, I will consider it mine, but of course, I will have to run that one through the people and the back end itself. Don't want them counting and blaming me for missing props here, but we will get into the second set of tracks here in the West Asia region.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Can't wait to see. Now, you saw how they played in the first round. This round, yes, it's going to be a similar format, but it's going to be a totally different track. As you can see, they're going to start off in Ruins. They're going to go to El Pozo. They're going to go to San Martin after that. And it's going to be a Cruiser Valley before they end the journey in Campo Militar way up north. And as we can see here, the teams, well, as usual, they're going to start off with some loot, but they need to count like, okay, how much time do we want to spend looting? Is the loot going to be enough? Is it going to be worthwhile for us to jump into the vehicle with the amount of loot that we currently have in hand? And so far, some of the teams have moved, and for Palestine, they are currently behind.
I think that's a good thought to bring up as well, right? Because the fact that if you don't loot enough, then you probably won't have enough ammunition to try and get those speed up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is really the trait there. So speaking of speed ups, okay, because of the speed up, Oman is now in front. Dude, look at this. Look at this. Oman's now in front because of that one speed up. But then again, they are about to reach their first checkpoint, or the first section very, very soon. And that's where they will be tested in skills of shooting.
Right now, that was a big leap of faith made by Team Palestine, but the one that's leading the pack is the one who find themselves short in the previous round. It's Team Oman leading the packs here, trying to get themselves into the first checkpoint, and with that balloon being propped up in the sky here, they know they are near and close towards achieving that real soon. But remember, 120 seconds cooler, the moment the button is activated, that is going to make a difference between them being first or them finding themselves in last again.
Okay, there'll be a sharp corner really, really soon. But now, this is why Palestine, they were in front at some point, because they managed to hit the speed up targets. But for Jordan, only 2 speed up targets. Let's see here. So Jordan, they are on the last place for now, but not too far away from the others. But the fact that they only got like 2 speed up targets, but they are close with the other teams, I guess it's also the mix of efficiency when it comes to driving. Like, they know the corners to cut corners and all that, just to be still in the running.
All right, we'll see what these teams do here. They've arrived, but like the Autobot said, they've got 120 seconds before that target comes up and online. So they have to, maybe, I would say this is prime time to try and scour around for those available targets and get some points across before the main challenge actually begins.
Oh yeah, this is where they... Oh, okay. So what I noticed, because we're also trying to see what kind of strategies they're deploying, right? So they looted during the start, and they probably loot like maybe 10%, and now they continue to loot again. So it's just minimal loot at the start. Some of them continue to loot, some of them find targets to shoot like here, so they are spreading out themselves. So I think that's the strategy for some of these teams. So it's also a matter of like how many of your athletes do you want to send out looting? How many of your athletes do you want to send out shooting? And yeah, I guess this is going to be the mix that will determine who gets the heads up.
And right now, the heads up is looking like it's going the way of Team Palestine once again here. 12 out of the 300. That's 12 points head start before the main activity begins. But right now, it has been activated, as the queue has mentioned. They're taking a prime location, and this is the point where you need all members' hands on deck to make sure that those angles are covered. But playing it smart, look at how these teams position. One guy guarding 2 targets at the same time.
Yeah, so you need all hands on deck now. Like, you can't let the rest of them like, oh, go out to loot and all that. You got to bring them into this arena for them to shoot down the targets, because you need to be as efficient as possible. Like, maybe the strategy can be like, okay, one of them take 1 target, and who gets it shoots. It could be that.
Team Jordan right now being the first to break over the 200 pointers, making their way into the 300 very, very soon here, halfway through. A little bit of pause earlier on could probably be due to the luck of the circle combinations going their way. 280, 290 right now, but look at team from Saudi Arabia. It's a close second place. And I think both these teams will already make the departure towards the next.
Yeah, and of course you can argue like, okay, there's some level of luck to like whether your color comes to your corner, but that's the strategy of like deploying other athletes in different corners so that you got everything covered. And you can actually do that. Now, right now, we can see the 2 teams that's already on the move. We got Team Jordan as well as Team Saudi Arabia. Team Palestine is still completing this first challenge.
That was a swift drift corner right there that was displayed. Perfect handling coming out from Team Jordan itself. They are now neck and neck, but this is where things get a bit dicey as they cuts one through here. Saudi Arabia with the power-up speed boost is the first to reach the goal for Section 1, but right there, that hindrance would have paid him dearly. And with the speed power-ups, they go into the airs and into the skies towards balloons as they find themselves inching closer. But it is the one from Jordan who makes it ahead.
Look at the amount of airtime they had, and with that airtime, they overtook Team Saudi Arabia, and now they're currently in front. Well, they made up for whatever happened earlier.
Yeah, that right there is a strategy. You kind of need to know at what point within the tracks is a viable point for you to make overtakes, and I think team from Jordan, they know that.
They definitely know that. And the fact that they are now playing the first competitive in this round, for them to find that out, that is amazing. Okay, so speaking about amazing, so Team Jordan as well as Team Saudi Arabia, they're both in the second section. Whereas for the other teams, like, they're still on the way. As we can see here, the last place right now is Team Palestine.
Team Palestine, it seems like from the high horse they once had, finding it a little bit of a struggle here in team number 2. But first, shout out to the future gaming flagship phones. That is the iQOO 11, the official gaming device that you see right here upon the screen for the Road to Asian Games 2022. But back to the game. We have right now Team Palestine just breaching into this compound. But with the 120 seconds cool timer for this activity to finally come online, this could be that one activity that they makes the lead for themselves.
Okay, and you can look at the scores below here. So for Team Saudi Arabia, Prestige is currently collecting the most points for his teams. 48% of points is from him alone. It's almost 50%. And as we can see, there's an update here for Team Palestine. Batika takes home 62% of the total points collected by his teams as of now. So we can see that there are some of the team members are needing to catch up onto him in order for them to balance out back the total points collected, so they'll be more efficient, that they can move on to the next stage.
Yeah, so that tells you that each and every one of these teams have an ace in a hole here, and that's going to make the difference, especially when it comes to an accuracy trial just like this one right here. Retractable targets, you only have but a couple of seconds before they pull themselves back, and you better hit that weasel before they disappear. right now.
Wow.
But that's a good strategy, moving on forward and closer towards these targets itself.
Yeah, okay, so you got a couple of athletes on the platform and you got some of them in the front. So again, it's teams finding out the best way to actually overcome this kind of strategy. And if I were the team, like, I'll be the one in front, like, you know, this old man needs to... eyesight not that good, you know, got to get a little bit closer.
And it's exactly what you said, right? It's strategy because, sure, you can make your way up to the front lines, but then your only line of sight is probably the 2 columns on top, right? Yeah. So then you're still got to expect for the guy, your teammates in the back end to maybe shoot some of the lower targets, but still, it's a system after all. And with this many holes to cover from a single player, maybe it could be a good strategy to divide and conquer.
Yeah, and look at how fast the targets pop up. It's like by the time, like, okay, you thought you're done, it pops up again. So at that moment, you probably moved away. But looks like Team Jordan, they're the first team to be done. And a 100-point gap with Team Palestine.
Wow, this is going to, it's going to make a difference for sure.
Absolutely.
As I mentioned, Team Jordan was the one who's going to come in as a surprise, man. Okay. They had 49 speed ups in the previous track. Right now, they are making sure that they hit the mark so that they don't get dragged off to the second place once again. But that landing, though, cost them a little bit. But with their propel push, they find themselves back in track onto the next checkpoint.
It came at the right timing. Imagine if they didn't get that, then they'll be stuck there for a bit, and the momentum might be given towards another team. But so far, seems to be quite a significant lead for Team Jordan.
Yeah, it's a huge one, but is it 2-minute lead? That's the real question when it comes down to it, because remember, Team Palestine has got 2 minutes ahead of the pack that's going to make the difference when it comes down to tallying things up as an entire overall. So Team Jordan, they really have to run the gun, and if they can get a 2-minute head start, that which is exactly the timer buffer before that activity comes in. So then they will be safe if that was the case.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at the minimap right now, right? They have quite a significant gap with the rest, and they're the first team to reach checkpoint number 3, so they have a good head start now. Whereas for the other teams, they're like just halfway through the route onto section number 3, and now Team Jordan reaches number 3. This is where it gets tough. This is where the flying targets will happen. Whereas for Team Palestine, they are still at the second section still.
How the tables have turned here in track number 2, but still at number 1 for the MVP awards by Audi, the Super A awards. It is still a member from Team Oman itself who has about 479 total points.
Yeah, so he's still carrying the team. But we do see a good improvement from Team Oman this time, whereby they probably know, like what we talked about, right? Like, he found the most efficient way, he shares with his teammates during the break time, and now they're practicing it, or they're deploying it in their actual game. So we can see improvement there overall. But looks like Team Palestine, they're done with section number 2, and now they're on their way.
Yeah, that's going to feel a little bit uneasy on their behalf, right? Because you knew you had such a great lead, and it all came down to themselves to lose it in the first place. They're not down and out just yet, but this is going to impede onto their lead here. Now it has been activated. That is the flying target itself. The strategy to play this one, this is where most of the teams will fall out. And we will see right here, Jordan already 60 points in the bag, 68 to be exact.
Yeah, and teams in the previous round, on average, they spent 10 minutes only in this section. Can you imagine that? So this is going to be the toughest section of them all. But Team Jordan managed to get more than 100 points now. And I guess whatever they learned from the previous round, they're applying it, and so far so good for them. They're actually ranking up points pretty fast.
I think we got to see how Team Jordan is positioning their players and what angle itself. Is the crossfire a viable solution? Close to a 200 pointers for Team Jordan. That would make themselves 2/3 of the way for this last and final stride here. Meanwhile, Team Palestine are just finding their way, joining into the party, and that's where that makes a difference. That means they are more than 2 minutes behind. Does that mean the lead as an overall has already been diminished?
That is a good point. That's a good point. We need to keep an eye on that as Team Jordan gets more than 200 points now on the board. Still in the lead, still a 100-point lead, but Team Palestine, they arrived later, right?
But they're fast.
They're fast. Wow, this team is amazing at shooting.
Yeah, I mean, that's how they won the first time around. They're doing it again. So maybe the real power of Team Palestine happens to be in this final obstacle here as they seemingly outgunned the likes of Saudi Arabia, the team from Saudi Arabia, the team from Oman, and finding them a way, putting them up for second spot as we speak. And they're chasing the tails of Team Jordan. 200 against the 308, and remember that team was 2 minutes away.
Yeah, arguably the biggest comeback so far.
Yeah.
They just need to wrap things up. But if Team Palestine can catch up to Team Jordan, that will be amazing. But so far we can see Team Jordan, they have a 150-ish point lead as compared to the others. So they're doing good so far. They're still not dropping the ball just yet. But for Team Palestine, I mean, the comeback is just crazy. Can you imagine, like, if they can finish fast enough, maybe the lead that they had in round number 1 is still going to be there.
Yeah, I mean, in the end of the day, they still have to cross the finish line, and whoever crosses that one first is going to set the total timer itself. Now, Team Jordan, one of the teams at the very least here, it is from Jordan, is trying to move the vehicle, but look at that strategy!
Oh no!
You blocked the car so they cannot make an escape! That's kind of dirty, man, but that is smart.
Smart. Gotta give it to them. Not gonna lie. But looks like the strategy is like, okay, we send one person out to maybe just move the vehicle, be prepared as when other teams actually come by. So, man. Oh man, that's something there.
Could you imagine if Team Jordan hit 500 and went for the escape but was stuck? That would be entertainment value for days. Right now, they are looking to finish it without too much of an obstacle, seeing that they've moved it out of the way. Now at 422 points, almost there towards the 500.
So now this shows that parking your car is a strategy by itself.
It's a factor to put into this game, yes.
Yes. And the fact that they have yet to complete their 500 mark just yet, I think one of the athletes might notice that, hey, our car's been blocked. And he had to spend time repositioning the car when he could be going around shooting targets. And that could give the advantage for maybe like teams like Palestine to actually catch up. Just look at it, the difference now is only about 60 as compared to the 150 before.
Well, I'm not sure if that movement right there was planned, but if it was, the big ups on them. And if they weren't planned, they should, right? That is literally a strategy to get you, if you're in second place, to maybe try and come in the first, just by vehicle placements alone. But Team Jordan right now 484, 496 on the pointers. Team Palestine, who was late by 2 minutes, closed in the gap here, 460 out of the 500 itself. But it is being sprayed and gunned down by the rest of the other teams here. And it will be Team Jordan who finds their way in the 500 mark, who will race their way into the next checkpoint.
Man, it's always that one final point that seems to be the slowest. It's like that number just doesn't move. I mean, the pressure. Oh, speaking of pressure. I mean, dude, you're in the forefront, okay? You're in the forefront. No pressure. Just drive, all right?
They're gonna cruise their way, but I mean, it's a speed game, so try not to cruise. But this is them making their way into the finish line. What would that lead look like for the likes of Team Jordan? That is where the difference would be made. But it seems that maybe Palestine should be able to close in the lead for now. As we saw, they were quite close to the 500 itself. So Jordan will be the first. But it is Team Palestine who is still hunting for targets across the map. It is Team Oman who makes it in second place.
And this time around, Team Jordan with 17 minutes finish time. It's about a minute faster than the previous round. So we can see that this is an improvement for the teams that they're getting used to this game mode now. Now we can still got the other two teams to finish. So let's see who actually gets there. And it could be... Well, it's still hard to tell at this point. We still got a Team Saudi Arabia as well as Team Palestine duking it out for it.
I think the moment your clip falls down to a certain threshold, you have to go around looking for it. Because you cannot waste any more ammunition for a potential hit onto a flying target. So that's why you see some of these members exiting the podium, going straight into searching out for all these targets around the map. And so Team Palestine leaving only one member to try and close the job here for the flying targets. It's looking worse than where, but will they lead in the first track be enough to maybe buffer their placings?
Okay. So right now for Team Saudi Arabia, it's going to be close for them, right? They're almost done with this. It's about like 22 more, and I think they'll be done. But it's also a matter of like how much time will they spend in total to complete this challenge, and what's the gap going to be like? Before this, the gap between number 3 and number 4 is about 5 minutes each.
Number 3, number 4, 5 minutes. No, yeah, because that's because they had like 23 minutes back then, right?
Yeah.
Like Team Oman had like a 23-minute setback, so understandably so. So they have got a huge gap to try and close for their own sakes. But they did end at number 2 this time around, so maybe a step forward into recovery. But it is here that Team Saudi Arabia, the last one, still in the bag. Actually, across the score, section 3, still Team Oman. Am I looking at it right? That can't be. Team Oman finished like 2nd place already.
Oh, that was Team Palestine that finished 2nd place. So Team Oman, they came in a little bit later. Yeah, they needed to catch up in terms of points. So I guess it's going to be Team Oman again getting the 4th place. It's just a matter of how big the gap is going to be.
I swear, look at the map. They are up ahead. Red is already there. Well, maybe we just ignore what's on the score section side. And in the end, it is Team Palestine who finds their way, the last foot across the door, still trying to get... Oh, so this is Team Palestine that we're looking at, actually not closing the gap just yet. Oh, all the leads in the world, and they find themselves in that position.
Yeah, but anyway, they need to finish up the challenge. So by then, we'll wrap things up and we'll summarize for everyone. Yeah. But for now, we can see that they are not too far away. Only 10 more points to go before we wrap up this round. And of course, they need to cross over the finish line before we do that.
Yeah, it doesn't count if you don't finish. And so right here, taking these vehicles, they will hop on in immediately. They're making their way forward and crossing that line. There we go. That checkpoint is a counter on to the end, it seems, towards the finish line.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a little bit faster than previous round, maybe like 22 minutes for them to finish. So that's going to be Team Oman taking the 4th place again for 2 times in a row. So for the fact that they finished 4th place again for 2 times in a row, they run the risk of being eliminated at this stage.
Oh, well, it's only the first half, right?
Oh,
Like
yeah,
when people say there's 4 tracks to be played, and there's 2 sets of the tracks, of those tracks to play out. And so right now, again, Team Jordan looking like the most consistent of these teams to be able to nail a 2nd place in the first track, a 1st place in a 2nd track. Will they maintain this consistency and steal the number 1 spot? We will know in more matches to come.
Yeah, so we got more matches to come, obviously. And that is also opportunity for the teams to catch up to each other. And we did see that there's no one team that dominates this game mode. So anyone can actually catch up to each other. But of course, after this, we're going to go to a different track as well. So I don't know, man, how these teams need to adapt like in such a quick time.
Well, I would like to know the answer to that, but like we all mentioned, this game is a little bit wee bit too new to even have the solutions. This is what you're seeing right now is literally a live stress test for these sort of games. And hopefully with more days to pass, they're developing a different and more creative solutions to maybe some of the problems or obstacles that we see, like that flying targets, right?
Yeah, but if you kind of think about it, right? for them to finish the flying target section, it took them less time as compared to the first round. So I guess they're starting to find those solutions, starting to refine their methods of overcoming that section. So with that being said, if that's a trend, maybe in the next round, we would see more efficient, lesser timing for all these teams to finish.
Hopefully so, but man, that's Team Oman, they finished 21 minutes, second in the track number 2, track number 1, 23 minutes. That is a substantial gap to close, but can it be done? I believe so, but they just have to make every single thing count here. We have roughly about 4, 5, 6 more tracks to be played for Team Oman to make a comeback, but let's take a look at some of the highlights.
Oh yeah, so this highlight, from what we see, some strategies are deployed. Like the first section, we can see that there are some teams deploying like multiple areas to be covered, like multiple athletes at one corner and at another corner just to try to get the right target as fast as possible. And it seems to work well. But what I find really interesting is that in the flying target, there was that one team sending their athletes out in front to try to get a bigger view of getting those targets.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the overall result, or at least the result for track number 2 here. It is one from Team Jordan. This time round, 16 only speed ups earned, but did the best overall timing, 17 minutes, 25 seconds here. Only an slight inch difference from Team Palestine with 17.38. 15 speed ups earned onto their end. So Team Jordan and Team Palestine, they are really on neck and neck with this in this event itself. Team Saudi Arabia at the 20th pointer mark, a minute mark at the very least with Team Oman.
Yeah, and we have the FAW Audi Super A players, and this time around it's going to be Jabba representing Team Oman with 516 score, and he's been ranking out the score for his team, followed by the other athletes as well. Not too far away, like only like what, 4 points difference, like 5 points difference. So I mean, they're really close to each other, just showing how good all these athletes are.
Yeah, Audi Super A player, that is the MVP equivalent. Let us know, who do you think your MVP is? And that guy right there, Oman, for Team Oman, his name was Grizz. I would say he's showing us a little bit of Riz today in trying to, you know, bedazzle us in this Road to Asian Games 2022. But first, more tracks to be played. A quick break from us before we get into more action. So, coming from Sir Cloud, I'm Keith. I'll see you in just about a beat. Bye-bye.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，音像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
It's allowed, but we can't handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe, it's a large new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era side by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together to fighting the truth and make a sound. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got the words to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it up. We'll explore the unknown and the truth we know. You can edit it now, you choose it all. It's contagious, you and I are tuning in. The earth sings aloud. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era tie by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together to fighting the truth and make the sound. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new ones to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it all. Explore the unknown and the truth that we know. We're waking up, going forward together, fighting the truth and in the sound. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new worlds to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it all. We'll explore the unknown and the truth that we know. We're waking up.
Hello everyone, my name is Khalid. In game Dami, my role is Frogger. I'm from Saudi Arabia team.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohammed Addasi. My ID game is Ragnarok. I'm player of the national team of Jordan.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohammed and I'm also known as Mambay. I play for Palestine national team and my game role is co-IGL and a free man.
Hello everyone, my name is Waqas. We are come from Oman. My ID in game is Artemis. I am supporter.
Hello, my name is Walid and my in-game role is IGL. I am from Bahrain and my in-game name is Walud.
The e-sport, it's everything for me. It's my day, my hour.
So at first my family didn't support me, but after I made achievements, they started supporting me and it feels good.
We are happy to take part in RDAG, and I think my team can win this competition.
We start practice like before 2 months, and we practice like 8 hours every day, and inshallah we'll be top 1.
I think Saudi team because 2 of the players are my teammates, other players are my friends also.
It's Aidah because I think he's the best player in his team. So when I see him in the game, I will beat him.
I think we can make it for top 1.
RDAG إن جايينكم.
RDAG نحن قادمون.
The Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The PUBG Mobile Asian Games version will take place over 5 days, from June 22nd to 26th. Out of the 5 Asian regions, Central Asia and South Asia will merge to create a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete independently. Each region will organize its own regional competitions. Each region will feature 3 stages of the competition. Stage 1 is the seeding competition, where teams will be ranked based on the time it takes them to complete the same track without any interference. The teams with the shortest completion times will receive higher seeds. The top-seeded teams will move straight to Stage 3. Stage 2 is the qualifying round, where teams will be arranged based on their seeding. Each team will play 2 matches, with each match featuring 4 different tracks. The team that completes the tracks in the shortest overall time will advance to Stage 3. Stage 3 is the regional finals. Similar to Stage 2, teams will play 2 matches, and the team that achieves the shortest overall time will be ranked at the top. The allocation of buy slots and the number of qualifying teams from Stage 2 for each region will be determined based on the total number of teams participating in said region. The West Asia region comprises 5 teams: Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia. These teams will showcase their skills and compete with honor to emerge victorious. The road to the Asian Games is about to begin. Who will rise to the top in this battle for dominance? Get ready for an exhilarating and thrilling ride.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. Together with us, your storytellers. My name is Sir Cloud. Together with the amazing Keith right here beside me. And what a 2-game run it has been.
2 tracks, but too little. We need more to be played out here today. Come on, don't get me wrong. I love this format so much. I do, but I really want to see some of these teams actually mastering the flying objects, the flying targets. How do we go about it?
Man, I had a chat with Coach Muhammad for the Team Palestine. And he was like, they're still trying to find their way. What is the best strategy for him? And he ain't happy. He wants more out of his team. So we can expect more from Team Palestine and also the other teams as well as we go along the game.
Man, that is insane. And we're talking about Team Palestine, who has got 2-minute lead in the first track, finishing second in the second track as well. This team is looking, well, they're in their best condition, I would say. And he's not happy with that.
He's not happy. Yeah, but to be fair, as a coach, you always want to push your team.
That's true.
Yeah, you don't want to give them that relaxed mode. You always want to be at the top of your game, right? And of course, for a lot of you, you're doing well. But as a coach, you just want to give it.
I guess to put it in a more obvious manner is you can't put your foot off the pedal just yet. You gotta drive your way to the finish line itself. Do it in an Audi. If you had to, do it with an Audi here with the Q4 e-tron.
And here we go. We are getting into track number 3. We're going to start it off in Los Higos this time. So there'll be a choke point, which is going to be the bridge. So we're going to see how they actually strategize themselves there. And they're going to pass by Minas del Valle, and this is where they'll be able to loot up. And we'll go to the next section, which is in El Pozo. So this is the section where they will shoot through the windows, trying to find those small targets. And we go to section number 3, which is Crater Fields, and this is where it's going to be the toughest one of all, the flying target. Teams are still finding the best strategy to overcome it.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, if these teams are learning on a fly, then that actually reflects the kind of caliber of teams they are. You know what they say? The strongest species is not the strongest species or physically, right? They are the teams who can adapt to survive.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And also, just to add on to some of the game mechanics for you guys out there, the vehicles that they drive needs to be fueled up. So they need to loot for fuel as well while they're at it.
So I guess that's the driver's job, right?
Absolutely.
So to put it in easier context, that'd be me.
That'd be you, right?
Yeah, I can't shoot. I'm complaining about the flying objects and flying targets. Let me get the oil, boys. I'll take us home.
Get the oil, tell everyone, okay, the target's here, target's there, because they need to move around in the urban area to find those targets for extra points as well. So that's going to be the challenge for these teams. I mean, do you really want to have a designated driver, or should the designated driver thing swap around, depending on the challenge?
Well, now that you mentioned how crucial the side objectives are, you kind of want a dedicated person to do it. Right? Like if you said that the crate is 40 points, then why not get that one person to do this and hunt these things down and so on and so forth? Fuel, gas, ammunitions. We need supplies, you need resources, and so the driver just got a hell of a lot more important.
Right. And of course, that the driving skills as well.
Oh yeah, and that.
And that. You don't want to drive halfway just to bump into something. You know, you got to keep focused. You got to keep him fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he could be, like what you said, if he's multitasking, like he has to shoot targets and he has to get back to the vehicle to drive, he doesn't get downtime.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, we don't get downtime either. Huh? It seems like track after track, we're always more excited than some to get into the next one in a very quick jiffy, right? But in case you guys didn't know, the official device being played here in the RDAG, or the Road to Asian Games, goes onto the ones in front of Sir Cloud himself, just tempting him. They know he wants it, but you can't have it, and that's the fun part.
I mean, the iQOO 11 is a beautiful device, not gonna lie, alright? And the iQOO 11 is also the official mobile game equipment for the Road to Asian Games. And this is the professional choice to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control with the iQOO 11. Thank you so much to iQOO 11 for being with us. And you have a very interesting, very beautiful model in front of you as well.
Yeah, and thankfully for mine, well, this Audi speaks for itself. It's in the name, in the brand. It's a luxury. I don't have to elaborate so much for it. So Audi definitely a good partner coming in for this event itself. I wonder why they weren't skinned that way within the game. I know that's a possibility, but I shall not prod.
You know what? You're giving out ideas to our production team. For all you know, when it comes to the Asian games later, we might have it.
Oh, Audi, make it happen.
Yeah.
I would buy that.
Yeah, I would still get that as well. I mean, thank you so much as well to our official supporter, AutoFool, with the AutoFool M6, which is the official gaming chair partner of the Road to Asian Games. The athlete's actually sitting on it. Yeah, I wish I got to sit on one of those. It does look like a beauty.
I was just about to lead to that same direction. Well, you guys can't see it right now, but Sir Cloud stands 6 feet taller than I am. And I mean, that's not saying that he's tall. I'm saying that I'm short. And so I'm dangling my legs on these little stools here in this desk, which thankfully you can't see. But yes, it'll be nice to have the actual AutoFool gaming chair, the M6 specifically, to maybe bolster up a little bit of our comforts.
Yeah, it would be nice to have that at home as well. Just saying, just putting it out there, in case you got extra chairs, you can always contact us to send one.
But okay, getting back into the game, right? The terrain is Miramar.
Right.
Track 3, Track 4, we have yet to see where that paves. Where would you like to see it pave into from a driving standpoint, right? If you're going to make it hard for the drivers, where would you like to see that path pave into?
Okay, so I think the starting, right? Like, because at the starting, there's going to be a bridge. And that bridge is going to be a choke point. And this is where you might see, like, the vehicles muscle out each other to get the lead. Oh, that will be something.
Okay, so that one's like in the bottom left-hand side of the map, right?
Yep.
Okay. I was thinking more of the pitfalls and the hills of Miramar where people usually go on top and be on top of the world. What if it goes all the way up? Like, like turn this thing into a four-wheeler and drive their way onto the pinnacle and make their way back down.
I mean, based on the vehicle that's being used here, the UAZ, it is possible for the vehicle to actually do that. I mean, at least in a regular game. But it'll be interesting to have that as well inside of this version. So we'll see if maybe one of the rounds we get to see some action from there. But besides that as well, what I'm excited about, like when it comes to the car race, right, is the ramps.
Jumps. The jumps and the ramps. And I like how some of these players turned terrains into jumps and ramps themselves, right? We've seen how a team gets stuck intentionally, uses the boost, and that kind of propels them forward and gives them a better lead. And so all these like small details in play is exactly what makes this game mode very, very enticing. But now we're taking a look at these players here trying to warm their fingers up, moving into the next track.
Oh yeah, as we can see the focus that they put in, and this is a signal for us to get into game number 3. Here we go, the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version, as we drop into our starting point inside of Las Eagles.
Oh, is this it? You are getting what you wished for here. It seems bottom left-hand side of the entire map is where it begins. And right now, immediately going into vehicles, trying to dash across into the next checkpoint. They do have a decent amount of equipment on them, but who is going to get that speed up is going to make the difference. Right now, in the lead is going to be Team Palestine here in purple.
All right, here we go. We can see the boosters out, and this is where the bridge is going to be tricky, right? Just look at this. In an actual, in a regular game as well, you will have like other unusable vehicles there as a blockage. So they need to navigate through that as well. So it's not going to be like an open road where they can just boost by. They need to still navigate through. They still need to have that level of control. And this is going to be the next bridge that they need to go through before they go on to their first section.
Wow, this is turning into one heck of a race right now. I like that. There's so many obstacles in the way, being the carcasses of former vehicles as they find themselves parked to the side. But this is going to be quite a slippery corner. He gets it. Perfect control coming in from Palestine, Team Palestine here. But it is one from Saudi that actually makes the bypass against Oman.
Oh, Team Palestine still at the forefront. They are having the highest current speed, but all these teams very, very close to each other. At this moment, Team Oman is speeding past by. Okay, Team Oman with the speed boosters now at #1.
Don't count it out just yet.
Here we
Here we
go.
go. Palestine again just bounced back, but that landing cost them. Were they tumbling there for a second? And oh, that was not the finish they were hoping for. This leads way onto the likes of Team Jordan to make it across.
Oh, Team Jordan right now with the most speed up hit target. And we're still at the start, but not too far away of the other teams. Everyone reached the checkpoint, and Team Jordan happened to be the first team to reach that checkpoint. Here we go.
Now 120 seconds to pretty much get that thing activated. It is time for them to loot some supplies if they want to, or even trying to get additional pointers across the board through all the scattering targets that's available. And the guns have been fired. They have crossed paths as neighbors here, but realizing that that house is probably going to get looted with 4 members, he decides to walk the other way. Right now, supplies and target goes the side of this team from Jordan.
Wow, look at this. Team Oman, they're not backing up without a fight. They are now at the forefront. So they are putting up a challenge. I guess it's the break time. They gave them extra time to rediscuss on what were the best strategies to overcome each section. So far, doing so good.
Doing better than most, I might say, which is very rare for them. But like we all know, Team Oman, they're pretty formidable as a player. Their only bane and weakness is in that final obstacles itself. So we'll have to judge them from that point onwards. But right now, it's even across the board. 30th points already in Team Oman's favor. And now it is time to rake in the bulk of it.
Okay, here we go. This is where all the teams get together in a single target. Just look at this. The strategy is like have coverage on all different angles.
Right now, one member looking at 2 here as he tries to go in for the tag, but no purple flashing the way of Team Palestine. He's waiting patiently, but it is Team Oman at the 100th pointers, and now the rest of the teams just skyrocketed forward. Saudi Arabia, can you say team 190 points, breaking into the 200 mark.
Yeah, we can see how they place that crosshair. It's like they place that crosshair in between in case they need to flick either on the left or the right side. And for some of the athletes, some of them using scopes, some of them not, some of them with an iron sight. I guess it really depends on the strategy, or it also depends on the type of loot that they manage to get in time.
But right now, look at that. Team Saudi Arabia, already 300. They're the first to move this. We haven't seen them being the first in such a long time, if ever. I mean, this game has only begun today, so there's not much of a historical record to go off from, but already making a move. Saudi will be the first to finish the checkpoint 1.
Oh, here we go. So they have a good head start here. While the other teams, they are still completing their first challenge. And look at them just speeding down, and I'm loving the camera view, not gonna lie.
Yeah, they really know how to work that corners. It seemed like they would have flipped for sure, but they made it work. And right now, into the desert dunes they go. Nooks and crannies, it does not matter as they take flight across some of these compounds and makes a perfect landing. No halts, no stops in the way.
Okay, so they are just cruising. And you can't think about it, right? Like, they need to navigate through this compound, so it's also fairly confusing. So you need to have that level of communication with your team. Like, okay, is this the checkpoint? It may look like a checkpoint, but it's really not. So you got to keep going. You got to keep stepping onto the pedal and just keep going to keep your lead.
Yeah, keep going towards the future here with the gaming flagship phone. It's MACAU 11. Get your hands on them. Experience greatness much like these players right here.
I noticed that Team Oman, they had a car flip moment, so that's not good. I mean, the designated driver needs to be calm and composed, not to flip over the car, because that will give an advantage to the other team to overtake them.
Yeah, and remember, there's not much of an advantage when you're already in a disadvantage. They have a huge hole to fill, a huge gap since the first two tracks here, and they cannot afford more mistakes. But here, sharp corners, Saudi Arabia goes in with the drift and with the boost. They find themselves in track towards victory.
Oh, and look at this for Team Oman. He is carrying the team right now, 61% of points onto him alone. So the other teams will need to catch up. But maybe it's a strategy, right? Maybe the other players or the other athletes will need to are assigned to like, okay, you guys go and loot up and do other stuff while I'll be the main point collector in the team. So we don't know.
Or maybe he's a god.
Ah.
He's called Artemis for a reason.
Artemis.
That guy, he is a god, a Greek god, or I don't know, my lord, to be honest. One of those mythologies out there.
Sounds legit. Sounds legit, not gonna lie.
We will move on forward here in the second checkpoint as some of these teams finally close into gap into the retractable targets.
Oh man, this one. It gets harder and harder if you kind of think about it. Like this one, yes, it is in the same direction, but it moves fast. When it comes to the flying target, it's like they just go everywhere, and that's where you really need to be on point. So as the teams reach their section, they need to re-loot again because they won't get the same weapons as before. And not only that, they need to find fuel. So this is where the job of the designated driver will play a crucial role to find those fuels to refuel themselves in preparation for moving on to the next section.
Well, 1 second down the clock, and it is go time for all of these teams to spray across and maybe get as much points in before the rest of their compadres here in this Miramar map right now. Taking a look at the crosshairs, they are taking a side angle, which is pretty much pixel perfect. He's just tagging one for himself. A selfish guy he can be, but in this game, it is a tournament and competition after all. Winners and losers, they say. A loot drop falls in between as they take more across the windows.
That's worth 40 points there for that airdrop. So which team is able to get it? Gets 40 points. On top of that, gets 2 M4s. That's of course if they need it at that point of the round. But of course 40 points is hefty.
Well, and it's no surprise, actually quite a surprise that Team Saudi Arabia is keeping up with the marksman that is Team Palestine. But Team Palestine, being the sharpshooters they are right now, 200 of the 400 that they were supposed to hit, 50% through and some. But Team Saudi Arabia takes off the lead, 245 they say.
Look at the spread of these teams, right? So they got some athletes like at the top floor, some at the first floor, some at the ground floor. So this is the strategy that they're still looking to refine. Like, is it what's going to be the separation for our 4 athletes? Like, do we send 2 on top? Do we send 2 in the middle? Or do we send 2 on ground? And at least from this round, we can see majority of them is either spread across like the first floor or the ground floor, and they would send at least 1 athlete on the top floor to kind of find different angles.
Different angles indeed. They can't do as much as possible, but this guy is just blowing our minds only with the red dot. He's trying to hit it more accurately than some of them with better attachments or scope onto the barrels of their guns. But right now 400 is Saudi Arabia in time with Team Jordan itself. It's time to make the move and they will evacuate the situation.
Oh, if you kind of notice, right, like rounds are getting faster and faster, right? And I guess that's why the teams are just adapting to it. But for Saudi Arabia, they'll be the first team to complete the stage 2 challenge, and now they're moving on. But not too far behind are the other teams, including just right behind them. It's actually Team Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan and Saudi, they're neck and neck so far in this track itself. And I think this is where driving makes a difference here. Now, we've seen how Jordan was able to do some of the propelling stunts.
Oh, here we go.
And they might just do that again. It seems that they might take the lead for themselves. Can they time it right? They will, and now Jordan takes forefront.
Okay, this is going to be a sharp corner here, so let's see how do they deal with this. But so far for Team Jordan, they are doing well. And for the other teams, like Team Saudi Arabia, to catch up with Team Jordan, it's not only about the efficiency of how you run the track, but also how many speed boosts can you get.
Well, that was quite of a sticky situation for Jordan. They got caught up with the rocks, but take a look at the Super A player here by Audi. Right now, still at number 1, the guy from Team Oman himself. Shots being fired towards the speed up rewards, and they have earned themselves quite a decent boost. Going neck and neck, these two, but there's some barricades within the way which might just hinder the likes of Saudi Arabia.
Well, why bother going through them? You go around them. Yeah, that was a strategy I noticed deployed by Team Jordan, and that was pretty smart of them as well. But then again, the risk, of course, if you try to go around them, you need to have enough space in order for your opponent not to catch up. But speaking about catching up, looks like a catch-up here, ladies and gentlemen, as Team Saudi Arabia is now at the forefront.
That was a tight corner, but again, gets knocked by a little bit of clippings there with the virtual trees here in the entire game terrain. And that would be that Team Jordan came into the second checkpoint, or the last final checkpoint, as the first nose into the line.
Okay, so here's going to be the strategy for the teams are like, where exactly in the checkpoint do you want to land? And if you notice that for Team Jordan, the driver is still going around like, okay, dropping his teammates, and he'll find the most, he'll go around just to loot up for like fuel and maybe reposition his vehicle to be the best position possible. And now shots are starting to be fired. We have the presence of Team Palestine as well in the vicinity.
All right, now it's loot or get looted on here. I think in this final checkpoint, resources has to take the cake here, because you're going to miss majority of your shots shooting in the blanks, but right there and then using the speed ups onto the pole. That's resources burnt as we speak.
But you know what? You kind of think about it, right? Like if you're the driver, you wouldn't really know exactly when your teammates would hit the speed up. Like, are you prepared for it as a driver?
True.
Yeah.
True. Unless you always keep that in mind. But we'll save that for later, because right now here comes the toughest of all challenge, the Goliath to be overthrown here. It is the flying objects.
Okay, here we go. So far, Team Jordan got themselves 30 points, doing well so far. And some of them with an extra scope, some of them still with a red dot, some of them with an iron sight. I mean, all these teams, they're still finding the right strategy on how to overcome this. Yes, you can get a good scope, but then that also means that your side of view is small.
But will it be, is having a narrow side of view the better strategy here, as sight seems to be the hardest thing to achieve? Look at that, with the dark background, having that hill right there. It disappears into the background. You cannot see where these objects are.
Dude, that's not helping, man. Not gonna lie about that. But so far, Team Palestine, they're doing well. In fact, they reached this area. They were the third team to reach this area, but now they're catching up to be the second team to collect the points.
Right now, Jordan tries to maintain their consistent front here. They've already done, I think, number 1. They got the winning position in track number 2. Comes track number 3. They're looking to maybe nail that one again. 200 out of the 500 already done.
Okay, here we go. 200. They're almost at the halfway mark and trying to get extra points. But we can see here for Team Oman, even hitting the extra point, trying to hit the extra point is so hard.
I mean, this has always been the bane for Team Oman. Like it or not, this is the weak point for them. They have to go back to the drawing board and try and figure this part out, because it seems that time and time again, regardless of the lead, here they are finding themselves down at the bottom, and it is Team Jordan and Palestine who's consistently putting points across the markers here in this final event.
I think the guy who is trying to find those markers around the area is probably the driver. It's your job. But then again, to be fair, it's also because like maybe he wants to just play around the car. Yeah, so when they're done, it's like, okay, they can straight hop in the drivers there as well, rather than the driver going too far away from the car itself.
But that's also the least of their concern at this point. I wouldn't be worrying about making a move the moment you're done right here, right now for Team Oman. With only barely breaching 100 just yet. But we'll see how this one goes and pans out, because Team Jordan right now 330 in the mark against the 500 they have to hit. Palestine with 320 of their own, but it is them who now takes the lead, 360 and counting.
Oh, 360, but look at Team Jordan, only 20 points behind them. So it will be a neck-to-neck race here when it comes to this section. And let's not forget, this is the final section. After this, they're going to go in for the finish line, and that's where it all matters.
Yeah, and if it's a neck-and-neck finish, then it goes down to the wire, which means an all-out street race is what we're gonna make the difference here between these two teams. But 400 has been hit by Team Palestine. Immediately, some of these players are making an exit. Saudi is deciding to find for all these scattered targets instead to try and make the difference. It is Team Palestine who's moving away with the bigger lead, 460, 470 and counting.
Well, Team Palestine, they were #1 in our first race, #2 in our second race, and so far, so good for Team Palestine. As they will be the first team to hit the 500 mark, they will start making their way to the finish line.
Off they go to claim yet again another lead. They've already had that 2 minutes built in with their first tracks. Right now, it's a straight path to victory for Team Palestine as they get into the sprint front onto the finish line.
Yeah, it's going to be unchallenged for them, and we can hear the claps, the cheers from the coaching team. They'll definitely be pleased with this sort of performance. But now it's up to the rest. How are they going to catch up? What position are they going to get? So far, the SWIA targets, well, interestingly, it's not Team Palestine.
Oh.
They're #3.
So what's happening right now? People overtaking each other.
All right, but anyway, Team Palestine will be unchallenged because the rest of them still finishing up the challenge. And I guess the stats, okay, we're also trying to learn the stats, right? Like, they don't depend, Team Palestine don't depend as much on the speed boost as compared to the other teams, but they can still be the first team to finish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's always been Palestine. There we go.
There you go.
Another applause for Team Palestine. I'll clap one up right now as well.
Yeah, the crowd goes wild.
Because they've been nothing but consistent through and through. They've never even, you know, let their foot off the gas pedal so far. And, well, with another finish this early into the game, this is more time, more lead brought onto their name for setting them up for an overall victory. But right here, we have one in red, that is Jordan, who's making their way, who was neck and neck initially, but right now trailing a little bit far.
Yeah, likely that Team Jordan will finish in second. So it will be interesting to see who will be taking out the third and the fourth spot. The last we saw, Team Oman, they were behind in terms of points collected in the third stage. So we'll be interested to see if they'll be able to catch up. But so far, Team Jordan, about 50-ish seconds behind the #1 spot. So #1 spot almost got a 1 minute ahead. And looking on the screen, it's going to be Saudi Arabia making their way onto the finish line, meaning that Team Oman is still behind.
Team Oman. Well, let's take a look at Oman because it rhymes up with Oman, which also happens to be this season's sponsor. Ooh. We got a lot to live up for right here. Official supporter, Oman, the new Oman 16. New journey to Road to Asian Games 2022. I just had to read that one out because I want to see them, Team Oman, get on the road. You know what I'm saying? They have to hit those markers right here and right now so they can sprint their way into the finish line.
And speaking about the finish line, it is going to be Team Saudi Arabia, the third team to arrive onto the finish line with a plus 55 as compared to the #1 team, Team Palestine. So now it's down to the last team, Team Oman, to finish up the job.
Yeah, you know what they say, man, third time's the charm, and, well, that one goes to the side. Third place goes to Saudi Arabia, but Team Oman, they are relentless. despite it all, they're still fighting on strong and decides yet again to scurry around with targets all across the fields here just to make in the points and bring something home. They will be aiming their sights true and true, but not hitting the mark just yet, and they still are in a deficit of 100 plus.
Oh man, I'm starting to wonder which is harder. Is these targets that we can see on screen harder, or is the flying targets harder now?
Both of them. They're both too difficult to hit. At this point, I might even explore walking right next to the targets just to make sure that I do capture a single clip, a full clip at the very least, loaded off. But let's take a look. That Artemis, his contribution from the 60th percent mark has slowly dwindled down into the 30th.
Well, the numbers just show us that everyone's pulling their weight, right? Like, everyone's contributing, everyone's like, okay, we got to catch up to our teammate. Our teammate's like, hey, dude, guys, come on, I've been contributing a lot, now it's your turn. And we can see the other teammates just catching up. So, at least it's teamwork shown by them.
I guess you could say that. Unity, right? You know what they say? Divided, wait, what's that? United we stand, divided we fall. And right now, they have a stronger saying, they're united through and through, till death do them part, they say.
Well, none of that in this version, I can tell you that. But they're almost done though. It's only 22 points left, and they should be able to wrap up really soon before they finish it. I mean, just look at how tough this is.
It's not clipping. Oh, they finally got it.
There you go.
Yeah, now they still got to find like at least one more target. That's doable. Maybe in the stores. They're making a foot climb up this hill, which is going to work against them. Gravity and all. Not the best thing to look out for.
Yeah, okay, so the driver is starting now. He's starting the engine. He's putting the key in the car now because he knows there's only one more target left before they go. So they're prepared now. But depending on this one last target, should be able to hit the mark. But okay, 2 more points? Okay, they should be able to do it. All right, they should be done right now. Yes, they are, and they will go up and finish up the job. It's just a matter of how far will they be behind the #1 team.
Well, at this rate, I don't want to be that bearer of bad news, but it almost seems that at least within the first set of this entire match here for the West Asian region, the top 3 has pretty much solidified at this point. Right? It's been a consistent finish through and through, but we will have a second set. So maybe Team Oman can come in and do it differently then.
Yeah, I mean, if they were to have a chance of qualifying the next round, they have to do incredible in the final round. Not gonna lie about that, because we're gonna average up the timing later on just to find out who our top 3 teams are who will move on to the final stage. So it has to be a significantly huge gap for them in the final round.
Yeah, so, but right now they just have to not let this pull them down mentally at the very least. Keep that composure and bring it on. Comes more tracks to come here. There we go. Towards the end. A formidable effort, they know, but they've got smiles across their faces, so that's more important than nothing.
Yep, you gotta enjoy the game, you know, you gotta let it smooth it out, you know, you gotta get into the system, enjoy the game. At the end of the day, it's all about having fun, right? Don't put too much pressure on yourself, whatever the result is, even though if you are at the forefront, you cannot still put pressure on yourself. You gotta keep composure, you gotta relax, chill, yo.
I mean, we are speaking out of hindsight for sure. We don't know exactly what they're feeling in that booth. When you're all cooped up with your allies who are all, you know, depending on each other, then obviously the stakes are high, right? Now add a timer and a clock factor into that entire format. Man. Your heart's be racing. And so I guess, you know, we wouldn't know what adrenaline they're going through right now. But hey, Team Oman, I know it's rough. You gotta bounce back.
Yeah, I want the boys to know like what's gonna happen in their minds, right? We'll get an interview with some of the teams later on, but so do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Even after the game is done, we want to know like what's behind their minds, like how do they overcome all those challenges. But speaking about challenges, we're gonna check out the highlight thanks to IQ as well. These were the challenges from round #3.
Yeah, this was my highlight right here. Like, this round was a driving round. Not so much of the challenges, but look at that. The difference being made was in the driving itself. And obviously, this last final event has always been the biggest hurdle to hop on over, and it is still until this very day, leading up to these results right here. Team Palestine with 18.34 minutes, 17 speed ups earned, but Team Jordan with 18, one more speed up than their counterpart here, but going home with the 19-minute mark instead. So it's a minute lead going onto the way of Team Palestine. Perhaps that would negate any sort of lead that maybe Team Jordan has made in track number 2 itself. This is track number 3, in case you forgot.
Yeah, I really want to see like one of these rounds, like there's a significant difference in terms of speed ups collected, but that number 1 team has maybe the least speed up collected. Then we start to reanalyze to see like what's the best strategy to try to overcome this. Now the FAW Audi Super A Player Award goes to Jabber from Team Oman. Again, Team Oman, they have been doing very well individually.
Yeah, man. I mean, I guess. I mean, I would have assumed that maybe Artemis would have taken the Super 8 Player Award, seeing as though that he's always out there with the 60% contribution, so on and so forth. But hey, Grizz maintaining that spot over and over again after 3 tracks. That guy has got something, and his teammates will have to catch up with his speed if they're looking to turn this one around.
You know, if there's a transfer window for this, like teams will be looking at him and say, I want this guy in my team.
But what if it turns out he was the driver?
Oh.
And he brought in the most points. Eat your heart out.
Mind blown, man. I mean, you can drive and shoot. Man.
Hey, you don't know that maybe he was going around while the rest of them were doing their thing.
And still collect more points.
Yeah. That's why he got so much points, because they were focusing on the moving flying objects, right? The flying targets. And then he's just going around getting the sure hits.
Yeah, hopefully we get a word from the team as well, because he's been consistent.
Yeah.
Like, he's always up there.
Like, who else are you going to talk to?
Yeah, man. Like the MVP, of course.
Yeah.
And there was at some point as well, like, the percentage of points collected by his team, like, he got 61% of the points collected. That is huge.
No, that was Artemis.
That was Artemis. Oh, right.
Yeah,
right,
that was the Greek god.
Oh, yeah, true. That's how you remember it, right?
That's how I remember. But, hey, we want all of them perform through and through, right? That definitely. If they had to pick a Super 8 player, then I guess Grizz got the Riz for that, and hopefully he's got the Riz later on in a potential interview. If he gets selected to talk with our beloved friend Ash Bunny, who you do not see just yet, but she's the surprise.
Yeah, she's still in the rabbit hole. Yeah, she'll come out later on. Don't worry about that. I know some of you will miss her, but I'm definitely will get an interview with one of them. But there's a ton of questions for us to ask, like when it comes to strategy, like what goes on behind their minds, like how do they even train for this? Like
how do you train for this? I don't even know.
Yeah, because you're still discovering how to actually overcome or win this, right? Like, what do you train? What do you focus on?
Well, if I was Team Oman, it's drills. We'll do drills just for that last challenge. For the final challenge, that's it. That was their only kryptonite. Everything else, they could take lead and they could execute at par with the rest of the teams.
Yeah,
it's just that final thing, man, that's keeping them back.
I think that's a good point, because during the start from the start to first section to second section, they were neck and neck. Yeah.
They were up there.
Yeah.
It's just, So, I mean, thankfully, maybe they could go back and still think about it, because they still have a second set of 4 tracks to play. True. And we still have one final track for this set to play out.
True.
So, we have a few games that they can still come up from and to recover. But first, before we get into more, we will get into a quick break, and we'll see you in just about a bit. Bye-bye.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹一流全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污抗老化。 全新自研芯片 VR 与第二代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Hello everyone, my name is Khalid. In game Dami, my role is Frogger. I'm from Saudi Arabia team.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohammed Addasi. My ID game is Ragnarok. I'm player of the national team of Jordan.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohammed and I'm also known as MACAU. I play for Palestine national team and my game role is co-IGL and a free man.
Hello everyone, my name is Waqas. We are come from Oman. My ID in game is Artemis. I am supporter.
Hello, my name is Walid and my in-game role is IGL. I am from Bahrain and my in-game name is Walud.
The sport, it's everything for me. It's my day, my hour.
So at first my family didn't support me, but after I made achievements, they started supporting me and it feels good.
We are happy to take part in RDAG and I think my team can win this competition.
We start practice like before 2 months, and we practice like 8 hours every day, and inshallah we'll be top 1.
I think Saudi team because 2 of the players are my teammates, other players are my friends also.
It's Aidah because I think he's the best player in his team. So when I see him in the game, I will beat him.
I think we're gonna make it for top 1.
RDAG إننا جايينكم.
RDAG نحن قادمون.
Well, if you want to be awesome like them, you got to practice 8 hours a day. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. Together with us, your casters, my name is Sir Cloud, together with the wonderful Keith, and we'll be heading on to track number 4.
Woo, this is where things get a little bit more exciting. Look at the path here across Cruz de Ville. That's where you find your first and ever challenge over in San Martin. That will be the 4 colored targets in which they would have to activate, then makes into these very terrainous roads through Minas Generalis all the way down to Impala, in which they will greet themselves with a retractable targets, and finally into the bane for most of these teams in El Azahar. That is the moving flying targets itself, and it's always a breeze right after that. But what I'm more excited for here is seeing that flight path being a very, very long and stretched out. I think we're gonna get ourselves somewhat of a race battle once again.
I'm excited for Impala. It is my favorite area inside of a regular game map, but for this one, well, I wonder how is it going to turn out for the teams. Like, how are you going to adapt to it?
Maybe you like it better.
Oh, well.
I'm kidding. That's really going far forward there.
Well, anyway, for the teams, okay, so far, multiple strategies have been deployed. Like, do you want to focus on the race? Do you want to focus on the sections? But so far what we can see, the bane for the teams has always been section number 3, the flying target. And the team that's able to overcome that the best, normally is the team that's able to just cut across all the other teams.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, even now, I can't figure out a way how to efficientize it. It feels like almost it is just the nature of things, right? It's so hard to hit. But then again, you could come in with the argument and say, so how are all the other teams doing it? And that's the part where we cannot come and give you an answer.
How is Palestine doing it?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they've been pretty consistent. After the 3 rounds that we have played so far, number 1, number 2, number 1, I mean, this is the team to beat now.
Jordan and Palestine seems to be the one that's super consistent across the entire map. Palestine more so than the rest here, and well, we might already secure those two victors, or in fact I might dare say 3, at least when it comes to this track set number 1. But we will go on because it is a tournament after all, and there is still an overall points to manipulate here, so the team Oman will have to make the difference in this match itself. Let's go.
Let's go here, ladies and gentlemen. This will be round number 4, track number 4. Will there be consistency, or will there be a surprise for all of us as the flight now will begin? The teams will jump in on the Torre Ashimada as their first checkpoint.
Well, they're right next to each other, trying to bump and fight for the loot, the resources. That's very limited. Unfortunately, sharing's not an option at this point. Everyone wants to get their resources and jet their way into the finish line as soon as they could. But right now, they will make the move here with Jordan in red, Oman in purple, and blue with Saudi Arabia.
Oh, here we go. So as they race, that is also the moment where they shoot targets to get the speed boost, and they're still neck to neck with each other. So far we can see the fastest vehicle is held by Team Palestine, but for them, well, it's not too far away for the other opponents. They're still really close to each other. The differentiator will start after the first section.
And the first section is the 4-color targets. It's not the most lethal of rounds. It's the one that most of them could pretty much make a run with, because not being too difficult in terms of the competency scale. But it will come into play here is the terrain and how this path has paved itself. It's a long drawn journey from the starting line into the first checkpoint, and we're only midway through in the finish mark.
Wow, Team Palestine got themselves 6 speed up targets now. That's why they're at the forefront, and they might be the first team to reach the first section. So far looking so good for them, whereas for Team Oman only managed to get 2, but then again, this is where the first section is where they can really catch up. And we saw what happened in the previous rounds. First and second section, they're fine. They can still keep up to the pace. It's just, again, the third section. That is the bane for the teams. And in the third section, it's always Team Palestine. Oh, wait a second. Speaking of Team Palestine, oh no. This is opportunity for Team Jordan to overtake them.
One wrong move immediately tipped on over, and Jordan tries to take it from the high hills, trying to make a displacement forward, but I think that was not enough to build up the speed required to maybe overtake them. But they will both arrive within the first checkpoint, within the 120th second mark, and so it's time for them to either loot or earn a little bit of pointers onto their way.
Okay, so here we go. So this is the start. Now this might be the differentiator between some of the teams, like they will start to pull off between each other now. Now we see the arrival of Team Saudi Arabia just at the corner, and the driver chooses to park his vehicle at the end of this compound.
At the end of the compound, I mean, that tells you one thing. They're trying to make a great escape as soon as possible. Reduce the amount of distance that you have to drive from to register as the end timer for this map. But How far is that from the actual objective? That is going to be a question for another day. Right now, just trying to get more points onto their way. Jordan, before it all began, already 44 across the board.
Yeah, this is them finding that balance of like, okay, where exactly do you want to park your vehicle? Or maybe he's just like, okay, I'll go towards the end just to loot, just to find, because they still need to fuel up the vehicles, right? And not to be in the same area as all the other teams in hopes that that area is not being looted yet. And that's maybe part of the strategy. Once he's done, he will come back to his team to pick them up as and when they're done as well.
Let's take a look at the POVs of 4 of these teams right now, trying to put points across the board. It is Palestine again, lethal with their shots, 166 so far. Already halfway through and trying to hit the 300 mark, but Saudi Arabia closing in nearby as well. It is Jordan and Team Oman who finds themselves a little bit on the back foot as these two teams on the top end, Team Palestine and Saudi Arabia, might look to make the exit, with Saudi being the first between the two.
Wow, Team Saudi Arabia, not the first team to arrive in this section, but it's the first team to complete the challenge. And they will move on to section number 2. So we do see that there are a couple of teams still really trying their best. Team Oman with an airdrop right in front of them, but I believe the airdrop may be gotten by Team Jordan, and that's 40 points worth on top of the 2 M4s that they will get.
Now we're back into the more exciting part of things, and that is the journey. Look at that, another long drawn pathway in which creates many opportunities for teams to try and make the bypass here. So far, still feeling neck and neck. They will have these teams that spearheads onto the front. It is Saudi who made the first move, assuming it would be Palestine coming in their tail. But if Saudi makes a clean journey here, I do not think that they will be halted in the tracks.
Yeah, and they're heading towards my favorite checkpoint, which is Impala. So I'm excited to see this version of the game and how the checkpoint will work. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, if you see the beautiful phone on screen, they are using the iQOO 11, which is the future of gaming flagship, and it is a beautiful piece of equipment there. And without it, of course, the teams wouldn't be able to perform just like how they are performing right now. And coming back to the game, looks like at the #1 spot, Saudi Arabia still maintaining their lead after being the first team to come out of section #1. Trailing behind them is Team Palestine, that is currently at #2, and Team Palestine not too far away as well.
Not too far, but is it close enough to try and take back the lead here? Now, Saudi Arabia, they have never really occupied the top spot, but right now this is a good chance to maybe propel themselves and contest for perhaps even a second position here. But we will see, as now we're looking at Palestine and Jordan neck and neck.
Yeah, Team Jordan still muscling out each other to reach the next checkpoint first. But speaking about reaching the checkpoint first, we already have a team, Saudi Arabia, in the checkpoint, and now they're looting up, they're starting their strategy. In fact, they're starting to collect points.
Already 6-8 and counting here. They decided that this strategy for the second checkpoint is maybe get a head start, and so they're already investing towards these scattered targets and getting up about to close 20 points here to give them a little bit of a nudge towards 400.
All right, we can see that one of the players really racked out the points for the team. 26 points now in the hands of Team Saudi Arabia. And for Team Jordan, they're hitting the double-digit mark. As for Team Oman, they just arrived in the vicinity. Well, the points are not too far apart yet, so they can still take this opportunity to catch up.
They will have to do so, and within 3 seconds when this event will officially begin, retracting targets will be displaying and retracting for you to hit before they do. And so right now with the red dot sight, they will get some pointers across the board here. Saudi Arabia, the team is getting 63, 73, 80. They're just taking 10s on 10s on 10s up across the board, setting themselves up what could potentially be a long needed of success.
Wow, the moment the target pops up, that's where Team Saudi Arabia really catch up. But hang on that thought for a second. Where did this stem from? Team Jordan came out of nowhere to be at the #1 team now.
Prestige doing 58% of the team's contribution, but man, that play from Jordan with the loot crate. Look at that. Latif, he's the one who's got the crate down onto their end. But look at the contributions across the board, near evenly perfect. Well, with the exception of Clever, who is most likely than not the driver itself. But 249, 269, and counting, moving their way an inch at a time towards 400.
Well, Team Palestine, who was the second team to reach, now they dropped down behind to #3, and they need to do catch up. But then again, the points are not too far apart. Anyone could still swap with each other at any time, especially if there's an airdrop that drops, and that team that gets an airdrop gets 40 points will automatically overshoot the top 3 teams.
Spray and pray, they say, but that doesn't happen till the next challenge, as right now still within controllable range. They just have to pick it up before the rest of the opposing teams do, and that battle has narrowed themselves down onto Jordan and Philistine. Right now, 39 and 399, it is Jordan, but it is the Palestine who actually makes the cut for it. They will move on forward, immediately breaking apart. They make the triumphant movement across the board.
Team Palestine, what a comeback for them. They were the 3rd team to arrive, but now they are at #1. But trailing behind them is Team Jordan. As we can see at these teams, no, not the driving that they would have wanted. And now Team Jordan overtakes Team Palestine.
Palestine, they got stuck a little bit there. Seems to be a technical error, maybe bumping onto a rock. This opening, it's been mimicry, and they failed it twice and over. Jordan gave away what seemed to be their lead, their perfect time to try and make it a comeback. And we know that Jordan and Team Palestine, they're neck and neck in these events. With the leap on forward, that will give him some sort of an edge, but gets stuck again.
Oh man, those little mistakes cost them that lead. But then again, the lead is not too significant just yet. They can still catch up. But look at the speed up targets hits. Despite they have a lead in terms of the speed up targets, but again, Palestine. I mean, this is the most accidents we've seen so far in a single round.
I like it. Like I said, it goes down into a driving game, and the way you handle this vehicle is key so far in trying to maintain this lead. But Jordan bypasses, now has got the first foot into the door. Comes the final event, and let it be known that Jordan and Palestine are arguably the best in this 3rd checkpoint itself.
Okay, here we go, the 3rd checkpoint. This is where it all matters, ladies and gentlemen. Even though if you are the first team to arrive, but if you can't land those shots, the #4 team could still catch up. This is the decider.
And the rest of the teams make their way in. Time to loot, time to spray and to pray here, as that flying targets prove to be an immovable object. It's almost near impossible, at least if you're a member coming out from Team Oman. We've seen it time and time again. It has been their bane. Even on their 3rd attempt, it wasn't a charm, but perhaps on their 4th, things get better.
And that means from Saudi Arabia, Team Saudi Arabia is currently in the #1 spot and the most points contributed from an individual. Now Team Jordan is at the forefront, 50 points. They might be the first team to meet that 100 mark, but Team Palestine is not too far behind. Team Saudi Arabia, interestingly, they were one of the early teams to arrive, but unfortunately now they're trailing behind the 2 teams on top.
Well, maybe now they can try and make the overcut here, as it is a go, and those targets start shooting and flying across these valleys here. They just have to figure out a way to make it click and hit and connect. Right now with the red dot, it just seems to be impossible to none, at least with a 3x attachment scope. It's looking better for some of these teams.
Oh yeah, we can see the level of precision now. We can see those targets actually being hit and actually bursting in mid-air. And the points now do favor on the Team Jordan. But for Team Palestine, gotta give it to them. They still have that level of consistency.
We can always see them catch up. We've seen time and time where these numbers just jerk and jump straight into a huge lead here. So perhaps it was a contribution from a loot crate from the air, maybe not, but it is still not done and dusted until the 500 mark is earned. Jordan in the lead, 200, 210. Moving on forward, closer and closer, but let's take a look at Palestine and how this contribution is reflected across down below.
I noticed one of the players from Team Saudi Arabia needed to loot. He's out of ammo, so that will be time spent away from the target. This will give opportunity to the rest who have reserved ammo or have looted enough. They will spend that loot ammo to really take advantage of the kind of situation.
And once again down below here, Team Oman just struggling to break it into the triple digits here. Artemis solo carrying his entire teammate, but it's just simply not enough. And if you notice the likes of Team Palestine, they actually utilize their driver as part of the firing squad, because in this section itself, in this checkpoint, it was equal 20% across the board as an average.
Yeah, everyone's really working as a whole team, and because of that, they're only like 4 points behind Team Jordan. Team Jordan needs to maintain their lead, and now Team Palestine overtook them, but Team Jordan will not go down without a fight. They will collect those points back on top.
If they're asking for a fight, they're going to get one. This neck and neck right now.
Oh, man.
356. Jordan takes back onto the lead at 374. Inching closer towards the 500, but they are kept at the stalemate. And Palestine capitalized on that situation. 386 now and counting for Section 3, hitting those UFO targets with the scopes that they have upon attachments here. Only 100 away and less towards 500 victory.
Well, I definitely can't identify the flying objects, and but what I can identify is now Palestine is starting to pull away. They could be the first team to meet that 500 mark, but Team Jordan is still trailing behind. Team Palestine, if they can do it, they can be the first team to move and potentially securing for the third time another #1 spot.
Undeniable champions is exactly what people would say they are worth. With an undisputable performance already, they hit the mark for the 500. It is go time for the rest of these boys. Team Palestine leaving the rest in the dust, quite literally here in the sandy dunes of Miramar, making their way Storm Point into the finish line.
Yeah, they're going to sprint onto the finish line, but now it's down to the other 3 teams who will get the #2, #3, #4 spot. And so far, Dami, he is still the highest contributor among all these athletes, with more than 420 points just by himself.
Just by himself. Well, unfortunately, it is not an individual event, this one. You kind of have to rely on some of your members to try and fill up the slacks here. And we've seen that sort of consistent performance and reliability in each and every one of those members from Palestine. And that's why they're here, making it across the finish mark at #1 once again, 3rd time's in coming.
Yeah, 3rd time's the charm, they say. And they're definitely charming their way through 17 minutes. I believe this is the fastest so far that they've gotten.
I believe so as well. Or did track #1, didn't they? Was that not a 16-minute?
I'm
it's
hazy. About there.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm pretty hazy on the past record, but now we've got the 2 concluded top 2 contenders. As expected, it is Team Palestine and Jordan now still with Saudi Arabia seemingly like the next person to be able to book a ticket out of here. If not for not, where is Team Oman? That is the bigger question.
Yeah, I guess that's a surprise for all of us, right? And maybe Team Oman is really close by, but now as we can see here, for Team Saudi Arabia, they're almost there. They're almost at the 500 mark. And looking at the reaction of the athletes, maybe they're almost done. They're switching their strategy to stay as close as possible to the vehicles.
Oh yeah, we are looking at members from Team Oman. They are brandishing purple right now. If they're making a move, which means that they're so close in hitting the mark, and so they just need to collect a couple more small points across the map here before they can make that exit. But do they have the time, as now Saudi Arabia already 462? They are held back a little bit. This member from Team Oman, they have to make the difference.
Yes, he's still finding a target. I wonder where his other teammates are at. Maybe they're looting for fuel because they need to fuel the vehicles themselves as well. So it's not going to be a free ride here, ladies and gentlemen. They really need to strategize, not only in terms of shooting. Now only a little bit more, a few more points, 22 more points. And I think their strategy is just to cover that using the on-ground targets.
Thankfully for them, they still have a team who's still within that compound. It could be a good thing, could be a bad thing as well. They know that they are on borrowed time, and that time is slowly running out as Saudi Arabia now approaches 488 markers. Only 12 points to be made, in fact 2, in order for them to find their way out of there. And they did it. Saudi finds their way into vehicle. The rest of those teams have to huddle up, make the great escape, and exit onto the finish line, and leaving once again Team Oman as the last place finisher.
Well, if Team Oman were to catch up, of course they need to wrap up their section and then get as many speed boosters as possible. And to a certain extent, hope that their opponents from Team Saudi Arabia to get caught up in between somewhere. But like what you said, it does look a little bit dire for them. Nevertheless, well, they still got rounds to go.
Here we go, into the finish line with all the boosters in the world. Wait, we missed it! Oh! Does that mean they have to do it all again?
Well, it looks like they have to go through the underpass instead, and maybe that's a little bit of a longer route for them.
Oh, no, I think
okay.
They're within the same route. Oh, there we go. They had to fall there anyways. It was just not in a stylish manner as they would have hoped. So, third place, that is going to the side of Team Saudi Arabia, and team from Oman decides to maybe not even make that leap, just drive on through this straight path.
Yep, they're just going to finish it, and it's more of us determining how much of a difference do they have versus the #1 team right now, Team Palestine, who managed to get themselves 17 minutes and 8 seconds. So here is it, ladies and gentlemen, the official crossing of Team Oman and Team Palestine. Well, they're pretty pleased with their performance.
That, I mean, they have to. At this rate, you kind of have to. Both Team Palestine and Jordan, they give themselves and each other a pat in the back. They've done tremendously consistent throughout this entire title and event here in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. Very, very neatly done. And it's very clear on how you could tell that these teams really put some thought into it. Like, there's a reason why they're not struggling in the final event.
Yeah, we can see that they definitely put in a lot of work. I mean, they probably didn't sleep all night, like trying to strategize, trying to refine, use all the time that they could, and come up with this end product. And it's looking good for them. But of course, the competition is going to get tighter and tighter as we move along, right? They're going to face up with other teams waiting for them in the next stage. And there are also a lot of other teams that we have yet to see them qualify. So we don't know how good the other teams are as well.
Yeah, just a quick reminder for everyone who's watching. This is the seeding stage, which means from yesterday's qualifying match, we already had the top of each group move on to the grand finals, or the finals per se. And now we're finding the top 3 remaining teams within each region to move on forward and play that qualifiers as well. So that is why we are today looking for the top 3. And although we have reached the track number 4, it's not done just yet. They're going to play another set of 4 tracks, and that would conclude the overall.
Yes, and that is where it also gives Team Oman opportunity to come back. Yeah, so it's not done and dusted yet for them. It's not all doom and gloom because there's still opportunity for them to catch up, so they can still take their time to refine themselves after this. But of course, well, the team to beat right now, I mean, they're looking pretty fine.
They are looking unstoppable, actually. 3 first place finishes out of 4 maps that was played. Come on. Come on. They are better than fine at this point.
Yeah, the other teams are waiting for them in the finals. Well, they gotta give attention to Team Palestine. I mean, whatever they're doing is working. And this is also, because we also have other games as well today from other groups later on. So they'll be looking at what are the best practices that's been done by these other teams. And I think right now, without a doubt, that Team Palestine, whatever that they're doing is working, and it's being researched by the other teams too.
They have to. In fact, right after this, I might even go in for the research because you have to crack the code in that last map. That there should be a strategy behind it. It can't be all RNG, right? Because it's always Palestine and Team Jordan who's getting away in the last flying targets, which seem to be most of the competition's bane. So if they could do it so consistently, then I believe there is a way to do it. But first, let's take a look at the IQ highlights from this track itself. It was a long drawn one. This was where some mistakes were made, some advancements were held back with many of the terrains that they had to play up against. But overall, the conclusion is nigh. You did get Team Saudi Arabia leading for a better half of this entire game, but eventually making way to ultimately a more solid team and players that is from Team Jordan and Palestine.
Yeah, but if you gotta think about it, like when it comes to driving mistakes in this track, it seems that Team Palestine did the most mistakes, but they are still able to make it up as by winning the Section 3, clearing out the Section 3 the fastest. So we can see like the impact of the Section 3. So if any teams were to like give focus on the train, it's definitely that section.
Yeah, make and break section, I would say, for a lot of these teams right here. But across the board, it is ultimately Team Palestine's victory with 24 speed-ups earned. So they are definitely the fastest this time around. Meanwhile, Team Jordan with 17.20 minutes spent within this entire track itself. 22 speed-ups, and across the board here, it's more 20th minutes spent with Team Oman and Team Saudi Arabia, who came in very close towards the end.
Yeah, it was close for them. So we can see the improvement as well for Team Oman. But now it's going to be the FAW Audi Super A player, and this time around, it's going to come from a different team. It's going to be Sparta from Team Palestine.
It's always one from the mythologies, they say, and Sparta right here, right now, showing that absolute prowess. And one from Team Palestine, a fitting individual to be up there. Only seconded by Artemis, another mythological god.
Yeah, he's still up there though. But here are current standings, ladies and gentlemen. And the total time across all these teams, Team Palestine is still ahead with almost a 3-minute difference with Team Jordan.
That is huge. That's massive. And I think that is all thanks to also their perfect run in track number 1, where Team Jordan and the rest of them struggled a little bit and gave headway for about 2 minutes to the rest. So there it is, the first set of the 4 tracks race. We have another set to play on later on today for the West Asian region. And we also have a super secret surprise, or shall I say a rabbit hat, pulling a rabbit out of a hat. You want to give them a little glance on what it is?
Well, as what we mentioned earlier on, right? Don't go anywhere even after the games are done, because we will have an interview section in which we'll want to find out what's behind the minds of these players. Like, what do they think about this game mode? Like, how do they strategize? What do they focus on? What do they train on? Because we have absolutely no idea at this point.
But more importantly, what we really want to introduce you to is a friend of ours. It's a dear friend of ours who's in denial of being the loudest within the room. And speaking about being loud, well, a referee notice is right there for the Ragnarok himself. So maybe a referee notice for our dear friend for being a little bit too loud could come in handy later on when she does interview some of these players. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Well, I guess she's getting prepped up, because I noticed that she's wearing something that is new to her. Yeah, so that's going to be a surprise for you guys as well. So you got to check out like what she has on suit here. Or maybe it's not a suit.
Well, and that's a good point to make, right? She's stepping out of her comfort zone. And we're doing things that are, well, something we're not used to as well with this version, the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. So everyone's stepping out of their comfort zone today. The question is, Sir Cloud, what are we doing with ourselves? Why are we not taking the same risks?
Oh, well, we are taking the same risk as well. Because we're the first one to cast this game.
Well said.
Yeah,
Well said.
I mean, we've seen the rehearsals. There were rehearsals yesterday as well, so we get a preview of it. But of course, rehearsals is just rehearsals. Right? You don't get the teams playing their best potential. So today we get to see it. But you know what else we get to see? We get to see the next segment, ladies and gentlemen. So here we go.
Dash Money with the interview. Away. Send them right to you.
All right, thank you very much, Darkcasters. And we're now here with the winner of track 1 just now, at least the first round of the tracks. With me, I have Mambe from Team Palestine. How are you feeling?
Good, how are you?
Okay, so if you guys didn't know, if you guys didn't see the standings just now, Team Palestine managed to get first place. So what do you feel about that?
I mean, we feel amazing right now, but we still not happy with our results. We didn't get our level that we've been practicing for, but we're still happy to manage to get the first place.
All right, but speaking of that, you weren't very happy with your performance. What do you think of your performance today?
We did good.
You did good?
Yeah.
But it wasn't what you wanted.
Exactly, yeah.
That's understandable. Now, which do you think was the hardest checkpoint for you guys to get through?
Stage 3.
Stage 3, why?
It's kind of difficult. You need to focus more and not waste your ammo too.
All right, yeah, because you want to make sure that you hit all of your shots, which is totally understandable, by the way. Now, for the record, currently the record for a track is 10 minutes. Do you think that you can beat that record?
I mean, we'll do our best and we'll try our best. We'll practice more, we'll put hard work on it, and we'll try to do that.
All right, so now, last but not least, this is the most important question. What do you want to say to all your fans at home?
We love you, fam, and thank you for cheering for us. We hope that we made you proud for us, and thank you guys.
Yeah, here we go. Thank you very much, Mambe. So we're going to pass it back to our casters. Take it away, guys.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
The Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The PUBG Mobile Asian Games version will take place over 5 days, from June 22nd to 26th. Out of the 5 Asian regions, Central Asia and South Asia will merge to create a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete independently. Each region will organize its own regional competitions. Each region will feature 3 stages of the competition. Stage 1 is the seeding competition, where teams will be ranked based on the time it takes them to complete the same track without any interference. The teams with the shortest completion times will receive higher seeds. The top-seeded teams will move straight to Stage 3. Stage 2 is the qualifying round, where teams will be arranged based on their seeding. Each team will play 2 matches, with each match featuring 4 different tracks. The team that completes the tracks in the shortest overall time will advance to Stage 3. Stage 3 is the regional finals. Similar to Stage 2, teams will play 2 matches, and the team that achieves the shortest overall time will be ranked at the top. The allocation of buy slots and the number of qualifying teams from Stage 2 for each region will be determined based on the total number of teams participating in said region. The West Asia region comprises 5 teams: Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia. These teams will showcase their skills and compete with honor to emerge victorious. The road to the Asian Games is about to begin. Who will rise to the top in this battle for dominance? Get ready for an exhilarating and thrilling ride.
Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in West Asia, the gateway to Asia, Africa, and Europe, and the link that connects the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. Diverse cultural societies have long since developed in Mesopotamia, Asia Minor, and the Arabian Peninsula, and the Eastern Plateau of West Asia. With esports newly established in West Asia, it is tremendous to see its rise and potential for growth. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia teams will compete in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version event. Bahrain, the pearl of the Persian Gulf, is where oil's first discovery in the Middle East. Will Bahrain's players bring something slick and new to the game as well? Jordan, the home of Petra, the Rose City. Tourism is not the only thing booming. Esports also thrives in the country. As the oldest market in Arabia, the Mutra Souk in Oman has always been a hub for exchange among Omanis. Now the players from Oman are preparing for a new exchange in esports. In Palestine, the land of olives, people work together for a better life. The same spirit of cooperation is reflected in their esports athletes. In the middle of the Riyadh, you will find the iconic Kingdom Center, a vision of the future. Saudi Arabia may be yet on their way to building another kingdom of esports and gaming. We hope that the players from West Asia enjoy the 2022 RDAG Regionals, where unity and friendship are shared throughout esports.
Hello everyone, my name is Khalid. In game Dami, my role is Fragger. I'm from Saudi Arabia team.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohammed Addasi. My ID game is Ragnarok. I'm player of the national team of Jordan.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohammed and I'm also known as Mambay. I play for Palestine national team and my game role is co-IGL and a free man.
Hello everyone, my name is Waqas. We are come from Oman. My ID in game is Artemis. I am supporter.
Hello, my name is Walid and my in-game role is IGL. I am from Bahrain and my in-game name is Walud.
The esports, it's everything for me. It's my day, my hour.
So at first my family didn't support me, but after I made achievements, they started supporting me and it feels good.
We are happy to take part in RDAG and I think my team can win this competition.
We start practice like before 2 months, and we practice like 8 hours every day, and inshallah we'll be top one.
I think Saudi team because 2 of the players are my teammates, other players are my friends also.
It's Aidah because I think he's the best player in his team. So when I see him in the game, I will beat him.
I think we're gonna make it for top 1.
RDAG إننا جايينكم.
RDAG نحن قادمون.
The Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The PUBG Mobile Asian Games version will take place over 5 days, from June 22nd to 26th. Out of the 5 Asian regions, Central Asia and South Asia will merge to create a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete independently. Each region will organize its own regional competitions. Each region will feature 3 stages of the competition. Stage 1 is the seeding competition, where teams will be ranked based on the time it takes them to complete the same track without any interference. The teams with the shortest completion times will receive higher seeds. The top-seeded teams will move straight to Stage 3. Stage 2 is the qualifying round, where teams will be arranged based on their seeding. Each team will play 2 matches, with each match featuring 4 different tracks. The team that completes the tracks in the shortest overall time will advance to Stage 3. Stage 3 is the regional finals. Similar to Stage 2, teams will play 2 matches, and the team that achieves the shortest overall time will be ranked at the top. The allocation of buy slots and the number of qualifying teams from Stage 2 for each region will be determined based on the total number of teams participating in said region. The West Asia region comprises 5 teams: Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia. These teams will showcase their skills and compete with honor to emerge victorious. The road to the Asian Games is about to begin. Who will rise to the top in this battle for dominance? Get ready for an exhilarating and thrilling ride.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We are live here on the on-ground event of Road to Asian Games, and it's an honor to cast alongside with you, Keith, in such prestigious event. We'll be your casters here for today. I'm Chichi, and this is going to be Keith.
Well, whatever happened to Cloud? Well, wow.
He just poofed in the cloud. He had enough by shooting targets, like flying in the air, and just he's even gone in the air.
Well, it's great to have you right alongside with me, but now that only means that this entire broadcast is only going to be a little bit more havoc than it was before. Always,
a little bit?
Always great to have you alongside our partners in crime, they might say here. And this time around, it's on this brand new game called the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. Now, you've seen a sneak peek of it. Yep. I want to hear your thoughts because it has been me and Cloud for the longest of time.
I mean, okay, this is very unconventional way to actually play the game. Plus, it really testing out all the players on a different level of skills at their highest way possible. We're talking about the players. Back then, it was always about the luck and everything else and their placement. But these days, we're talking about how well can you control your barrels, how well can you drive, and how much knowledge do you have in a certain map, which is going to be only Miramar.
But I gotta say though, honestly, they should make this game a thing. And
I agree.
Hey, don't keep it for the Asian athletes, you know, the Asian Games athletes. What about the rest of the world? I would want to play this game. How do I get to it? I guess I can't.
Really? Do you really want to play?
Okay, maybe not for the last not for the last checkpoints. But besides that, I can drive you all the way.
I mean, you know you have to shoot a UFO at a very random speed. We barely get to see UFO. You get so many in the game.
What happened to Partner in Crime? That's where you come in, eh?
But so far for the entire day, we talked about coming up from West Asia, from the Palestine, coming up from Jordan, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the teams from Oman. They have been splendidly performing each track. Surprisingly, Team Palestine has been the most constant of all.
Palestine and Team Jordan. These two are always neck to neck at each other. And now that you've come in to replace Sir Cloud, which means
Sorry, Cloud.
Temporarily. I mean, the point is to stand in for Sir Cloud while he takes his break, which means we're at that midway point where now we're gonna get a reset. Brand new tracks to be played out. Starting from track number 1, this is the chance for Team Oman to maybe make a comeback.
Speaking of which, at the same time, I'm waiting for Team of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to make a, coming back triumph in the last minute, but so far dominating when it comes to individual skills, maybe even teamwork, communication-wise for the IGL to decide what to do first and where they want to place the others. It's so crucial. But we're going to go back to track number 1, like how he's mentioned before, starting off from Valdemar up to the side of Montenegro, ended up right on top of Puerto Paraíso. We do have this audio. I just wish they actually do give us the physical one, but hey, maybe when we step out of this arena. They're already waiting us outside.
Wow, that's a good dream to have, man. Shall I snap you up to the reality? Wake up, too. We're not getting an Audi.
We are.
Okay, I like that. Positive thinking. We will get an Audi one day.
Optimistic. It's an attitude every single athlete should have right now. And this is having a good start. As per usual, Palestine having the most faster speed of all. I mean, we do know they have boosters in between, right? For, you see the floating drones actually giving up the boosters for the players to have a rush, but they do have a bit of a contention there. Still, Palestine taking the number 1 spot with KSA being left behind, a bit of a drift. It feels like we're watching a fast and furious game here.
It is fast and it is furious right now for the likes of Palestine, who is way ahead of the competition. Just trying to stomp the curb here. They know that they've gotten themselves that comfortable 2-minute lead earlier on in track number 1, and here they are, more speed ups earned upon their side. They are not stopping for anyone, and look at that disparity within the minimap itself. They're far long gone, unless something happens.
I'm waiting for somebody to get stuck in a haystack for the entire day, and so far these guys know every nook and cranny of the map itself. It's so hard for them to have mistakes. Imagine if you shoot down a booster, a speed booster up there, right? And it happens to when you're flying over that bridge like we saw before, and the booster happened to be finished at the wrong time.
Well, you're talking about getting stuck. That's what Palestine got. You kind of jinxed them, huh? They got caught up by a rock that appeared out of nowhere right there within the path itself. But maybe they use that as a hard break for them to switch directions. And now here they are as the first to make it in checkpoint number 1.
At the same time, can they get their target down as fast as they can? Because it's not enough for you to drive fast. Imagine the driver's seat, right? How much pressure you have as a driver's seat right now.
I think that's the easiest part of the job.
No kidding.
How much pressure is it going to get when it comes to checkpoint number 3?
And the thing is, right, if you get stuck when you're rushing into this first checkpoint, and that's on you.
Yeah, but anyone who gets there first has got to wait 120 seconds anyway before they can actually shoot the objective. So right now, Palestine, decent lead, 34 points with the scattered targets all across this compound and terrain. Jordan came in real close with 34.
I'm not surprised if Jordan will overtake the side of Palestine anytime now. But the rest of Oman, Team Oman and coming up from Saudi Arabia, Team Saudi Arabia just being left quite a gap in between. I'm not sure what happened. They really got stuck down there.
Palestine? They did.
No, not KSA.
No, they did. We had no eyes on KSA, Team Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, you know, maybe something happened because it feels like they're stuck there somewhere. But feels like they're having a tie right now. Now, this is the one station that I hate most if I were to be playing here.
Why?
Because you used to be in the different team before, and you have to make sure you got the right color as well. And that's the worst part. You know that we are that old to react as fast as these guys. I mean, I'm just gonna stop non-stop shooting, whatever the color is. I just gave up. If it's me.
Well, I mean, I would play this so I can skip the next checkpoint. I mean, the third checkpoint, to be honest. So this is the warm-up, I would say, among the bunch. And even in a warm-up, it is Team Saudi Arabia, though, who's taking the lead and running away with a 266. You were wondering where they were. And here they are telling you that they've been hitting the mark. And right now, the first team to make it out of checkpoint number 1.
Surprisingly, having a comeback coming up from the side of Team Saudi Arabia, but the rest of them still shooting out their targets as fast as they can. It's all about you cannot even blink if you're a player in this game right now. You can't even blink, guys.
You blink and you miss, they say, right?
And you miss like 10 seconds away.
Oh, I always miss. That's why I'm driving.
That's why you're here with me. There's a reason why we're standing here, kid. Back to the side of West Asia qualifying stage right now, leading off again as per usual. We do have the blue team come up from Palestine, already going for their second checkpoint possibly. I'm not sure where are the rest of the contenders, but so far they keep on taking those boosters down. Look at how fast. You know, the air vent going out the moment you push the NOS.
Oh, you've been breaking the sound barrier. Boom! It goes, and that is what an Audi can do to you. A very, very desirable driving experience.
But we got the mini H in front of us.
Yeah, that's for me to keep, I hope.
At least the mini ones, right? It's so hot for I don't have a car, by the way. I mean, like, I want this one.
We're not from around here, Chu. We're in
we can put it on an airplane.
We don't have a car here. Oh, talking about airplanes. There we go. Cargo damage, getting crashed here. Oh, that's gonna eat into them a little bit more than it should.
Now, the thing is, no matter how you try to push the NOS button, right? Try to boost up your car. But if you're being flipped over, there's nowhere for it to move. You can see the vent out like a train, but it will not move.
There's one way that I've seen people game the system, though, and it's done by Team Palestine. They intentionally get themselves stuck and wedged onto pretty much a gradient, nose upwards, and then use the boost, and that gives them height, actually.
No way, you're kidding me. That's really smart. You know what? They really know every terrain there is, every hills and valleys. If you know even slight elevation with certain amount of momentum, is enough for you guys to actually shoot up to number 1 anytime now. It's all about playing smart here, not just about shooting targets down and just press the gas there is. But there are some teams happen to be stuck down there somewhere. We saw just now as a glimpse of it. If I'm not mistaken, that's coming out from Team Saudi Arabia. Finally, they'll be joining out the rest of the team, but look at how the players controlling when they are shooting those targets down and in a very fast-moving vehicle as well.
Actually, Saudi Arabia was the first to arrive here. So, surprise, surprise, they finished it at 300 points ahead of the lead and bound. Second with them was Team Jordan, and that was Team, guess what? Palestine, who came in third. What? This team was supposed to be up and ahead. What are they doing there in third place? Well, I guess now is where a lot of the gun points or gun mechanics come into play. And we'll have to see. Maybe Team Palestine will take it back onto the corners here in the retractable targets.
It's all about how much you believe with your team, how much you believe. But at the same time, Jordan still consistently, Team Jordan, consistently taking on second spot for almost every single track that we've been through before. And this is where everybody just gets really, really dizzy when it comes to second checkpoint, bearable, but when it comes to third checkpoint,
that's gone.
You feel like you want to smash something, right?
I don't play that game. Right now they're hitting the marks though. This is what matters for the time being. Through the windows, they will pick up one after another. It is Team Jordan again the second incoming compared to Team Palestine, especially in the first set that we had today. Right now, comfortably 175 on the point markers, nearly breaking the 50% off the progress bar.
A bit too early for you to say there's Palestine team still pushing forward, catching up to the numbers. Now the side of Team Saudi Arabia being pushed on second place, but it's within reach for the side of Palestine to turn the tide over. They're taking the numbers up, while the side of Team Saudi Arabia slowly being pushed down and open up the gap between the Jordanians. Team Jordans, on the other hand, might as well just, you know what, these guys are crazy. I don't know how they do it. They already left behind by KSA before Team Saudi Arabia. They even catch up when it comes to those numbers and not showing any sign of slowing down even. Look at the numbers. They don't stop. They don't sleep. They don't do anything else. They're just taking the target down.
Like, to echo your sentiments, they are a choo-choo train moving with Team Jordan here.
Really?
Hey, you've been hyping them up. Might as well be a train that holds your name on it. Well, talking about which though, don't want to count the eggs yet, because Team Saudi Arabia nearly got the #1 spot. They took it for about a glimpse second before it was taken back, and right there and then it is Team Jordan who leads on supreme with 400 out of 400 points needed. They will be making their way onto the next checkpoint.
You know what, this reminds me of marathon or maybe a sprint 4x4 sometimes, you know, when somebody messed up to pass the batting. That's why things get a bit slow. That's what happened to Team Saudi Arabia right now. But at the same time, we do have a high fraggers or high terminators of the target so far in this entirety of the match. But back to the side of Palestine, they still have the speed up targets hit with the most. It means that they have been boosting themselves, their driving skills of the driver itself. With that high speed continuously, after such a long day, still hitting the consistency. I mean, like, this guy can actually drive Formula 1 right now.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say Formula 1, but I would say an Audi Q4 e-tron. Go get yourself one.
Yeah, definitely is.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty car, right? All jokes aside.
It's pretty if we can actually bring it back home.
True. I agree.
Oh, we can actually squeeze all 4 of us in there.
Yeah, it's spacious. Yeah, it's a luxury SUV.
And also, plus our luggages, we don't have to fly back.
Well, talking about flying right now, one of them's doing that. That is Team Saudi Arabia. Because Jordan got away with it with the #1 spot, they will be dashing themselves up front, but Team Saudi Arabia are not going to go down without a fight. Team Oman still in the back end, and surprisingly, Team Palestine to be in anything less than top 2 is a bit worrying.
Well, at the same time, come from the yellow team here, which is going to be Team Jordan, taking the lead with a speed-up target ahead so far, and been flying around the map, and might even drift here. Oh, and there you go. That was a sexy drift coming up from these guys using the Audi. Definitely. And back to us this time. At least they didn't get themselves stuck in between. And now all they need to do is just go to the last checkpoint. We don't know it's a headache for the last checkpoint. But for me, if I'm the player, I'm just going to stay to one spot and just keep on firing it. If you hit, you hit. If you miss, fine.
Spray and pray.
Spray and pray.
I mean, to be honest, with the last checkpoint, it seems like that's the only thing you can do is to spray and hope for the best. Because
I mean, what the odds for your luck, right? Like you're being spraying non-stop, but you hit none. There's something wrong with you if you can't even hit one.
Hey, don't say that. Team Oman has been down at the bottom for the longest of time, man.
That's why we're here, because we can't even hit one.
That's true.
We're one of those people that's not talented.
But you know, talking about talented people, Team Palestine, hey, are they a hit or a miss? Are they a one-hit wonder? Because right now, they're far from it. And I believe that last checkpoint has been activated quite some time ago, which means the rest of those teams might get a head start.
You know, when it comes to the last checkpoint, no matter how much far forward that you have a head start, it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, you're stuck.
You're still gonna stuck in there the longest time there is. And you know what? You thought you had a head start like what? Maybe even 5 minutes far ahead from the rest of the team. But at the end of the day, everybody just in the same line, shooting the same thing.
We'll see if that's true, because that's happening right now. Flying targets to be hit here as it's now reached among the skies. Gunfire are going out one after another. It is Team Saudi Arabia with a comfortable lead, though. Close to the 50th pointers already. And look at the podium. It's all Team Saudi Arabia. I know, it's Jordan too, yeah.
And everybody joins in, no matter how much you get a head start, because right now catching up is going to be Team Saudi Arabia with 4 points different. But the Jordans, Team Jordan, have no sign of showing any slowdown of their performance. But coming out from the side of Team Saudi Arabia, they're taking the lead in the most crucial checkpoint here in the last round.
Oh, but it is a long stretch. We're looking at a total of 500 to call it a day, at least within this station. Can they do so? Because we know that some of these pointers tend to slow down around the 300 mark, which kind of brings up the question, are those discs limited?
No, it's because the player's getting dizzy. You know when you stare something long enough, you start to confuse, is that a black dot? Is that a really flying frisbee, or is just something else, you know?
To me, that I can't see it. I don't even know what you're looking at. Especially when you're using the red dot sight, I don't see it at all. It's not there.
Oh, lucky enough they don't have the 8x scope. That's worse. And you have to control the recoil at the same time. Imagine if you have to shoot down the target with an AWM.
An 8x scope here is the definition of too much of a good thing. It becomes bad.
No, it's just too big. You don't know. And you cannot even track down the flying object at this point. But coming back on the side of the Team Jordan, feels like they're completely taking the lead, but you know what? The numbers getting lesser these days. You mentioned about it's kind of stagnant when you hit the 300 mark, but now we're down to 200.
Yeah. But we know it happens, and in the end of the day, in this one match, what this activity actually does is weed out the mechanically competent from the not, and that's why you always see Team Palestine, Team Jordan, and Team now Saudi Arabia come up, because they can shoot and they hit their marks. Right now, close to 300 already is Team Saudi Arabia.
I'm looking at the team score profit right now. I think Art really pulls up so much work. But Saddam, come on, that's 7 for 10. You need to pull your own weight, brother. But at the same time, Saudi Arabia slowly being catch up by the Team Palestine here. Same goes for Jordan. Now, can they take over the podium spot in the very last minute between these three teams?
Hey, you gotta, lay back a little bit with my boy from Team Oman, Saddam. He's the driver, okay?
Oh, makes sense.
He's the driver.
Makes sense.
And talking about the 300 mark, look at that. Stagnant between Team Palestine. Team Palestine now takes over the lead. What?
Stagnant?
Whoa.
Too early. Pull that back.
They were in third place right now, making it here and taking the lead away from Team Saudi Arabia and Team Jordan. This is why they are back-to-back #1 champions in the first set of the day.
Man, this is just ridiculously hard. I mean, like, I would get super dizzy by now. My eyes might be, what do you call it?
Crisscross.
Crisscross eyes, yeah, there you go. But on the side of Palestine, they are really good at controlling the recoils. They know exactly how to shoot. They know exactly where to spray. Yeah, everybody can spray, but where to spray. And they got it as a perfect timing as possible, with only like less than 70 points away to close things up. At the same time, they have to make sure the other teams cannot catch them up here. So they have to wrap things up really quickly. If not, they'll be left behind again.
What is this play? He makes a movement on forward, tries to get in better range and position, I guess. That's one way to look at this angle. It is, the disc have been shot towards the top side, so being in the bottom gets you closer, and it's not obstructed by anything within your path anyway. But right now, if you take a look at the side of Team Palestine, this team already 400 plus-ish, closing onto the 500 pointers. And in fact, this might just be them making a head breakaway into the finish line.
You know what? I feel like Palestine, even though they've been left behind just now, it feels like they have this smug on their face saying that, you know what, we were left behind before, but, bye.
Bye.
Bye. They're taking the first place again. Now, we do know when it comes to driving skills-wise, Team Saudi Arabia do have a very fashion and style way to get into the driving skills so well. Everything was on time. The problem is always about the third checkpoint. It's just that third checkpoint. It's just that Team Palestine right now is way better than the others. You have to give it, their reaction time is just incredibly well.
I think they just foresee, or maybe they pretty much pre-fires better than the rest, right? So congratulations, Team Palestine here takes another #1 finish, definitely setting themselves up for more success comes the regional finals itself. But let's take a look at some of these other teams who is still left in play. It is Jordan, Team Jordan, who might just make a breakaway here. And Team Saudi Arabia finally inching closer. 478 in the pointers. But it is Team Jordan who makes the leave first towards the finish line, and potentially Team Saudi Arabia to meet, leaving the last but not least Team Oman to play the rest of it out.
They're taunting even the other players at the same time here. But speaking of the side of Team Jordan, you know, they even gave our points a bit extra on that. You know, we might be a bit later than the Palestine team, so we give extra 6 points, not the usual 500. But it actually won't make a difference because you still play. It's still gonna be time-based. So no matter how much you give extra, it's still gonna be just the cap of 500.
Yeah, you're only shooting yourself in the foot, trying to show off a little bit there because hey, you don't know, because that maybe 2 seconds spent just to show off a little bit could be the very reason you fell in short. It's 2 seconds.
That kind of makes, that's kind of true. That's kind of true. I mean, that's why it's so important and crucial for the teams to have the team communication, knowing that, you know what, we hit the 500 mark, we have to go now. But maybe one of them is like, I almost hit another one. I need to finish this thing, you know? You know when you have this OCD moment where you need to shoot one more down because it's just getting really good at it?
It's either a multiple of 5 or none at all. It's like playing with the TV remote volume. You don't stop at 2. You go all the way to 5.
Yeah, that's how these guys have been doing. But on the side of Team Moment, come on Team Moment, 15, 14 more to go and they're done. But trying to find random targets around the area. And you know, one of the targets I feel like is really frenzy for their movement. So I'm like, there are teams that watch over the other side of target. And they spot out, this is way faster than the flying object. Never mind. You can see when they make a big swing and a bit of a U-turn. And you know what? This is actually harder than those flying objects.
Well, right now they're making a move before even hitting the 600 pointer. Are they deciding to go around this entire compound hunting for these targets? Because they're not even clear just yet, and God knows, I don't even know what they're doing at this point. But hey, what are they doing, Chu?
Sometimes it's all about having fun.
That's
the most crucial thing that everybody forget when it comes to tournaments, when it comes to events. It doesn't necessarily have to be pushing yourself to the limit where the skies start to drop and fall down on you. But sometimes it's all about having fun. You know what? At least they finish it and finish it in a fashion way that it's okay. And they still try to speed themselves up in the very last minute. We can see the air coming out from... I have a different thought on that, but I don't want to say it out loud. We're still live, right? But coming to their finishing line is going to be Team Oman, rushing to wrap out and just finish off our track 1 in the second round. Is it second series or second round?
It's the second set, but
Second
track
set.
number 1. Yeah, that's a match 2. You could say that. Yeah, match 2 of a West Asian region, and it is Team Oman who close it in. And finally, I think this is still by far their fastest attempt here for Team Oman. So a slight improvement. Still a good news, but it is eventually and ultimately a game between two giants, and that is Team Palestine and Team Jordan.
I agree. Well, speaking of all the tracks, right, you can see a bit of a trend here. So far, track 3 is the hardest and the most challenging so far for all the teams and players out there. Because based on the timing that I accumulated so far, if then we do use an Audi, but still track 3 do have the longest time there is between the teams. So far, Palestine always keep it under 20, and always the max they go is actually just 18 minutes and plus. And that was on track 3. But if you compare with their performance on track 1 in the previous round, or the previous series, with the second series here, it's going to be 2 minutes of a difference between the track 1 first series and second series.
Well, I guess some props has to be given to them in track 1. It's because they had 2-minute lead time as well. Like, they created that lead, right? Like, it was perfect round for Team Palestine in track number 1. So it doesn't seem like a result they could replicate over and over again. That was like a freak of nature result. So.
I mean, like, if they can replicate, great. But if they get a shorter time, man. That's going to be something else because I do know some of the regions can finish things off at 10 minutes.
Whoa. Who's the phenom?
Gotta have to wait and see for this. Stay tuned, guys. But back to his West Asia qualifying stage so far. Very consistent. Even though we do have a bit of a lead coming up from Team Saudi Arabia at first, there's always the third checkpoint. They just stall and hold down the entire team of Team Saudi Arabia with speed up. And so far, the highest, you gotta give it to Jordan. Team Jordan have been taking it so many times, but when it comes to control your barrel, being calm and composed, you have to give it to Team Palestine.
Yeah, I mean, this is no surprise. Even in track 1 previously in match number 1, it was Team Jordan who had all the speed ups in the world, but Palestine is the one that surpassed the rest of them. But let's take a look at the Audi Super 8 player. These are the top players within each team within the West Asian region.
Yeah, but so far coming up from the side of Oman, 460 score. Well, we do have from that's a very short one. I mean, I try to read everyone. I'm sorry, guys. We're not allowed to do so. But speaking of each of the players, right, of the all-star or the A players just now, we did mention about this could be the most score by one individual by each team respectively. I don't want to blame the driver. The driver have different responsibility entirely. So, you know, cut them some slack with the 7% just now. We saw it. So I assume every driver, all they need to do is do they just wait in the car or do they just...
Well, you could go around, but more often than not, you're probably looting or shooting crates down because that thing's worth 40 points according to Cloud.
But at the same time, if you're too far from your team and they need a driver to start the engines and he's just like, wait, I'm not there yet.
Well, I mean, let's be honest, with 300, 400, and 500 score points, there's a lot of lead time you can play around
especially the 500 one.
That one takes forever.
Oh my god, I have no clue how these guys managed to actually just shoot down on one. I mean, to get one is so difficult for us normal person, but for the athletes though, they're just incredibly so sharp that I feel like, I don't want to say the word, but yeah.
You can't move halfway through.
No, I don't want to say
this entire event, it's called Road to Asian Games. It's a journey. You don't stop halfway.
Yeah, speaking of a Road to Asian Games, you know, I always thought, who's going to win this? Nobody's winning here because they do have the next stage to proceed after that, which is going to be the Asian game itself.
Yeah.
So who will be representing on each of the region itself to be in the finals of the Asian games later on. But so far, I mean, like, we haven't seen too much coming up from Team Palestine as a whole, right, in the esports. But I love how they just exhibit themselves in such a strong contender in this Road to Asian Games 2022.
Yeah, I mean, who would have expected? I wouldn't have known, but to be fair, I didn't really know the competitive scene within the West Asian regions from the get-go. Now, that's your forte. That's why you're here on this desk right next to me, and all I have to do is be a driver.
You're that 7%, right?
Yeah.
You're that 7%.
Loud and proud.
But so far, I do witness and also saw a couple of players' stats just now that reach up to almost 50%, carrying. Like, I get the driver's side, but how about the other two, though? There's 4 players, 4 athletes in the team.
Now that you have to gun down on them, that's them, man. Hey, they're underperforming, I don't know. But it's definitely not my boy Artemis. That guy's always 60% of the contribution anyway.
That's true, that's true. But at the same time, I do want to know, is it because of individual skills difference that caused the gap in between Team Palestine and the rest? Like, example here, Team Oman and also Team Saudi Arabia, because we do saw when it comes to the progress of each of the player, how they divided, how much they contributed towards their team. Feels like Palestine have so far the all-rounder for each of the players. It feels like they're distributing their points evenly enough.
On that thought,
even the driver do have double digits.
Yeah. So sure. So on that note, right? Actually, that's true because usually we'd want to say there's so many factors, but in this mode, this PUBG Mobile Asian Games version, It's really just competency at the end of the day. Like, why is Artemis shooting 60% of the entire points? It's because he shoots better than his teammates.
It speaks for itself. You cannot deny yourself. Like, yeah, it's it's a bit of a luck. There's no such thing
There's
as
not
luck.
such thing. Everything's in your control.
And how do you play around with your team? How do you communicate? And at the same time, would you be a hindrance for the others? Would you, block out their vision for the targets for some of the teams? That's always be one of the main factors as well. Because we saw how many teams, including Team Saudi Arabia, always got the lead when it comes to first, second station or first and second checkpoint. What happened to them? They dropped down immediately when they just go into third checkpoint. Elaborate. You've been here for a long day.
Third checkpoint is, there's no theory behind it. It's either you got it or you don't. That's literally my explanation. After seeing up about 5 tracks now being played, it's either you got it or you don't. And if you don't, it's time to like really figure out how to get it.
Change a driver.
Whoever
had the least, maybe change a driver now.
No, so I do have a plan, right?
Yeah.
How to play that last part. And I think maybe that's reflective of Team Palestine itself. Because I said to Sir Cloud, why don't each member get on deck, form a crossfire, that way you get a radius in which anything that goes through it gets considered a click, right? And Palestine's always has members on top, that's why even the driver gets 20%. But
even the driver.
But all the other teams, they don't do that. They try to go in and individually
it's all
get
down
it.
to teamwork and communication. And now we do have the in-game leader as well in this sort of tournament. At the same time, it actually do play a big part about who do you want to go certain place in somewhere, certain corners. Example, the first station where we do have the flipping colors, right? You have to place 2 players. I talk about the behind the scene as well. How do you want to play this as efficient as possible? How do you want to play around it? How to be very tactical regarding your manpower, your in a very short timeline as well. How to place the players properly so you can get max all the potential points you can get within a very short amount of time. So one of the tricks is going to be placing 2 players around the flipping target, because it will cover 2 targets at a time for 2
Diagonally,
players.
right?
Yeah, that's true. And the other 2 just try to spoil all the other targets around there somewhere. But the driver, I suggest the driver will be the one that's sitting around the flipping target, because it's easier to find them in case they need to leave.
Or be versatile and be ready to drive when your chance comes. Hey, if I were to tell you, Chu, we have the Audi Q4 outside right now, but you have to drive it yourself. You gotta be ready for it.
Yeah,
I'll take it. Yeah,
I'm always ready for that.
Yeah, I'm gone.
I'm always ready for
I'm gone. You'll never see me again, Chu.
Wait, that sounds so wrong. I'm so scared. But yeah, speaking of which, right? Speaking of efficiency, is there any... Dude, the players definitely have to go out from the vehicle to shoot things down, right? What if they don't?
Oh.
Speaking of, cutting short of time, making sure they don't waste time doing unnecessary stuff.
That's food for thoughts. I've never seen people do it because your aim gets impeded by doing a drive-by, so it's not really the most accurate of things.
When you drive and the flying frisbee at the same time, like, it's the same direction at least.
But then you'd just be burning gas. But I don't know. We can theory craft this all day, but that was track number 1. Moving into the next track of a 4-track series. It's midway point here, and together with Choo-Choo, we're flying over Miramar.
There's only one map for today, in the next few days, and forever for now. It's going to be the very dry land of Miramar with 90%. Just going to throw up some facts down there. 90% of land. We do have Ruins as our starting point, down to El Pozo, cutting across St. Martin, and just go for Cruz de Vil. Ended up on top of Campo Militar once more with a flashy Audi as you start here. Let's have it a go for all the teams. Let's do this, because this might be their last track 2. No, this is their last track 2, because we do have track 3, which is going to be harder than track number 2. So this is where they want to turn the tide. And so far, as per usual, no surprise anymore, Palestine taking the lead once more.
Palestine.
Oh, wow.
Is there any way we can stop them right now? But, well, actually they got trapped here. It's Team Saudi Arabia, Palestine, Oman, and Jordan. It's everyone getting into some sort of a bloodbath. tumbleweeds is what they will call them, just drifting in the wind, and eventually the ones leading up front, it has to be from the likes of Team Jordan themselves with the initial lead.
It's quite tactical still to block your the other team's vehicle if you happen to be in the front. But if you're not being careful, you might get drifted away with the rest of the team. But so far, we do have Team Jordan, if I'm not mistaken, taking a lead as per usual. It's going to be only... I do want to see for once Team Moment to take the lead. I want that to happen.
We've actually seen that previously in track number 3, and maybe they can do it this time around because everyone... Oh, they missed the mark. Team Jordan, they missed the checkpoint. They had to make a reverse back. That is time cost dearly onto their end. Right now, up above, it is Team Oman. Like you wanted to see, they are there. Oman making into the next checkpoint, and still in the #1 spot unless Team Saudi Arabia has got something to say about it.
Everyone flying in the air, mid-air, just crossing over to the other side where they are praying not to get stuck between these A-stacks, who happen to be such a hindrance for them for now. But it's going to be tail-to-tail chase between the two teams at the front and the other two teams of athletes at the back. But it's going to be a very close combat here on. We're talking about between... who is Purple again? We're going to talk about Oman, Team Oman. I do want for once at least they take a lead before we enter into the third checkpoint. We do know nobody's going to take the lead in the third checkpoint.
Oh, you mean after the third checkpoint? No, it is definitely not them, historically speaking. But we've seen Team Oman take the lead before the third checkpoint. Now that's more of a reasonable ask that you can give them. But right now they've made it here 120 seconds before this contraption comes online. It's time to loot. It's time to seek out some of these scattered targets across this compound. Give yourself a head start.
Hopefully they have enough bullet to last them for the entirety of this station or the first checkpoint here. Back towards the side of Team Jordan. Or he got himself looted up. All they need to do is just go towards the contraption site and just wait for the target to appear. While the rest of us still struggling, we do have Team Palestine already taking the lead with 2 points so far. But to find those targets is so hard. With those shades going by, you have to look at multi-levels of building with a very short amount of time. And this is where you start to get panicking, right? Because you have to find something, and that's where you don't find anything. And usually that's the case.
Yeah, that's the scary issue, right? And that's just a waste of time. And this game is all about time, so...
He cancelled out. You know, it's too fast for me.
I would have done the same thing. No, I'd be smarter and not make the attempt in the first place. But the contraption is online. Time to reposition yourself. It seems that Team Oman has got all 3 members surrounding this device itself, which is an odd thing to do. Like, you did the math. You only need 2 members to effectively cover all these hitboxes here. And so they're deploying 3 peoples instead. So maybe that is exactly why they have the lead currently in terms of the point scoring with 162. I don't know. Team Oman, they're coming up with crazy ideas, and it seems to be paying off.
Yeah, it feels like it's working so well for them and start to catching up here, and they start to cut over the side of Team Jordan at the same time. This is the first time ever I'm looking at Team Jordan at the bottom of the mall. It's so hard for them with this consistency the entire day, where they start to slow down here. Well, we do have Team Oman start to shoot up, but at the same time they need to keep this consistency and keep it going, and it's just really confusing sometimes between the pink and purple if it knacks to each other.
And that's where they got hope on their best eyes to pretty much make that judgment. But right now, Team Saudi Arabia will be the first to jet their way forward. Really leaps and bounds ahead of the curve. I don't even see the entire... No one is trailing on their back end. Finally, we've seen one coming in. That would be Team Palestine, but it's too far forward to ever even think of making an overtake.
Well, so far, you know what? Sometimes we speak too soon. Because don't forget about the third checkpoint. That's where everybody just going to stop there for a bit longer, you know, because that's going to be where everybody will have a bit of a turning time in that very last minute. Looking at the players, their cam right now, look at their hands. So far, it's have been very stable. But at the same time, I do want to know if they actually do switch their driver's seat for some of the teams if they need to. You know, maybe the driver can shoot better than the others. There are that cases. But back to us the team which is going to be blue, coming up from Team Saudi Arabia, taking the lead with a very fast, swift movement towards his next checkpoint, which is going to be the second one. Trailed by the end of Team Oman. Same goes for Team Palestine, which I feel like Team Oman a bit left behind here. While the Team Jordan and Palestine having a bit of neck-to-neck positioning as well.
120 seconds is the time before it comes online here, but with that team just now, Team Saudi Arabia has made such a huge lead forward. Perhaps they can even get started onto the target before the rest of these teams even coming close to contention. Right now, okay, they're there. You have Jordan coming in. You have also Palestine from the back end. So perhaps they're not going to go, you know, get away just free willy. But we also still have to worry about the third checkpoint once it comes.
You know what, sometimes you get dizzy to watch the POV of the players because they try to shoot it down, but it's just really not easy for these guys. Back to us, our next checkpoint is quite clear and nearby on the side of Team Saudi Arabia, but they already reached there way earlier than the rest. They do have times ticking, the clocks keep on moving. Less than 20 seconds to go. It's going to be open up another platform and checkpoint for these guys who rush for their points. But so far, Team Saudi Arabia taking the lead while waiting at the same time.
Oh, here they are, 70 points already ahead. This is what being early actually benefits you for. You get free reign across the entire free pointers within this compound. They're starting off at 75, and they are more likely than not going to hit that target if they don't miss more sooner than the others, and that is going to translate to them for more leeway and more lead towards that checkpoint number 3, and perhaps get forgiven by more errors that would potentially be made on their end.
I want to see the formation of all the players and athletes down there with airdrop in between as well. And speaking of which, they're forming some formation for some of them. Divided into two sides here for both teams, but some are stacking as a 4. Now that's going to be very different strategy for each of the teams down there. With the Team Saudi Arabia taking the lead again with 200 over this time, but will be closely followed behind by Team Jordan, who's catching up in a very fast manner. We're talking about they were left behind in third place before.
Look at that, Clever. He's definitely driving. He's not a single % of this man. He is exactly what I would be if we were to play it. He's clever. He's playing the game smart, not hard.
I mean, like at least 1%. I mean, everybody got their own roles to play.
I didn't see no number there.
That's the case. Why not? Back to our Team Saudi Arabia. All they need to do is just finish off another 46 points, and they're done. By the side of Team Jordan, catching up the numbers. Same goes for Palestine, but being left behind once more is going to be Team Oman. They are spreading themselves out here, even 2-2 formation, even on 1-1. It feels like they all have their own tactical and strategy to approach this. On the side of Team Saudi Arabia, they're done. They can move towards the next checkpoint. Can Palestine and Team Jordan catch up here? But we do know it's the third checkpoint.
Yep, so this is where they have to capitalize on this opportunity, right? Be the first into the third checkpoint area, start the countdown at 120 seconds, immediately take as much points that's freely available across these maps to be able to set themselves up for success.
Back to us, the side of Team Saudi Arabia. They're happily just fleeing away from the second checkpoint, going down to the third. While we do have Team Jordan follow closely, too close for comfort here. They cannot be stagnant. They cannot be complacent. If they want to take their time to drive over the other side, they can never do that. But on the side of Team Palestine, can they catch up here? We do know for a fact all the teams are leaving except for Team Oman. Is it Team Oman that's still left? Yeah, Team Purple is going to be Team Oman, still left on the second checkpoint here. But they do have it nice and easy, and they definitely, you know, take their own time to complete the mission. But as long as they're completing, I mean, that's good sportsmanship still.
Yeah, you got to start and you got to finish what you started. That's always a good rule to have. And I'm glad to see them trying to champion things through to the end. maybe they're not too ready for this game mode. Let's be honest, this caught a lot of people by surprise, and so maybe they can come in stronger comes the next one.
Activate in 120 At the same time now, Team Saudi Arabia already almost reaching the third checkpoint. How much can they have the lead while waiting for the frisbees or the flying objects or even UFO to actually fly across those very dry lands of Miramar? But we do have finally Team Omen leaving up the second checkpoint. They have quite a big gap of a distance between all the other 3 teams, but maybe this time, Team Omen will surprise us.
I like your optimism.
Oh, of course.
Chu, I like your optimism so much because I would not have that sort of motivation in me, especially knowing that I'm last place for like 4 games in a row now. So
they can do it. I have to believe in them because they still have 2 more tracks to go, and this is where they start to jump out there if they really want to take the lead or turn the tide over. Because right now we do see Team Palestine, Team Jordan has been dominating the past few tracks for the entire day that we started off with the West Asia region. But can, as well as Team Saudi Arabia, start to build up the momentum and try to take advantage of this?
this is scary. You just talked about those teams that were dominating. Now Team Jordan will get first dibs up on this entire checkpoint number 3. But look at that, Team Palestine, they barely even made their way across and into this compound during this period. They're gonna miss out on so many flying discs. At that point, I'm not even sure if they're gonna make it in time.
You know, when you look at the flying disc, sometimes you thought you had the hit, and it was actually the person next to you, which is not even your team. It's very frustrating and devastating if that happens, because you feel like you shoot most of it, but the one that blew it up is going to be the other team. We're stolen away for the points at the very last minute as well. But we do have Team Jordan taking the lead, but Team Palestine, you mentioned about them being left behind before, but as per always, when it comes to the third checkpoint, it feels like they have this sort of a magic trick to come back number 1 in the very last minute.
It's either you have it or you don't. I'm convinced. That's it. That's it. You can flunk the first 2 maps. The moment you come to this checkpoint, if you ace this, you're golden.
How do you know if you ace it or not? You don't even know if you shoot the right thing.
If you're the first to drive out of there to hit that checkpoint number, you're golden. That means you have it. And whatever they're doing it again and again. And look at that, from the last place, now Team Palestine up in first, 200, the only team within the 200-point range, and they might just hit into 3.
I personally feel like the first 2 stations feels like a bit
insignificant because of this.
That's true. But that's what's the point. Because Palestine going to catch up in the last checkpoint again. Team Palestine taking the lead with almost over 100 gap with Team Jordan and Team Saudi Arabia. But the one that's really neck to neck here is going to be Team Saudi Arabia and Team Jordan closing up the gap. But Team Palestine, as per usual, all they need to do is just keep on hitting 150 more discs.
Right here, right now, this is the nail in the coffin.
Look at it, easy with that driver. He still hit those double digits.
So that's why they gotta do what I told them to do. Form the crossfire. That's clearly what Team Palestine is doing, right? Because you can look at those stats and say, what if these stats down below not just shows how many points you put in, but how many are active during this current point of time?
That's
so for it to be 20% in average means everyone is doing something. No one's sitting in the car. Like, sit down.
I mean, the only one that didn't get any percent just now, who was it again? Coming up from Jordan, right?
I think so.
I mean, but still, even though, like, you don't see any percent here with the driver coming from Team Jordan, but they still managed to consistently score second. But maybe that's the reason they're always second. Because of that one driver that's not willing to shift things out.
And in the tournament of being in the top, it's the small mistakes that makes the difference, right?
30 more points coming out from Team Palestine. They can wrap things around once more. I mean, like, what can we say about Team Palestine? There's no stopping them. No matter how much they've been left behind before, like you mentioned, first, second checkpoint, very insignificant in this case. Because when it comes to section 3, the final checkpoint, where everything matters, down to only 10 points, they're just gonna say bye and we're done. We'll see you guys in the next round.
Oh, it is insane what these players can do here from Team Palestine. This is the biggest lead I have seen in checkpoint 3.
They're done.
They're 500. the closest competitors barely even breaks into 4.
This is even a new record they're setting out coming from Team Palestine. We have to wait and see because so far their previous track 2 was more than 17 minutes. And they got themselves second against Team Jordan in the second track in the first series. Now they're trying to take #1 spot, getting back what they lost. Bit of a redemption here coming up from Team Palestine. And so far they might actually finish way early than they were back in the first round.
16 minutes and counting, and that 16 minutes just started, which means I'm pretty sure they're going to end it at the 16-minute pointer.
It is definitely one of their new record coming up from the side of Team Palestine after what they did for the entire day. Feels like they make it look so easy, like how they did in the first round in track #1.
And this team was in the last place for 70% of this entire match.
Until they reach checkpoint 3.
Exactly. So like you said, man, hey, something's got to happen in between. A new mechanic has to be implemented because it's a bit redundant the first 2 rounds. This one just takes the cake. If you conquer this, you conquer the game.
Pretty much this is the most crucial point for these guys. The athletes really sweating their heads off just to finish off. You know what? Sometimes it took you so long to get that 1 point to reach that 500. On the side of Team Jordan, definitely closing up the gap now in live with only 2 more days to go, and they can actually leave this. And I feel like the drivers start to hop into the driver's seat while the others try to finish up the squads because they do know it will take so much time wasted if he's late by getting himself in the driver's seat. Now they're going to leave for Team Jordan, leaving Team Saudi Arabia and as well as Team Oman a bit left behind. It feels like a deja vu for the entire day.
Right now, they are finding their way out of here. Team Jordan makes an exit alongside with the likes of Team Saudi Arabia, who I saw was nearly towards completion, and yet again, down left behind. It's going to be Team Oman who will play the good sport and finish what they started.
You know, at least I'm happy for Team Oman because I feel like they're super happy about everything. You know, you're the type of, very grateful. It's not easy to be at this stage at the first place.
That is true.
You know, they are taking their time to really enjoy the moment. But they are taking too much time sometimes.
It's only win-win for them, right? Like, what's the worst that could happen? You still got a nice hotel to stay in.
Great meals.
Yeah, so we're all right. They're all right here. Hey, we're all on a holiday, it seems, and they're taking the time. They're definitely loving this mode for sure. They should actually implement this as an arcade within the game.
Yeah, I wish we actually do have in the future show match as well for all the future tournaments, not just in the Asian Games version of it, but you can see how relaxed Team Oman are. They're like, they don't even panicking. When you know that you are in the rush, you can see that crosshair trying to find the target as frantic as possible, but they're just like, yeah. You see that? Yeah, that's a bird, that's a plane, no, that's Superman.
They probably make a big deal about who hits the target first. Like, oh, I got one, guys. Oh, we got one. Good job,
so
good job.
I would love to hear the conversation sometimes. If only we have the players comment about what's really going on inside of Team Oman right now.
That power only comes with Tash.
Yeah, Tash, please. Can we get Team Oman after this? Just to know what is happening on the other end. They're really just having the greatest time of their life by taking too much time here. Because it feels like, you don't feel the pressure. You see the POV of Team Oman's athlete.
Yeah, they're relaxed.
Too relaxed, man. I love this. Don't get me wrong. It feels like, you're having such a pleasant day.
They play like me, and that's a problem.
That's kind of true. I'm sorry.
They're too chill about it.
2 more points. 2 more points.
Come on, boy.
No, you're done. You're
got
done.
it.
Just get into the car.
You got it.
Done. Just go. Go now. Now. It's still going for another point.
No, they're punching the air as well. Just make a sprint for it, boys. You're done. Don't worry about it.
I still want to shoot a long target from that distance. I'm like, no.
That's another 20-minute finish coming out from Team Oman. Oh, so at this rate, that first stack alone, I think their total time was about 80 minutes.
They're enjoying.
Yeah.
They're savoring
every
second.
bit.
Every single second. Look at this. They don't even, It's such a pleasant day. Just drive into the sunset. And it's an ending for us.
You know, it'd be even more entertaining if they just hit the brakes just before they cross the finish
No!
line. You know?
And just wait for another 5 minute away. And one more time, Team Palestine. What's going on? It feels like we have this everything. It feels scripted, honestly. Because it's the same sequence for the entire day. First place, Palestine. Second is going to be Team Jordan. Team Saudi Arabia at third. Team Oman at fourth. It's the same sequence, except for once, the first round of track 2, where finally Team Jordan managed to cut over Team Palestine, but that's the last of it. Never happen again.
Never happen again, and that's what makes them so scary. You can beat them once, but then they learn from it, and then you never get the chance again.
Yeah, you know, you beat them many times in this first and second checkpoint, but they only need to beat you once in the final checkpoint. Which is true.
That's correct. Hey, so you guys know the game plan. You've seen this match already live. If you are a team who's not playing right now but is going to be playing later on, hint, hint, East Asia, make sure you got your checkpoint 3 down to the teeth. Wire it out. The rest doesn't matter. It's forgiving.
Yeah, it's like, it didn't, it's like how Keith mentioned before, quite redundant. Because this is where everybody were being pulled the longest for their grounds on the final checkpoint. And it's so crucial for them to have a strategy to shoot on which angle. It's not just randomly shoot. You have to know exactly how to place each of the players to shoot as efficient as possible and time optimal as possible as they can.
And that's, to be optimal, it takes a lot, to be honest. And well, Team Palestine, they showed that they have what it takes.
It's always Team Jordan get the most speed up.
Speed ups, right?
But it's just, what's the problem here?
Yeah, the problem is that team right there, number 1, was at the last position for at least 70-80% of the game.
It's almost every single checkpoint except for the final one.
Yeah, for this track.
They arrived like 20 seconds later than the rest of the team.
They started, the rest of them started that activity before they even arrived there.
I think the only one that actually can stop Team Palestine is going to be the other 3 players coming out from Jordan, which is going to be Ragnarok, Team Oman, which is going to be Grizz, and it comes to Easy coming up from the side of Team Saudi Arabia to stop the OD Super A player of all each respective teams. They have to just make sure they surpass Sparta from Team Palestine.
Sparta, indeed, the god of war,
so
is here for
peace. I think
peace.
they should change the name as well, you know, so they can be like, you know, you have to be up there because the name itself is already Sparta.
It's a strong name. Yeah. But hey, that was track number 2 of a 4-track series here. It's match number 2 for the West Asian region. And my God, it doesn't seem like Palestine is ever going to stop. You might as well, you want to call them the winner right here, right now. Just do with this one.
Maybe, but before they were going to hit the break for a bit, hopefully it's not the break for all the other teams down there, because I just hope it's going to be Team Palestine hitting the break so the others can catch up. See you guys after this break.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Welcome back, ladies and gents. You guys are tuning into the Road to Asian Games 2022 with me, Chuchu, and also none other than Keith. But what a rinse and repeat day for us. It's the same sequence for every single track here.
Oh, I mean, that's the name of the game, right? The objectives don't change. You're still going to go through the first stage and the second stage and the third stage where a lot of people stumble blocks. But first, a referee notice warning to one of the Saudi Arabian players here, Damar, for leaving the game room during the fourth game of PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. So
why? I mean, like, yeah. I mean, they are definitely number one when it comes to the first two checkpoints. I think that's where he just... When it comes to the third checkpoint, everybody just loses their mind.
Maybe. They didn't mention here, but he's got 2 accumulated warnings, so maybe they had to use the toilet real urgent. And
maybe that's a reason.
Nature's call sometimes. You can't deny these things, and so all right, we forgive you, but I'm not sure about the people at the back end, right? That's up to Agent Hendricks. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the team that's playing for the West Asian region right now. Again, it's Team Palestine with the players in hand, Team Jordan, Team Saudi Arabia, and Team Oman.
Speaking of number one standings, they're going to be Team Palestine so far, followed closely behind by Team Jordan. And Team Saudi Arabia playing as the third place, and Team Oman just happy and grateful for the entire day. You know what? They are happy-go-lucky teams.
They're a happy team, no worry in the world, got a great hotel room.
And it's like, you know what? The process coming from Team Oman is like, hey, look, that's the bed. Yeah, we're going to have a cruise. Like, we're heading 500 yet? Like, no, one more. You know, it's such an adorable moment for them. I feel like they're having the joy of playing the game.
They're probably thinking of dinner while they're doing that. I know I am. I'm midway through, at which I will have my dinner soon in the next 2 tracks, and then Sir Cloud can come back in here. So look forward to that one. That's a teaser in a roll right here and down. But back into the game.
Yeah.
So far, let's be super real. Team Palestine already has the best of the leads. Comes in second is Team Jordan. And then in the third place is Team Saudi Arabia. So that's the 3 that's going to move on forward to the regional finals.
Now, the thing that we notice, even though Team Palestine being left behind the first 2 checkpoints, they just come back in the very last minute, final checkpoint. Now, I think they should figure out by all the other teams, especially Team Saudi Arabia and Team Team Jordan. We do know for a fact when it comes to the first 2 checkpoints, they do have the lead. Now, where did they went wrong in the final checkpoint? They start to being left behind. Did we not see how the placement of Team Palestine, how they place themselves in a crossfire position that can shoot both ways, the most proficient way that is? Why is that not being implemented by Team Jordan and Team Saudi Arabia?
That's a good point.
And Team Oman.
I guess.
Getting you.
Well, Team Oman, it's funny enough you brought them up, right? I actually don't see them implementing that. They always have like one member shooting the flying objects, the flying targets, with the rest of the squad just hunting down the remaining targets across the entire terrain. So maybe they have to do something different about that. But for the rest of the other teams, I think they do implement a crossfire strategy, but then again, in a crossfire strategy, you're hoping for the best still, that it is your ammunition that lands onto the disc itself.
You know what, for Team Jordan, I feel like the one that actually just lacking coming out from them, if you compare with Team Palestine right now, it's just going to be that one driver to make a difference. The driver of Palestine contribute quite a number when it comes to those points, but when it comes to the third track, it's going to be still a question mark because we're walking straight into track number 3, where this is gonna be the toughest, longest track of all 4 tracks we had the entire day.
Walking into it, we're more like driving into this scene right here, and do it in style with an Audi Q4 e-tron yourself. Just pick it up with any Audi showroom here today. I'm saying that as if everyone's got the spending capabilities to just put money down. I'm a rich man.
I wish. We all wish that will happen one day, but at least we get a consolation of miniature. I just hope we get it, bring it back home. Just, for us to stare on and knowing for the fact our dream will never come true.
Whoa. One day we might,
One day. I mean, like, if it's free, maybe today, but if it's not, maybe a couple of years. But back towards our game we go. Racing from the side of Los Eagles, crossing those bridges up towards the northern side, the southern side of Miramar, cutting across even maybe Los Leones in this case, not even maybe going there, maybe just cross those mountains on top of Jumaserra. But back towards our first leading team will still be Palestine taking the #1 slot, or will finally Team Omen.
Well, it's
coming back.
Going to go down to the wire here as all these teams just making really, well, not really a wire, but man, you get the drift here. Very sharp turns, keeping it close to the lines, their driving lines here, just trying to find for that opportunity to maybe perhaps come in with the overtake. Right now, it is happening as Team Jordan right at the rear end of the likes of Team Palestine, who's just inching a wee bit further than the rest of them. But now we've got a third party in play, and that is Team Saudi Arabia breaking in a third place.
No, I'm surprised every single time, every single checkpoint. Team Omen is just the one that always so laid back. You guys go for competing and just having a bit of a bumpy car movement, but we do have a flying vehicle across it, and he got the center. That's the thing we talked about before. You see how Team Palestine know for the fact the shortest route possible is taking those big risks, high lip, even they might have a chance to play a very dangerous game of crashing into those compounds, but they took it anyway. That's the difference between Team Palestine if you compare with all the others.
And there you have it, being the first to hit onto this checkpoint here. Team Palestine has got 120 seconds to try and pile up as much of the advantage as they want to, be it supplies or even capitalize on some of these free-flowing targets within these compounds.
Back towards the compound, we're almost nearby to a first checkpoint here. Whoever make a first entry, whoever park themselves the most best angle possible. And don't forget, you have to snatch up the best position there is, because if somebody else take it, you know that certain point, you know what? Whatever you spray on that certain angle, you can get a point anyhow. So that's going to be snatching away those good position from these guys if you get yourself the advantage of the first one to lead into the first checkpoint. But you know, that's not really a valid point if you consider about the last checkpoint. Because if you're late into it, you're still going to shoot a lot.
That's true. Gear up for the last one, boys. We're not doing the first two checkpoints.
Oh yeah, the first two checkpoints, like no matter how you get so much points, yeah, it doesn't matter that much.
Just, you can be relaxed with it, which is also a good strategy to have.
But I mean, like Team Omen, they're super relaxed since the start till the end, though. But they don't need to relax when it comes to heading into third checkpoint. I just wish for once we can see their cross a bit frantic, knowing that they need to catch up for points. But no, they just.
I wish there was like a golden wisp scenario, right? Where in the checkpoint 3, sure, you could do that one objective or do a super impossible objective, but if you accomplish that, you immediately get like a point booster of like 200 points straight up. Then that gives chance for the rest of them to maybe make it up.
Yeah, that's kind of true. But that's the point with airdrop, right? Where you get extra points.
For like 40 points?
That's quite a number still.
Out of 500?
If you can shoot 10 of those, that already adds up to 400 points. But if you got 10 of those, there's a plus.
Then they gotta be providing 10 of those in the first place.
So far, we've seen like 2 of them.
1 in each checkpoint. But anyhow, eyes back down, fixated onto the 4 color targets here. I believe one of these teams already had the 200-ish pointer mark much earlier on, and it's going to go to the side of Team Saudi Arabia. Being the first team to exit checkpoint number 1 will make the descent into checkpoint 2.
I'm sorry, I have to laugh because every single time it's a deja vu. They're always the first one to leave a first checkpoint, and they're one of the first few to leave a second checkpoint. Now all they need to work is just polish their final checkpoint, which is going to be the third checkpoint. Just make sure to position himself in a crossfire position. So far, even all the obstructions, they have been passing through flawlessly. There was nothing stuck in between. There's no accident happened for this guy. Everything goes very smooth. But it's just down to the last checkpoint. It's stopping Team Saudi Arabia from getting those points.
I hate that that's true, Ju. I hate that that's true.
I really want to have a secret recipe for them, you know, to see somebody else to be on top. For once.
Right? And as much as that recipe is going to go, it's not going to skew too far from getting the checkpoint 3 right. That's as simple as it gets. But perhaps maybe the marginal difference can be done during this driving stage if they make like proper turns and try and reduce as much, no, what's the word here? Friction onto their way towards the checkpoint, and maybe
it doesn't matter who's driving at this point.
I'm trying to find ways that they can still compete.
No, it doesn't matter who's driving right now. It matters more who can actually get those target down without whiffing and in such precision that you can shoot maybe 5 flying objects within 3 seconds.
I have a question.
Dodge targets will
can you shoot through the characters here?
Possibly not.
So if, hear me out, if you prone in front of the other player, the winning player.
That's what they have been doing, right?
Then why didn't they do that in the first place? Then stop the bullets from going on forward.
Maybe that's what they needed. Because we do know for a fact a lot of players being blocked with those vehicles early on. I did have this conversation before behind the scenes. There's a chance you can actually do that by blocking with body blocking all these teams from shooting down those targets early on. But you're putting your team at risk if you still do that as well, because there's going to be lack of firepower and manpower for your team to sacrifice one person to do that. Maybe the one without any percentage of the contribution can actually do that. But that's not wrong either.
Like, points denied from the opponent is points gathered onto your end. I believe that much.
I mean, like, whatever works. Whatever works, why not? But back to the side of Team Palestine, is that the only reason and the only thing that can be stopped with their performance? Now, why is it making it so different from the other teams and Team Palestine right now in this Road to Asia SEA Games, PUBG Mobile Asian Games version? Because it's just, there's nothing to stop them. And they've been consistently getting the time very similar in every single track.
Similar regards. I think it's because there is the 120 seconds cooldown mechanics. That thing really negates any lead that you have from the first checkpoint to the second checkpoint. Why? Because let's say you make it out on the first checkpoint in record time. You reach the next checkpoint. Now you have to wait 120 seconds before the next things appear. By that point, all the opponents would have already catched up.
But within that 120 seconds, you can shoot random targets. They're appearing, happen to be popping up everywhere across the same compound. So you're not really wasting your time. Instead, you can actually get an advantage while waiting 120 seconds.
At the risk of running your ammunition short when the actual objective comes up.
Do they have limit for ammunition?
Yeah, I heard that you have to pretty much loot it. I don't know, we've never played it to be honest, but I heard the things that you need to be looting for is ammunition, gas, and I forgot what the one thing was.
Speaking of gas,
yeah.
Imagine if you don't have enough gas and you were like, yeah, we're on the roll, and you just stop in the middle of nowhere with no gas to refuel yourself. But so far, as per usual, you know, it doesn't really matter. You know, yeah, Team Jordan get the first, maybe Team KSA or Team Saudi Arabia. But we do know by end of this third checkpoint, you even try to place Team Palestine, the first 2 checkpoints as the last one. They're still going to be the first by the end of the third checkpoint.
Look at that, Jordan and Team South Arabia now getting the first movement towards the last checkpoint. I'd like to see that being taken away by Team Palestine. I'm already waiting for it. That's their strategy. I think they know this. Look, the entire first set, right, today when they played this, track 1 to 4, all those single games, they don't even get their foot off the gas from Team Palestine. The second track, They are doing that intentionally and only coming in from checkpoint 3 because they know that's the only thing that matters.
Now, where is Team Palestine? I'm trying to look myself. They're still in the second checkpoint, and we don't have them anywhere close enough between Team Saudi Arabia or Team Jordan. But out of nowhere, by end of third checkpoint, they're just finally there after like what, almost a minute of difference. And suddenly they just get themselves number 1.
We're gonna see that happen, trust me.
All right, we're gonna wait and see if that's gonna happen again.
Well, they've got 120 seconds to catch up and be in the same compound just before the first check. I mean, the third checkpoint commences.
No! Hand in hand, both teams happen to be having a very harmonious time cruising together on top of these mountains.
Brockback Mountain, they say. Hey, hand in hand. Oh, it's all right there. Paint the picture, shall you? But right now, current speed, it seems that they're really sprinting for it. It is Team Oman with the faster track, but now surpassed by the likes of the Saudi Arabia.
Oh, careful.
This is a sharp turn. Can they do it? Narrows the spur.
You wouldn't even want to have a turn at this point. You know
Rules don't matter anymore.
We're just going to go straight here because we're done with Team Palestine. Even though we try to leave and try to just stretch out the gap of the distance, can they actually finally finish first?
I think they might.
Hey,
I think they
too
might.
Early. We haven't reached the third checkpoint yet. It's a bit too early for you to say that out loud.
No, which is a good thing. That the fact that they haven't reached the next checkpoint means that when they do reach, Team Palestine would have been done with checkpoint 2 and it's already on the way. Now with the 120 seconds buffer, they would make it in time to start picking up the points just as it begins.
And also trying to replenish their ammunition, all their resources as well, just to make sure they have enough to keep on fire on the next couple of minutes. I think this is the longest one we always have because everybody's just leaving over second checkpoint within like 10 minutes, right? And then when you are in the third checkpoint, that's where you spend another 10 minutes just in that one particular checkpoint. While the other 2 checkpoints, you were less than 5 minutes each of those checkpoints. That's double or triple amount of time they actually will have to spend in the final checkpoint here. You know what? The one that actually invented this is the most evil person I know alive this entire universe right now.
I agree, but it's not because of the game mechanic. I mean, it is the game mechanics, but it's not because it's hard. It's because you give them hope. You give them hope for the first two checkpoints and just take that hope away from them.
So mean, my God. I mean, like, this is the meanest tournament we feel like, you know, you gave a person, a kid, a 5-year-old kid, a lollipop. You gave them 2, not 1. There's 2 checkpoints, bro. 2, and you take them all away in the very last minute. How would you feel?
There's a lesson to be learned here. Life is tough, they say. Life is hard.
The turtle always wins. But in this case, Team Oman is nowhere up there. That's the thing.
Okay, let's take a look at this. Now that he has begun.
Okay.
Team Palestine just arrived. They're the ones in purple.
They're still 0.
Yeah, Jordan is at 56, 66 now and climbing. Now Team Palestine got themselves 10. How fast can they climb the chain?
We're gonna wait and see. Well, never mind. They pushed themselves up to the third place. It's starting off 0. Now this is the time where everything is super crucial. Now we do have the side of Team Jordan taking the lead. It's going to be late with 35% of contribution. If you compare with all the ace players of each respective teams here, I feel like Palestine do have more when it comes to leading player in their lineup.
So, but look at how they're doing it. Palestine from last place all the way up into the second position, 70 points.
I feel like Team Saudi definitely is a bit salty right now.
There's no joke, man. That is actually no joke. 90 points, still very doable. No one's near the halfway mark just yet. But Team Jordan, it doesn't seem like they want to let this one slip.
Now, how do they place themselves for Team Palestine? Because look at how they push up now, slowly being pushed down. But it's going to be alternating between these 2 teams here. Palestine and Saudi Arabia team now trying to catch up to us Team Jordan, who's taking the lead. Half of what Team Palestine have right now from the last place. all of a sudden when it comes to final checkpoint, Team Palestine, what did you do?
Oh.
How is it happening? But now being pushed down, but it's just going to be 2 points. But this is Team Jordan start to have a bit of a stagnant point at the same time. Look at how they just ran it, trying to shoot. Oh, this is a crazy crunchy target. There's no way he can hit that. Yeah, he got one.
He got him.
He got one.
He got
After such a long time.
But still, take a look at the board. I guess maybe Team Palestine has ran out of luck. Now they know what it feels like to be down at the bottom.
But they just want to prove us wrong.
Actually, they might. They might. Look at that. They're already climbing back up. They did that on purpose, man.
Feels like they control everything just in their palm here. The universe is just within their palm. The universe of all the UFOs out there.
It's their world. We're just living in it. But it can't be too lackluster for now, because already Team Jordan 358. Although it's pretty much decided that Team Palestine would probably win this thing as an overall, because of how consistent they are throughout match number 1 and coming into match number 2. But I'd still like to see them be a bit more petty and not let Team Jordan run away with this number 1.
I feel like they're catching up now. The moment you mentioned about how it feels like Team Jordan will finally take number 1 spot and leading up. But look at how close the gap right now. They're less than 50 points away. Within seconds, they can turn the tide again. It's just so good when it comes to getting those really sharp aim coming from Team Palestine. But at the same time, will it be the first time after such a long day, after the second track we saw it feels like yesterday or 10 years before this, and finally Team Palestine will be cutting over by the side of Team Jordan, taking over the number 1 spot. They only have 10 points away now, but can they catch up with Palestine in the very last minute?
I think they can. I've seen them done that before, and right now 440, 450. What happened to Team Jordan? That 10 points not coming in anytime soon. 500, they have it. Now Team Palestine's only 50 away, but it is Team Jordan who would enjoy the spoils of their victory. Head straight onto the checkpoint.
Boy, if they have an accident here, if they happen to be flipped over the vehicle, this is going to be the worst time possible, Team Jordan. Their drivers have to be super careful here. They cannot afford to even waste 1 second, because you don't know who's coming up behind, but everybody knows it's going to be Team Palestine, but I'm not sure if they finish off their target just yet.
Oh, it should be. I mean, it is Team Palestine. It's more surprising that they lost trying to catch up with the target hit counts. But this victory will look more likely than not going to the side of Team Jordan. They can enjoy this very track out here. It's always 1 track out of the 4 sets that will be enjoyed by some other team than Palestine.
I just, you know, I feel like I'm waiting for really bad news here for the side of Team Jordan. Everything goes smoothly for them. But I feel like there might be a moment where everything just be stirred up. I hope that's not the case here, because they are ending themselves in the finish line. Finally, we have the number 2 climbing back up to number 1. As per usual, it's going to be Team Palestine taking the second place. We're only a couple of seconds away of a difference. And for the side of Team Saudi Arabia, multiple times they are the first one to leave checkpoint 1 and 2. But when it comes to checkpoint 3,
that's where it gets a bit iffy. Right next to, at least this time around they're at 492, 500. They get to make the leave. Wonder where Team Oman might be at this point. We're not in the 400 mark just yet. You got this, guys.
Come on.
100 more points.
Come on, Team Oman. 90 points. 90 points to go. I think like this is one of their fastest yet secured target coming up from 3rd checkpoint here.
Has it been? It's 19 minutes. They average out at 20.
Oh, it might be one of the first few to actually get the teens instead of the 20s. But it's going to be 30 more seconds to go, so I'm having my doubts definitely right now.
It's creeping in. Don't let the negative thoughts get the best of you.
But for the side of Team Saudi Arabia, I mean, like, I would be really devastated for them, because every single time they are leading in the first 2 checkpoints. Like you mentioned, it's redundant if you cannot close things up in the final checkpoint, because we saw they were taking the lead even. Palestine started off at 0. They got a 66 points lead.
I'm telling you, it's 120 seconds. It's a bit too much. It's
Might
too
as well
much
take
time
your
to
time.
reset. You know, that's 2 minutes. There's 2 minutes to reset, and for the rest of the other teams to pretty much catch up into the same checkpoints without getting any progress done.
It's too fast. There you go. Okay, you're done. Get on the call. Let's go. Team Owen! No! Where's the other two? Hop into it. Let's go to the finish line. Let's go, Team Owen!
I feel your frustration, man. Why the frustration?
It's so laid back. It's only 500 just now. You can't see the other two players where they
They knew that all they had to do was get 8 points, and then still no single member was in vicinity for an extraction. They were just like waiting there for dear lives. 21 minutes. This is actually one of the slower times.
Hey, at least it's better than last third track. It was 24 minutes before. Over 24 minutes. And this is one of the
fastest within this track.
I don't want to say it, but it is what it is.
They hit the standard.
Oh, no! You guys can do it! Whee! Okay, let's go.
That's not too bad. That's not too bad.
They hit the rim of it just now. It's okay. Finish the line. Let's do this in a moment. Let's do it. Like 100 more meters to go. Let's end this.
Is that 100 meters? That's pretty far out for 100 meters.
Yeah, you can, I mean, no, we have to give us some hope, okay? Just give us some. Yeah! Team Omen!
The whole game is about hope.
I'm having fun with Team Omen. You know what? Who cares? Numbers are just numbers. What really matters is you enjoy the game. Hit something along the finish line.
I hate to be that person, but also numbers don't lie. So that's a clear reflection and telltale on how they're doing so far. I hope the answer to that is pretty good, right?
I'm traumatized by Team Omen right now. They're so laid back, you know? When you have this baby sister, example, you have this baby sister who you are supposed to be at school on time. You ready yourself on time, even earlier than it should be, but because of this baby sister just taking her own sweet time to just brush up the hair, just tidy up her things at her own sweet time, and just happily just hop onto the car and just not gonna be punctual with that time where everybody else already left the scene. That kind of feeling, you know? That kind of.
That's why boarding school exists.
I kind of agree.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that match. As we all know, it all goes down to checkpoint 3 as an overall.
Might as well just start at checkpoint 3 and just end it.
That's true. That is the highlight, pretty much. Hey, to be fair, you could argue that checkpoint 3 is where the comeback happens, so it should always be the highlight.
And look at this. Look at how far Team Palestine they were starting at 0. 0 when even Team Omen, I mean, like, no discredit for you guys, but even they got points during that time. They were starting way slower than the rest of them. But yeah, at least Team Jordan taking the #1 spot this time. But we're going for the next track, which I have a feeling it won't change that much. But, you know, I love Team Omen. I feel like they're my favorite team right now.
Yeah, they're the teams to memes, and that's always welcome with open arms here in the internet community. But for now, to the serious stuff, and acknowledge some of these champions here. Team Jordan with an 18.29 minutes finish here. 17 speed-ups. This time around, it is Palestine with the 21 speed-ups, but falling in second place.
But we do have all these Super A players for each respective team. Coming out from the side of Palestine, we do have Timon with 500 over score for himself, carrying out most of the teams. While we do have Al-Muqbali or Saddam coming out from the side of Team Omen. Team Omen with 400 over scores. Al-Qatani coming out from Easy, his IGN, which from the side of Team Saudi Arabia. Oh man, I'm sorry, Team Jordan. I left out Team Jordan, but you guys also.
Yeah, you guys won. What other recognition you guys needed? That was the #1 finish, right? In set #2, match #2. Can you do it again? I would like to see you do it again. Hey, I think it's like a wake-up call like, hey, they beat you at your own game in checkpoint 3. Maybe start to hit the panic button a little bit, eh, Team Palestine?
I mean, like, we do have an average. Out of all 8 tracks there, only 2 taken over by Team Jordan as number 1. Now, I do want to see something very different. Maybe Team Saudi Arabia is first, or maybe Team Oman, that's going to be the best. I'm a big fan for Team Oman right now. But I just really wish they get into the teens instead of the 20s, you know? For what? Just one time, last time.
You heard it, Team Oman. That's the assignment. Easier done than said, because all she's expecting is that you finish within the teens mark and not breach the 20th minute mark. And so, sounds very doable, very plausible, and I would set that sort of benchmark standard for myself. It doesn't seem too much to ask. So make Chushu happy, you know?
Yeah, just one time. I mean, like, just get in a car a bit faster than per usual. I feel like everybody's just so laid back. Like, where's our vehicle again? Yeah, it's there. Let's go. Hop into it. We got enough 500 points or not? No, we still have one more point. Let's us all shit all together instead of just one person. There's so many things to be done here. But speaking of which, when it comes to the first 2 stations or 2 checkpoints, it doesn't really matter who lit the chart. It's redundant. That's the right word for it.
I feel like they have to find for a certain counter mechanics that make this. How do they do that? Because I get why it's 120. They needed 120 seconds. It's so that everyone else can pretty much still compete, right? You don't want the snowball. You don't want the snowball.
But at the same time, the 120 seconds feels
too long.
No, for me, it's justifying for the teams that are reaching out there for the first team to reach the checkpoints, because they have the extra time to find all the targets be scattered around the compound. So they can take them out way earlier than the other teams without the pressure of having those timelines to finish all these things, or, you know, because they still, while waiting, why not shoot something? That kind of a sense. So you don't have the pressure to try to find something in a frantic manner.
Fair point. I see where you're coming from. I think it's got legs. But I still think that 120 seconds is a bit too long, and that creates the reset. However, hear me out.
Okay.
What if they turn that 120 to 60 seconds? You could still do what you wanted to do, not create too much of a lead, but if you're already in front, then you could probably start the event before some of the members arrive.
But at the same time, they'll be a bit too one-sided for the teams that are reaching out very late. But that's on them. They told you to be this late.
Exactly. That was the point, right? Because right now, it doesn't matter if you're late. You can catch them on the third part anyway.
Oh man, but this is very fun. I have to say, this has been very fun day. Yeah, we're looking at such a dominating performance coming out from the athletes and the team of Palestine. We don't see them too often, but they just showcase to us what a real consistency is without the factor of luck. It's all about technicalities, it's all about individual skills, and how precise can you be, and how the IGL is trying to spread out each of them with their own responsibility, their own roles to do whatever they need to do. But if you compare with, okay, we're going to compare. I'm sorry, I love to compare. Coming up from Team Oman, if you compare it with Team Palestine, right? Jordan won just now, but so far, average-wise, still leading up Palestine. What's the biggest difference between these two teams?
One shoots. They both shoot. One hits, one miss.
That's too straightforward.
Done. Biggest difference. When it came down to the checkpoint 3, one was accumulating points across the board like mad. Another one just doesn't seem to be able to get points in.
But seriously, honestly, I mean, like, these guys are known for, they are professionals. Definitely their firepower is there. But why is it they miss so much?
I think it maybe, okay, so that's where things get interesting, right?
Yeah.
Because you could argue that they're both professional, playing on a professional level. However, the trainings from Team Oman might be more skewed towards close quarter combats or mid to short range, not really on the long range ordeal, right? So maybe they're more of an aggressive team who likes to play it close quarters, but when it comes to the far shots, unfortunately just missing it a little bit.
If they put out the teams in that manner then, so the best driver will be on the side of Team KSA or Team Saudi Arabia. Maybe they're focused mainly on the route driving. They got personal class from Audi, justified to drive himself in Iran. Because there's always the fastest driver there is. They compare with all the other teams down there. Team Jordan on the other end kind of balance both. I feel like they pretty much good when it comes to their driving, their knowledge of the map itself, when and what not to turn and how to play alongside the flyover. But for Team Palestine, it feels like driving-wise, not so much. But when it comes to where it really matters, not missing. That's why everything just changed. I think that's the crucial one.
No, the crucial one was in the sentence you said, where it really matters. And that's pretty much about it. You could have, okay, let's think about it critically, right? Yeah. What if checkpoint 3 was advanced as the first obstacle to cross?
Now that's gonna change a lot.
Right?
That's gonna change a lot. They're gonna be, that's gonna be, you know, the fact that that's a reason why we count 1, 2, and 3. That's the reason why it's called A, B, C, and it raised based on the levels. Usually, the hardness getting the increment of the hardness based on how high the number is, right? Like the third checkpoint, so it's gonna be the toughest because it's 3, right? Imagine if you put the third checkpoint as the first. Imagine it's the first track of the day. You're not even warming up. You have no clue what's going on. You have started off with a third checkpoint first.
I could see the outcome. And
it's gonna be chaos.
No, it's gonna be orderly, but not entertaining. Why? Because the moment you are the first one out from the, let's say, assuming that checkpoint 3 is number 1.
Yeah.
The moment you're the first one out of checkpoint 1, you can almost definitely confirm your victory already.
Provided that you don't get dizzy from the first checkpoint.
Because everyone else is going to take like forever to hit like 500 and then you're already there. Then they're spending more than 120 seconds. So by then, you're doing the next checkpoint by yourself.
You know what? That would be really interesting if we go in a reverse in the second series instead. Right? To see if there's any sort of a difference from that reverse. Will it change the outcome by the end of the day? I mean, like, crew, if you guys can hear this, maybe we should try it. Because so far, if we hit the same pattern, we have the same result over and over again for the entire day, except for a couple of tracks. There's going to be only 2 of them, where Team Jordan do take the lead. But if we reverse the track, maybe we reverse the outcome, like Team Moment is the first.
Perhaps. Perhaps. But I'm guessing that the developers would hate to hear suggestions right now. For them, it's like, now we gotta code things in reverse just to appease some people on the internet who's talking about our game, who's seen it for the first time.
Yeah, that's kind of true. That's kind of true. But our athletes, I mean, like, they have been amazing so far. You've been playing 16 tracks with full focus on all the time. And they don't have that much of a break either. So you have to give a round of applause. I mean, like, a lot of respect from me for all the athletes down there, for every single team. Right now we're watching on the side of West Asia. Bahrain already got themselves the advancement towards the next stage. Right now waiting for the second to the 5th place, which is going to be none other than Team Oman, Team Jordan, Team Palestine, and Team Saudi Arabia. Who will place himself last? Will place himself the second instead of a first, because we never see Bahrain. Imagine if Palestine has been really this consistent. How would Bahrain?
That would be the bigger giant within the sea.
Sure.
Yeah, and so I think that's a good point to bring up. Like, all these teams who are excelling today, they cannot, be too casual about it, because once they get into the regional finals, you're playing on a totally different league. If you were knocked down once, they can knock you down again.
Well, being so not nice today.
Intrusive thoughts in your mind you care to share?
We do have our Campo Militar, and there's going to be the Audi swiftly just giving away the time for the players to under the limelight. Speaking of which, you cannot be knocked down again. Feels like not the case for Timo. I mean, like, how many times do they need to be knocked down to finally realize this is the last track for them? Team Omen, I'm rooting for you. Let's go for once in the teens. And not even asking much, just that 2 minutes decrease from their usual spot on time.
You are asking a lot there. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I can give you that. But let's meet in the middle. Let's say they take on the lead in checkpoint 2.
Please do. Yes. Please. Yes.
In checkpoint 2.
They're taking lead right now. They can go. Go for it. Go for checkpoint 1. You can do it. They have the same speed up target. But why is it they're not making the same outcome? I need a reason for this. It makes sense in my logic. I need a good reason.
Like I said, this thing doesn't run on logic. Otherwise, checkpoint 3 wouldn't be so hard to get by. But we'll see how this one turns out. It is the last track of the day anyway for the West Asian region. They might as well make the best out of it in this current position. Leading the pack right now in blue, that would be Team Jordan. Just fresh off a victory, but slowly Team Saudi Arabia comes in to cut in close, leaving the Reds, or Team Oman, to maybe come in as a third party here.
I think Team Oman just now made... Oh, no!
Yes,
Team Saudi Arabia flip over the vehicle!
What
Not even flipping back!
What happens then?
They just jump out, try to push the vehicle, but I don't know who will it work. Do they go on foot from now on?
Is that the end of it? Is that the end of their run?
I have no clue. They're stuck. It won't work.
Oh, this.
Push!
Oh, that
Push!
is painful to watch here.
Oh man, how to flip it over? They don't have nates, which
Okay.
is the only reason for them to actually do it.
Take a look. Okay, let's think about the worst case scenario.
The best, it's going to be some other team to push them from the back. That's the only way right now.
No, the worst case scenario is the entire game goes on. They take the full brunt of 30 minutes. Is that going to impact their position? Because we're talking about Team Saudi Arabia. They're not in first, second place. They're in third. And will this 30 minutes duration push them down below the teams that are currently in trouble and hot suit? That is Team Oman.
That's a blessing for Team Oman.
Yeah, but like, man, that would really hurt for the likes of Team Saudi Arabia.
All the time, you got stuck, then there's nowhere to flip to the other side. And for now, looking at the map, they're stuck, they're so close to the second checkpoint. How to push things aside. There's no other vehicles, there's no other team to help them. Because they are the last one who got caught themselves and caught themselves in the corner of the rock. While the other team start to shoot and gain them points, Team Saudi Arabia still starting as a 0 here. And their vehicles not even moving from that like what, 100 meters from that checkpoint. It's not even far.
Oh, this feels bad. Of course they can't move. The vehicle won't budge.
How to do?
You can't call for a recall because that's not an issue of the game. You crashed onto it.
Oh man, imagine being the driver right now.
Yeah, then maybe this is why they say, oh, we're a bit selective on who gets the wheel.
That's kind of true. Now we can see why. One mistake, and a crucial one at that. So detrimental for the entirety of Team Saudi Arabia, and where they are finally, they are here. I'm not sure what really happened, but finally they got back up their 4 feet. Can they catch up? While the other teams start to leave here, we're talking about Team Blue coming up from Team Jordan, leaving the vicinity, going straight into the second checkpoint. You know, the other team still struggling and fighting on the first checkpoint. This is a huge gap. Now, can Team Jordan, at the end of the day, overtake Team Palestine and take over that number 1?
Hard chance. Team Palestine has been number 1 the entire way, but two tracks, that's it.
It's not that far. If you compare with all the 8 tracks, right? If they win this one, it's going to be 3 out of... counting 5. 3 out of 8. There's going to be 5. But if they do have shorter time spent across all that 3 teams, way more than Team Palestine, they do have a shot at that.
So how I'd look at it is, let's take a look at the factors, right? Number 1, they're always neck and neck, Team Jordan and Team Palestine. So, but most often than not, whenever they want they're neck and neck, it is Palestine. So Palestine wins more number 1 spot than Jordan. So you say maybe this one here could make the difference. But remember, in track 1, they had a 2-minute lead against Jordan, and that's gonna pull into the overall time.
I'm not being mean or evil here, but imagine if what happened to Team Saudi Arabia happens to Team Palestine the next 3 minutes. That's going to be a different story now. What a dramatic way to end things if that happens.
That would have hurt. If any of these top 2 teams, Team Jordan and Team Palestine, crashes, much like what would happen to Team Saudi Arabia, then I don't know what to say.
And there's no redemption after this, because this is going to be the last track of the day for them. For West Asia, this is going to be the last track for them.
It wouldn't even be like an intentional thing too, right? So that's going to hurt. Oh. Do we have cameras? Do we have eyes on that team?
Team Saudi Arabia right now still in first checkpoint, but 2 teams set for the side of Team Oman. Now coming into the second checkpoint. While we do have Team Palestine and Team Jordan, as per usual, always take themselves in the first few in the lead, but it's still not too far off for Team Oman to catch up here. But on side of Team Saudi Arabia, I don't know how they want to do damage control. It's a bit of a gap.
Saudi Arabia, not even a future gaming flagship iQOO 11 could save them at this point.
That flip.
Oh.
Man, it's gonna hurt. And it's so detrimental, it might actually pull them all the way down to the 4th spot, but Team Oman always ended up with 20-ish.
So, the 3rd place finishers also 20-ish. So that's why if they were to go down right now, that's at least, okay, if let's say Team Oman were to go out like 23 on their latest, right, historically, that's still 7 minutes apart. That is massive. That is... Oh, they're driving again. Hey, where'd you get that car from?
They managed to flip it over, but like you mentioned before, they actually did hit the first target, the first objective just now for the checkpoint. But the thing is, they are like around 2 or 3 minutes later than the rest of the team. Now they are the team that's hoping they can do whatever Team Palestine did in the final checkpoint, if they can catch up the last one.
Oh, I think they're fine. The moment they can move, I think they're good already.
If they're still stuck.
The issue is like not being able to close the game, right? Then you take the full 30 minutes. So if that's the case, you're good, you're golden. Now this is where they have to be thankful for the format.
But they're not there yet. And we're talking about Team Jordan almost finished off the 400 points, while Team Palestine still got halfway through it. This is where Team Saudi Arabia have a lot of catching up to do, because if they can actually overtake Team Oman, I don't know what else to say about Team Oman.
Best team in the world, eh?
Oh, come on, Team Oman. I really want to see them at least get a bit of a difference when it comes to the final track here.
It's set up for them. Like, this is it, right? Like, you cannot get any better lead than this.
True, true.
Team Saudi Arabia are crawling in from a disadvantage that they put themselves into. This is the mistake that you have to capitalize if you are a Team Oman.
I'll start to question my existence. if Team Oman couldn't at least place themselves in the 3rd place, I really hope they make a bit of a bump. Just the 3rd place is more than enough. This tiny bit of a difference will make a big impact later on. But outside of Team Jordan, as per usual, they're uncontested, taking the lead again, leaving the vicinity, just heading straight to checkpoint 3 without nobody to stop them. And they got themselves a lead again, but it's all down to can you shoot it right? Because if you miss again, there's no point taking the lead.
Oh, well, at least you get a short moment of fun, you know. You're here for a good time, not a long time, they say. And to be number one for now, as brief as it may be, you've had your chance under the spotlight. But let's take a look at that team. It's Team Saudi Arabia now sharing compound with Team Oman. Still, checkpoint 2. Team Oman, you're not the ones who had a handicap. What are you still doing there, clearing up the checkpoint?
I do want to see the points right now. Last time I saw, they kind of got stuck at 58 points for 400 points. You know, really question so many things right now on top of my head.
Okay, wait. The good news is Team Oman's now on the move.
Hey! Good start, good start. But will Saudi Arabian Team Saudi Arabia will try to catch up in the very last minute. But while waiting for the time for the preset or the how do you say it? Pre-show?
The pre-show?
The pre-show of the final checkpoint. But on the side of Team Saudi Arabia, last one to leave, how many points do they gain right now? Do they still have enough time to catch up here?
Now, technically, everything else before the third checkpoint is a pre-show or a show match.
That's kind of true. The first checkpoints even. Because this is where everything just changes in the last minute. I'm out from the side of Team Oman, finally reaching up to the last checkpoint to join in with Team Jordan and Team Palestine. Already got themselves the position that they needed. Even the time is less than, I think that's going to be less than 15 seconds away for the timer starts. But they will make it in time. They will be right on time for Team Oman.
There we go. Team Oman finally reaches this area. But this is the bane that they have been struggling with since the first track of the day. And now they're here again. Although just in time, I don't think their attendance was ever the issue in this checkpoint number 3. So let's see if they can somewhat make it out of this one and complete this entire track 4 in a 3rd place finish.
Coming out from Team, this is going to be Team Jordan. Taking so much of a lead here. 100 over points compared to all the others. But this had happened before. This had happened so many times in a day. Now all we need is just the numbers keep on getting up, especially Team Oman. I'm rooting for them, specifically right now for the last track of the day. But for the side of Team Saudi Arabia, on their way to the final checkpoint here to finish things up. They're halfway through there, and they start to be left a gap here between Team Jordan. The moment they reach the final checkpoint here, high chance that Team Jordan already secured 250 points. Mark that if I got that exactly right.
I think you did. I think you did. I have to go in blind faith here. My Asian math isn't the best, so I'll have to go by trust. But talking about which, though, we have to cheer on Team Oman. This right now 40 points lead, and Team Saudi Arabia closing in by the corners. They've got the last and final sharp corners to come on in, and the lead is only about 60 points from Team Oman. They have to pull the differences here. They're not making it more the points that we would have hoped.
And Team Jordan actually shooting way faster than I hope that they will actually do, because Team Saudi Arabia, well, is actually right on point. It's 350 around points there somewhere. They just arrived. For them to actually catch up half of the point where Team Jordan really take out most of the majority of the points right now. Well, Team Palestine, as per usual, slowly catching up, but the moment Team Jordan hits stagnant, that's where Team Palestine just keeps shooting up there.
They're gonna try, that's for sure.
Welcome Team KSA into the final checkpoint, but they can catch up.
I know, which is the worrying portion, because we're rooting for Team Oman right now too. Don't get straight with the objectives. We must see Team Oman in a finish other than the 4th position.
And not in the 20th. So demanding. But it feels like Team Oman got stuck at 122 points for the longest time there.
Stuck? You can only get stuck if you ever move. And it has been that way. The points accumulation has been fairly slow for Team Oman. And look at that. Team Saudi Arabia just arrived already, like 1/3 of their value.
surprisingly, as per usual, Palestine already take over Jordan. I don't know how and when, but they just shoot right up from 300 over, now hitting almost 400 within seconds. Other side, Team Jordan having difficulty to score up even neck to neck to the side of Palestine as they're being left behind. Hitting the 400 for Palestine now, while Jordan now dropped to second place. Team Oman will be catch up by Team Saudi Arabia. This is the first time we want to see if Team Oman can place themselves third. You guys can do it. We believe in you. We still have tiny faith in there because the numbers start to closing up the gap.
Meanwhile, Team Palestine is just doing Team Palestine things, reaching closely, ever so slightly towards that 500 pointers. They're nearly there. They've got members already evacuating, trying to get more of the easy and confirmed kills down into these entire compound, and they have done it. 500 points for the likes of Team Palestine. They will be making their way towards the checkered flag here. Team Jordan, they'll be held back in place for the time being, but it is the eyes, focus, fixated, if I might say so myself, down onto the team from Saudi Arabia, who look like they might have just surpassed the likes of Team Oman.
I feel like there's no stopping Team Palestine for getting that #1 spot anymore. As Team Jordan, they got stuck at the 400 mark for quite some time now, and they still have not left the third checkpoint. It just shows what a lead coming up from the side of Team Palestine. Even though they dropped into second place just now, catching back up to Team Jordan with such a very stylish manner even. Didn't even break in a sweat. Now crossing over to the finish line. Congratulations from Team Palestine once more. Now getting a shorter time frame if you compare with the previous one, within just 16 minutes over just 60 minutes plus 5 seconds possibly, but Team Oman is under the spotlight right now.
Yeah, they have been the topic of discussion since this third match began, since Team Saudi Arabia got held back. But right now, Team Oman looking like more likely than not inching towards that 500. Could this very well be the top 3 position that they have loathed for the longest of time? It's not nowhere near, that's for sure. And I don't know what the counters are for the likes of Saudi Arabia.
Come on, just, okay, you know what? Just below 20 minutes. Not under 20s, that's all. Not in the 20s. Oman, come on, just go. Numbers, get it 400. Let's go, 400.
I would be happy for Team Oman just to make it in top 3, despite how long they're going to take. Maybe they take 23 minutes, but because of the delay from Team Saudi Arabia, they might still be able to finish in third place.
I take whatever I can right now.
Yeah?
Like, yeah.
Oh no, what is he doing?
Oh no. Are they stuck there for Team Jordan? It feels like they're parking themselves right in the center. Oh, they want to get themselves. What is happening? It is a different team entirely, but what happened? Team Jordan got stuck there.
Well, that's not very wise now, because the timer is still running for them.
They're stuck there for quite a bit.
I don't know what they're doing, man.
They're kind of stuck in between those ramps, like how it happened with Team Saudi Arabia right now.
I think honestly they're just comfortable in their position. They know, regardless of what happened within this game, the top 2 is already fixed. It's Team Palestine, Team Jordan.
Come on, Team Oman.
But this is where it goes down to the finer details of things. Right now, Team Oman looking like they might hit the 500 mark. This has never been done before, at the very least, here in day #1 of the Road to Asian Games 2022. They have never finished with a top 3 position, and this could be their best shot at it.
To the car, to the car, to the car. No, 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 no. No, don't waste any water. What? Why are they running ring around the Rosie?
They got it.
No, don't leave your teammate. Let's go. Let's go, Team Oman. Still under 20 minutes. Close enough. Can they finish things up right on point on the 20th minute?
You know what would have really feels bad right now? If they crash into a rock.
Can you not? Can you?
No, because Team Saudi Arabia is already like almost on their way, right? So if they crash onto a rock or get there.
No.
Oh no! As I'm mention the live and breathe, the day it happened, their best chance. Oh, they're still up. They're still up. They got a chance.
Oh, man.
It wasn't flipped on over, so whoo, that was a close call right there. Team Omen, they live to play another day.
They just slightly over 20 minutes, and this is yet the best run from Team Omen at the finish line.
Second place!
Yay!
They got
Team
second
Omen.
place!
Second place! Woo! Congratulations, Team Omen! I'm so proud for them.
What is this guy doing there? Oh, okay. I thought that was one of their enemies.
I love how Team Jordan just wait for the other teams. You know what? We will end this together. You know, just for the sake of sportsmanship, knowing for the fact they're taking the lead. I just wish there will be no more other crash here. Everything's doing great. This is going to be the last one. The last jump is the most crucial one, and they made it. They were in the flawless drive in the last minute, finishing towards the end of the line, and Team Jordan also reach up there and will wait to finish up together. And congratulations for all the teams, but definitely we do have our champions, which gonna be not really a champion, but for the next stage.
Well, that's the top 3 positions, so we'll just prematurely say congratulations to Team Palestine, Team Jordan, and Team Team Saudi Arabia, actually, for making it through onto the regional finals. This was one heck of a match, not gonna lie. There was potential comeback moments right there, especially when Team Saudi Arabia flipped their car. It looked hopeful for a different kind of finish.
And surprisingly, that's going to be the worst performance coming out from Team Jordan. But we do know for a fact they were just having a good sportsmanship, waiting for all the teams to finish.
So turns out I was wrong about that. They were already checked in. They just crashed it in a certain way. Yeah, it's right there on the screen. Yeah, they're
not that kind. You know what? They still have competitive side of them, but it's just always every single time 1 minute of a difference between Team Palestine and Team Jordan. But I'm happy for Team Omen. They finished barely over 20 minutes. You know, this is yet their best time ever. Previously, 24 minutes, 21 minutes. This is the best time they have.
And talking about the best time, in contrast, this is the worst time for Team Saudi Arabia. But to be fair, I would have given up. These players were relentless. They flipped the car over. How did they do it? I didn't see that, but I wish I did.
And it got stopped so hard.
Yeah, like they were jumping on it. They were trying to, I guess, spray on it. Nothing. It didn't budge, right? But they did something, and they got the car running. And for a point there, they looked like they were about to overtake Team Oman, who has been, I mean, with all that lead, right? So that's something to be said about the Team Saudi Arabia.
I'm loving this here today. When it comes to all the performance in the last minute, you can see all the final push coming out from all the teams. But I think Team Saudi Arabia were in the lead. They were in the lead when going into the first checkpoint, but the accident happened. You know, something it happened, including Team Omen. When you mention it, when Keith mentioned it, it happened. But Team Omen, it's not my fault.
It's not mine as well, clearly. After so many matches, it's the same old result. So you can't blame that one on me.
But this time we have a difference in third and fourth place.
Yeah. It's a freak accident, that's for sure. But let's talk about the good things in life here. The top few individuals within their each respective teams here. For the Audi Super A player, we have with Saudi Arabia and Easy getting that 444. Sparta from Palestine with 424 score in total, and also his teammate Timon with 433. And finally, one from Team Jordan, it's Ragnarok at 408.
You know, surprisingly, when it comes to comparing here, Team Palestine, when it comes to a Super A player, and also Team Jordan, they're not having the most numbers out there. But they are working as a whole team. And almost everybody got almost maybe the same average amount of work.
Maybe we gotta find out, like, how is this scoring system tallied up? Is that by a number of points contributed to them?
I think so. Yeah.
So if that is the case, then what about the the bar that's always been popped up onto the screen. That's contribution by team, right? And it's always a different name.
That's kind of true. So that's a mystery yet to solve.
Hey, again, like when Sir Cloud was here, I just have to tell the audience, this is the first time we're unveiling this game, right? So expect us to not know a certain widgets or mechanics or, you know, indicators out there, because we're learning the game as we go as well. So it's been great so far, this PUBG Mobile Road to Asian Games version.
And also, there's also a caution to Team Saudi Arabia for shooting violation in the third game of PUBG Mobile Asian Games version was Asia Group qualifying stage match 2.
What did you do?
I don't know. There's so many. Come on, stop it, guys. Stop. Wow, there's another warning. This first time I'm looking at Team Jordan, Grizz, for the unauthorized leave of game room.
Why? He's from Team Jordan. Why would he leave? That doesn't make sense. I would have left if my car crashed and totaled and there was nothing you can do for at least the first 5 minutes of the game and it seemed like just impossible. I would have left.
But right now, what is not impossible for you to take a break after this?
Oh, looking forward to that.
Because tomorrow is going to be another long day, but I think we're heading into a breakdown, or not yet?
Not yet. No, we've got Tash waiting on the other end. We got to queue it onto her.
Well, I want to listen. I wish we can get Team Omen, but I have a feeling it's going to be another team. So are we throwing over to Tash side for any interviews?
I do not believe so. Not just, Tash told me to, hey, could you stall it a little bit longer so I could come back from the washroom? But I think she should be back logically. So, you know what? This is Choo Choo. I'm Keith. Well, later on, we're going to have Sir Cloud onto the desk here. And so for now, let's send you over to Tash Bunny for that interview.
Thank you very much to our casters, and what a game we have seen. Now we know who exactly will be going to the finals, and I have one of the finalists here with me from Team Jordan, Ragnarok. How are you feeling right now?
I'm pretty happy, to be honest, and it's a good feeling to be qualified for the finals.
Yes, it must be very exciting for you. Now, congratulations, first of all, for making it to the finals. Did you think that you would make it to the finals today?
Thank you, first of all, and I think, we were prepared for this, and we have trained, so we were pretty sure that we would make it to finals.
Speaking of training, how long did you prepare for this tournament?
To be honest, we didn't have so much time because all of us were playing with our clubs in PMPL and other tournaments, but we had enough time to prepare for this tournament also.
Not a lot of time to prepare, and this sort of result is honestly very amazing from you guys. So now that you're in the finals, what do you think is the biggest obstacle your team is facing between you guys and making it to the top ranks?
To be honest, all the teams are good. All the teams have prepared more than us. So I think we are facing this. All the teams are good.
All the teams are good. Honestly, despite the fact that the teams are good, they're doing very well. So before I go, what do you want to say to your fans back home?
I'm saying that I hope we make you proud and we'll make you enjoy.
Make them proud and make them enjoy. I hope you guys continue to support your teams. And now going back to the casters, I'll see you guys later.
Not enough time to prepare, they say, which is a big lie because they has been consistently placing themselves second place.
To be fair, he did reveal that he was playing in different and other official tournaments. So
that's true.
The preparations you get from actual real life experience outweighs the drills you do on their, pastime and so on and so forth. I think.
Imagine if they do have the time. Maybe they can actually overtake Palestine in the very last minute, though. But we can see the struggle when it comes to the final checkpoint here. But we're not done for the entire day because we do have a different region after this when it comes to the road to Asian Games 2022 in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games, a version of the division. It's a very long mouthful word to say it, but that's what it is.
I heard version, division, diversion. But let's take a look at the standings so far. We have from the West Asian region, it is Team Palestine right now, top of the charts with 69 minutes in total invested into this game here. 0.18 seconds and 60 milliseconds. Team Jordan coming in next at 73.3, and Team Saudi Arabia 78. at point 50. And take a look at that difference from Saudi Arabia, Team Saudi Arabia and Team Oman. If they would not be able to get their cars up in time, that would have been them on the bottom, because the difference is nowhere near 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, like, gladly, when we saw the 7 minutes into the map just now, they actually flip over the car again and make it going. But for now, we hate to break it, but Oman have to stand down because the top three will advance forward, which is going to be Team Palestine, Team Jordan, and Team Saudi Arabia. Congratulations for advancing to meet up with Team Bahrain, another different beast entirely.
Yeah, this concludes things. It was great having Team Oman involved. I had a lot of fun. You had a lot of fun as well. We were rooting for them
we were
at least towards the end. Yeah, they brought us a lot of joy. So in a way, you win, man. You won the crowd favor, or at least our favorites. So I hope you enjoy your stay here in Macau and have a great hotel. And I think I might just excuse myself now to go catch a quick dinner. So Choo Choo, Keith, we'll see you in just about a bit. Actually, Sir Cloud will stand in my place. So bye-bye. I'll see you when I see you.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰。有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，音像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in East Asia. Lying on the eastern part of the continent and located west of the Pacific Ocean, East Asia is one of the world's most densely populated regions. Esports in East Asia thrive with a well-established ecosystem and many talented and dedicated teams. It is now recognized as an integral part of the region's cultural identity. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, People's Republic of China, Hong Kong, China, Republic of Korea, Macau, China, and Chinese Taipei will compete in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version event. As one of the 4 great ancient civilizations of the world, China has a long history and has nurtured a diverse culture of esports. Players from all over China will surely put on an unparalleled gaming experience. Victoria Harbour has witnessed the golden age of pop culture in Hong Kong, China, and will observe outstanding performances by its players today. As the national flower of the Republic of Korea, the beautiful and strong hibiscus flower encourages Korean players to strive for excellence. As an international free port, Macau, China is known for its openness and inclusiveness, and this spirit is also reflected in its esports culture. Chinese Taipei, also known as Treasure Island, has been compared to a pearl. The player's performance will shine just as brightly in this game. We wish the young players from East Asia, as part of their RDAG journey, promote sportsmanship, compete proudly, and make the most of the 2022 RDAG Regionals.
大家好，我是中国代表队刘云宇，我的位置是驾驶位，我的 ID 是阿光。
大家好，我是中国香港代表队的熊文佳，我在队伍里是负责开车的。我的游戏 ID 叫小佳。
我叫金红，我在队伍担任的位置是指挥。我的游戏 ID 是 Hong。
안녕하세요. 저는 한국팀 소속 이름은 박상철이고 그 팀에서의 역할은 팀장을 맡고 있고 제 인게임 아이디는 파비안입니다.
大家好，我是中国澳门代表队队长林宝发，我的主要负责工作是指挥。我的游戏 ID 叫做 MACAU。
参加这次亚运征途比赛，和我以前参加的比赛相比，这次规模比较大，参加的队伍也比较多。
我觉得我们团队的优势是我们比较团结，因为毕竟我们成立了1年多的时间，在练习的过程中，我们也会互相去指点对方的缺点在哪边，才可以进步。
제가 가장 관심 있는 팀은 일단 중국 팀이고 중국 팀에서도 파라보이 선수가 제일 관심이 있습니다. 그 이유는 파라보이 선수가 워낙 유명한 선수이고 총도 되게 잘 쏘는 걸로 알려져 있어서 관심이 있게 된 것 같습니다.
这次来自东亚赛区的队伍很多，我们已经做好了比赛的准备，期待与他们的较量。
在这个东亚赛区，我觉得最 top 的队伍应该就是中国代表队了。那据我所知呢，无论是人才选拔或者是训练方面呢，也是一个最高的配置了。那无论如何，我们也会全力以赴，以拿下最好的成绩。
지금 같은 조에 많은 강팀들이 있지만 열심히 노력해갖고 1위 하도록 하겠습니다.
这次我们已经做好了准备，我们会全力以赴，拔得头筹。
RDAG， 我哋嚟啦
！RDAG， 보여줄게。
《
finally back for more actions, and definitely you guys are tuning into Road to Asian Games 2022 in the on-ground event with me, Chichu and Seklo as your commentators for the day. But man, what a day.
What a day it has been. I mean, we saw a lot of good action, and well, oh, you noticed. Thank you for noticing.
He's a very fashionable guy.
Because I want to match with your color,
I know. I'm touched. Oh my god, you're so sweet, by the way.
Wow, but you know who's not going to be sweet? It's going to be these teams against each other. They will not be sweet. They will not show remorse.
That's kind of true. We do have a different region entirely to compete in our I have to say, the format is like super exciting for me to watch. I'm intrigued to know, coming up from the region of East Asia, how will they fare if we just witnessed coming up from West Asia just now. Consistency really is the key. Nobody can actually change the positions in the very last minute. But when it comes to East Asia, it's going to be a totally different story.
Yeah, because, well, it's a new format from how we used to know PUBG Mobile's format is, right? This is the Asian Games version. So we have to throw aside however that we know they played before this in the regular Battle Royale format and now focusing onto this. And if you just join us, so there will be 4 teams competing in each match, and there will be multiple tracks. So in multiple tracks, there will be 3 challenges that the teams will go through in order for them to reach the goal.
That's kind of true. There's going to be exactly 4 tracks on top of Miramar map, which can be all different route or track. And provided they have to complete each track less than 30 minutes. And also, how do you keep up with those? How do we actually score them? So it's going to be time-based. If these guys can actually finish each of the checkpoint, example here, the first checkpoint, they have to finish off with 300 points to fill up the numbers. Then they can only switch over to second checkpoint, which is going to be the requirements a bit higher. 400 points up to the section 3, which can do 500 points. If they finish off everything within short amount of time, they do have the upper hand, because each of the section do have different sort of target they have to score against. Pretty much score, right?
Yeah, you got to meet the score requirements for each section. As mentioned below in the graphics, 300, 400, and 500. And here are group's introduction. Basically, we're introducing all the teams that are involved in this event. So we have teams from West Asia, East Asia, Central Asia, and South Asia, as well as Southeast Asia. And after this, we'll be focusing on to the 4 teams from East Asia.
That's kind of true. We do have team coming out from China, team Hong Kong, China, team the Republic of Korea, team Macau, China, and team Chinese Taipei, which we do have the team China already advancing towards the next stage because they were in the previous stage as the #1 team.
Yeah, and they are currently the record holder of about 10 minutes, 36 seconds. And with that sort of record, they directly qualified onto the finals. So now we'll be looking at the other 4 teams. And 10 minutes, 36 seconds is a tough record to beat, not gonna lie.
And if we compare with the last region where we did have West Asia region just now, the shortest time they could complete a track was not even 15 minutes. We're talking about 16. And this is 10 from Team China. That is just different level entirely.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I was even having a conversation about some of the observers of yesterday's game whereby this match was played, and they do say that, the Republic of Korea team is great, Hong Kong, China is great as well. So we'll be keeping an eye on these teams, whether they can remain consistent or not. And speaking about the teams, this will be the team introduction. And in Macau, China, we have a female athlete with us.
Yeah, I'm loving this. This is the good thing about esports. There's nothing to stop. There's no gender difference. There's no age gap. What you need is just your best to play the game and perform, and also representing your own region. For all these 4 teams, right now we're looking at from Chinese Taipei, Republic of Korea, Hong Kong, China, and Macau, China. Whoever be in the top 3 will advance towards the next stage, while the one being left behind might be relegated.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised to not see Fabian in the Republic of Korea's lineup because he is one of those players who have the experience of playing at the international stage. So maybe he's playing as a sub this time. So we might be able to see his debut. But if you just join us, this is going to be our format. So we're going to start off with track number 1, and La Drillera will be one of our first section, in which in this section, they need to shoot according to the colors of their own team.
Yep, from Montenegro, next they're going to be going right onto a graveyard around Picado area, which is going to be the next second checkpoint where they have to move later for this. I think this is going to be the hardest, the toughest on top of Los Leones in the final section 3, where they do have the finishing line right on top of Puerto Paraiso. And when it comes to the tracks, it will be only applied and used in Miramar map.
Yeah, and so far we see teams actually who do well in the third section. Yeah, they just go all the way. So that is probably the key of doing well in this. But of course, for them to reach the third section, they have to do well in first and second section as well. So it needs to be a balance at the end. You cannot be too far behind, and then when you reach section 3, and then you need to reach out.
You know. Yeah, you saw.
I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking.
Exactly.
I just try to be the guy that gives optimistic hope for yeah, I know. I heard the fake hope thing just now. But in reality, of course, yeah, that is the case right now.
Yeah, I mean, like, what if we reverse the course? Now that's gonna be more interesting, because if you cannot hit the first section, then that's gonna be really tough. But speaking of which, the first and second section, but we're talking about East Asia. So if it is Asia region, they will try to get as much as you can, which your point right now is applicable in here, because these guys, they don't think things slow. They are very precise.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, just look at the numbers that we've seen earlier on. It's actually scary, and it's actually in average better than West Asians.
I agree, because even the first, okay, we don't talk about the first place. That 10 minutes is a different level entirely.
Yeah, that's an outlier, yeah.
The second place was finish up the fastest 11 minutes, which we don't have any of the teams from West Asia can get lower than 16 minutes. That's just how big the gap is, like 5 minutes of a gap.
Yes. So I think we can see that. But of course, maybe it's also because that they're the first set of teams, right, to play. So they're warming up. You know, typical gamers, you know, you always say that our first few games are warming up, you know, so maybe the timing's like that. But maybe when we see them tomorrow, they do a lot better. So keep your eye on those teams as well. But of course, we're going to focus on the 4 teams here, and they're getting prepped up. I mean, I totally have no expectation. This is going to be an open book for me.
I mean, I just wish everybody have tomorrow, because we do know the top 3 will make it. But one team, on the other hand, who will be that one be left out?
Ouch!
Which is going to be painful. And the worst part, right?
Okay.
If you compare between all the regions, even the last team do have better numbers compared to the previous region. Now, how would you feel if you're in this spot?
I'll feel great. I mean, at least I know that that is the number I want to beat.
That's kind of true.
Yeah, you take things positively, right?
Yeah, because you need to embrace that. The fact they are standing here, playing alongside with all these teams, these athletes, to stand in the Road to Asian Games, this stage, this prestigious event, is already a big honor for all the athletes, including us as casters even.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's an honor to share the stage with you here as well.
As always.
Yeah.
Likewise.
It's been a while since we actually cast side by side with each other, I think.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
It's been a while.
It feels like what, yes?
We're about there. But you know what, for these teams, so they actually arrived pretty early. I think they were like at least 3 hours early or 2 hours at least. Yeah, they were like chilling outside. So I guess that's also part of their preparation towards coming here and warming up themselves, having team talks, going through the final preparations, final discussions, and I think we'll be able to see the best out of these teams.
That's kind of true, and also they get to see a glimpse of what happened in the last region as well. So maybe take a couple of points here and there to know which checkpoint is the most crucial one, and so far the third one is the most crucial one. It can be the turning of tables between the teams and athletes as well. So it's so so incredibly important for these guys to be as precise when it comes to their timing, when it comes to the IGL. How do they segregate their roles to make sure they can hit all the target at the same time as efficient as possible?
Yeah, because there's still a lot of experimentation for the teams as well. Like they're trying to fine-tune, optimize whatever they would have seen, they would have learned from their own experiences and apply it onto the actual competition. But speaking of that, so maybe for some of the fans from Southeast Asia, they'll be playing in about 2 days' time.
Yeah.
And they would have the most time of watching other players play first. But of course, that doesn't mean that, immediately they'll be able to get, because it's also about the mechanical skills as well that you need to practice.
And not just that. I think also South Asia do have the most teams anticipating. 9, if you compare with all the regions.
There are 9 teams there. So that will be that'll be a big one.
But it's going to be fun because we do know, for me, I'm really excited for that day because we want to see how the players adapt with this new format.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like whatever that you know about maybe like, the Thai teams, the Indonesian team, you can start putting that aside, okay?
It's a clean slate here, guys.
Yeah, it's a clean slate here, ladies and gentlemen. Just like these teams as well. I mean, among these teams, the Republic of Korea has been in the World Series before.
True.
Right, in the Professional World Series. But because it's a totally different format, I don't know what to expect.
Oh man, I can't even imagine some top legendary players that used to play like one of the legacy names and they just having this culture shock.
Oh yeah.
With, I cannot shoot everything that moves, only certain targets. Now to get used to that, after years and years of playing the game itself, to adjust your habit, imagine to be them, how uncomfortable it will be. But we're going to walk straight into our first track of between this region, which is going to be the East Asian region, between these 4 teams who will take it, the first track of the day.
Here we go, round number 1. As we head on to the game, let's go! But you know what's not in this? A DBS.
I'm so glad. If that happens, man, I'm done.
I mean, if they have a DBS in this game, I don't know how they're going to shoot.
You know how to make it even better for the outcome for the final checkpoint?
How's that?
Use AWM with an 8x scope.
Oh!
It's so hot to shoot.
Yeah, but unfortunately it's not in this mode. So we're going to enjoy the scene now. Oh, that's very fast. Like, okay, I'm stunned with the speed that they have, like just starting off just like that.
Coming up, everybody trying to get themselves some speed boost while they're trying to shoot down on drones to get themselves a bit of extra boost to push themselves forward faster than the rest of the team. As the team Republic of Korea taking the lead, but this is very different if you compare with the last one because everybody happened to be clustered up together.
Yeah, they're pretty close. Okay, Macau, China seems to be left behind. So I'm not too sure. Maybe they spent some time looting at one of the early checkpoints before moving on. And that could be a new strategy that we have not seen.
Well, you're going to have to wait and see then. But a bit left behind, I agree. Coming up from the side of the Team Republic of Korea, they do take the lead. They know exactly how to shoot and control the recoil, even though it's inside of those UAZs, inside of their vehicles. And not just that, they know exactly how to not miss those turns. Hopefully nobody crashing a bit early on.
Yeah, just look at the numbers now. Republic of Korea already 70 speed up target, 18, and as we're talking 19, they're almost 20 now. That's why they are way ahead of the others. And you know what? Make that 20.
They are flying mid-air. There's no stopping. They're not even slowing down. Nothing to hit the brakes right now. All they need to do is just press forward. And the first one to reach the checkpoint. They got extra time here to gain themselves a bit more points. And we do know there's going to be a downtime of 120 seconds the moment you touch down the first checkpoint. And this is the time for them. That 120 seconds, it can be their poison, it can be their medicine as well. If they try to find their targets, if they can find any. Because the rest of the other cavalry of the other teams, including, I think it's Chinese Taipei is there, including as well the Hong Kong China team, they're already here.
Oh, a little bit of a blockage there, but I think that was accidental. But anyway, now it's for them to try to catch up on the target. And look, because of the time advantage for the Republic of Korea, they now have 60 points and above. They are almost double the other teams.
How did you even see that?
Man.
these guys, their eyes watching like a hawk, and they're not even missing any target available for them to shoot down. Not even wasting any more time. Look at how proactive they are, trying to find themselves everything possible, even refueling themselves. But that was a very frenzied target, by the way.
Oh, yeah. that is definitely one. But you know what? To answer your question, that's why they're playing. We're here talking about them.
Yeah, that's kind of true. We can never shoot, not even a not movable target. We hardly can shoot them down. On the side of all the teams, still Republic of Korea, this is a very strong start.
Oh yeah, now they hit the 100-point mark, and not only that, they are still extending their lead. Now this is where it all comes down to for this round. Okay, the multiple colors will come out and they will need to shoot their own colors. So the strategy here that I've noticed from the other teams is that you go around this target, and whenever that color shows up onto you, you just shoot. So you don't need to go running around or waiting for the target to appear in front of you.
There's another way to do it. Like I mentioned with the behind that scene just now, you can actually place 2 players on each end of this target, just to make sure you have everything timed perfectly well, while the other 2 trying to find for any hidden targets around the buildings as well, so you're not wasting any more time. So you can actually get faster points in this way, while we do have Team Republic of Korea leaving at the same time with Chinese Taipei. Now this is going to be interesting. They are neck to neck, even on the same pace when it comes to the road.
Wow, in about 3 minutes each, they're done. I mean, this is really, really fast. Okay,
wow.
And they're still ahead. And not only that, look at the amount of boost, but this boost will allow Chinese Taipei to overtake Republic of Korea.
What a nice boost of those nulls, I have to say it, because even though Team Republic of Korea do take the shortcut with those high jumps just now, but the timing for them to use those boosters was so impeccable. They catching up immediately, the same time arriving at the second checkpoint. I'm like, this is going super fast.
Yeah, and how they do that is because they use iQOO 11, the future of gaming flagship, and they are still neck to neck with each other. They're not letting each other go at this point. But the Republic of Korea, they are still at the forefront, and they are reaching Section 2 soon.
For the other 2 teams, we're talking about Hong Kong, China and Macau, China team, both being left behind, while the scuffle and what a neck-to-neck tie between Republic of Korea team, saying this for Chinese Taipei team right now catching up together, but the gap, the stretch happens now as the team Republic of Korea taking the lead, checking into the second checkpoint, but it's just like, what, 2 seconds away.
I know, right? They're just right behind there. So now we can see that the Chinese Taipei has arrived onto section number 2, whereas for the rest of them, so Hong Kong, China is still on their way, whereas for Macau, China is the one left behind for now. But then again, Section 3 will be the determinator.
But I mean, like, these teams, they don't miss.
They don't.
They don't, especially when it comes to Team Republic of Korea. They not even show any sort of weakness or any sort of cutting off any slack at this point. But I love how persistent and consistent come up from Team Chinese Taipei, relentlessly chasing up the points, but now all down to second stage, all the second checkpoint. Even the points is between a flip of a coin, not even far.
Well, yeah, they're that close now, all right? So it's still possible to be caught out. But then again, for, let's see here, Macau, China, they're just on their way, so they have not reached the checkpoint yet.
Oh, they even got themselves stuck in between. This is not great for them. Have to pull back all a bit, but they are left with 3 seconds before the activation of the next checkpoint, which is going to be the retracting target. They have to shoot as fast as they can for the target appeared across the other building, where it will pop out everywhere whenever they can. And the problem is, everybody is looking in the same angle, at the same target. If you don't shoot as fast, the other team will take out, and you will be missed out.
Oh, I'm liking what I'm seeing here in the stats is that every single one of their athletes are contributing to the overall scores of the team. So everyone's working their hearts out for this. And this is only for Chinese Taipei. I wonder how Republic Korea is.
Yeah, speaking of Team Republic Korea, they're being pulled down, but it's also almost similar. But we do have the main fragger for the team as well coming up from the blue side. Same goes, every single team in the East Asia region pulling up their own weight, everybody, including the driver, having a double-digit performance, contributing for the points, including Fat here from Macau, China. I mean, like, everyone is pretty much the same par.
7 minutes, 39 seconds, and Chinese Taipei, they are done. They're moving on to the next section, followed by the Republic of Korea. And because their gap is like maybe about 10 seconds, we can see the gap between them start to happen. But it is now down to the granddaddy, the Section 3. This is going to be the determinator.
At the same time, this is the first time Team Chinese Taipei already overtaken the Team Republic of Korea after such a long neck-to-neck in the first section, finally having a head start in the second stage. But speaking of the second checkpoint, we're all still waiting for the third checkpoint because that's where it will be a big difference.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Section 3 will be the big one. So now Hong Kong, China, they're done and they're moving. Macau, China is still waiting for them to make that move, so they're completing their task. But look at the speed up targets. It's right now. It's still between Republic of Korea and Chinese Taipei.
And also, speaking of catching up, Team Republic of Korea. Oh no! They got stuck! No, not now, because they are definitely just behind. Pretty much less than 50 meters away. Team Republic of Korea will catch up to Team Chinese Taipei, but at the same time they have to have a bit of a hike. But if got the exact angle, they can actually fly mid-air. It will make things way faster.
Yeah, this will be the best time to boost themselves as they go onto the ramp, and now they will still be at the forefront. For Republic of Korea, despite them getting slightly more speed up targets at some point, but yet they're still behind Chinese Taipei. Now, Chinese Taipei, they are reaching Section 3. This will be the one they need to perform well.
Oh man, we do have the 120 seconds for them to actually take place and reposition themselves. It will find themselves extra free targets around the corner, around the compound. But this also gives a lot of time for the rest of other teams to catch up with them as well. Because we're talking about maybe the only team that's still not there is going to be Macau, Team Macau, China. Happen to be still inside of second checkpoint, who barely just left. And now it's kind of a gap for the side of Macau, Team Macau, China to catch up again. But the other three teams on the other hand, they are really super fast.
Yeah, Team Macau, China just left the second checkpoint, now on the way to the third checkpoint. But for the rest of them, they're already in there, meaning that they have time to loot, they have time to shoot the on-ground targets while waiting for Macau, China to arrive.
Now, will they arrive on time? Because we did witness how the tides can turn, even though you're the last place. As long as you don't miss, we're just flying objects. They're being shot across from one side to the other, one corner to the other. For the side of Team Macau, China, they try to shoot down any drone they can as much as they possibly can as well, just to get that speed boost up. But all the other teams climbing up those ramps, secure themselves the position they need. With a crossfire position, you can optimize yourself to have the most elimination of these freebies as fast as they can. But can they shoot out precisely the flying target without being stolen by a different team?
Oh yeah, this will be everyone for themselves basically, but look at how they're all lined up. Everyone's on the right side. So they seem to have this sort of strategy that maybe droning on the right side of this ramp works better.
Yeah, I think this is a good learning experience for all the teams still not competing to see how these teams coming up from the side of the East Asia region, how they have the most shortest time when it comes to their performance. So this is something that we might be an eye-opener, but Team Macau, China just arrived. Can they catch up? Because the points is just keep on getting higher, and definitely Team Chinese Taipei is leading with 300 over points, just merely enough, close enough to just finish off the 500 points.
Yeah, not gonna lie, it's quite a gap now for Team Macau, China. Even if they want to catch up to Hong Kong, China is now 256 points. That is half the target done. So in order for Macau, China to catch up, they need to work at least 150% faster than usual.
Oh, this is like 200% for Chinese Taipei team. Look at how fast. It's like they never miss now. It's so different if you compare with the last one.
Oh yeah, and it's only 12 minutes.
And these guys in so organized manner, everybody's on the right side. Now how do Team Macau China want to squeeze in where everybody's on the right side? Do they have to take the left now?
Chinese Taipei is done and they're moving towards the finishing line. Probably follow by the Republic of Korea. And this could be the moment to claim the first win.
My god, this is so fast, I barely can keep up. But still, if you compare with Team China, look at still the clock's ticking at 12 minutes. Imagine it's less than 10 minutes. How did they do that?
Well, I have no idea. I can't wait for that match to start because I really want to see how they do it. But now, for the top performer of the Republic of Korea, we have TZ contributing 435 points in that previous section. And they have a good gap in front. Look at it. So Chinese Taipei, they have a good gap with the Republic of Korea just behind them.
But will they have themselves a bit of a tragedy if they crash themselves in unusual places? Yeah, because too close for comfort. But congratulations! Team Chinese Taipei take away just few seconds behind. It's going to be next team, Republic of Korea, on the second place.
Here we go. So now it's down to the last two teams who will claim that third spot and the number 4 spot. So far, we can see, oh, okay, someone's leaving right now. Hong Kong, China is on the way to the finishing line.
Oh, man. For the side of Team Macau, China, still a lot of numbers to fill up there for those objects to be shot down. But definitely there's going to be a big gap. What's the main reason for the side of Team Macau, China being left so behind?
Ooh, I mean, because they also arrived late and very late as compared to the others, so they started late. Hence, it is as such. But at least right now, well, if you want to take anything positive out of this, is that they don't have competition for whoever's going to steal away the frisbees. Yeah.
It's kind of true. I mean, like, nobody's going to take the point away from them, but at the same time, it will take them extra time to finish off the line. But for the side of Team Hong Kong China, they will wrap things up in less than 15 minutes. That's like, what, almost 1 minute difference. 1 minute and 16 seconds of a difference. And for the side of Team Macau China, they might end up around 16 or 17 minutes by the end of this first track.
Which, if you kind of think about it, well, numbers-wise, as compared to what we've seen previously, it's not that bad. But it's just that the competition is tough.
The competition is insane. I mean, like, imagine when we do have the finals of all the best of the best. My God, maybe not even a minute, we finish off everything.
It's like, hey, we jump into the game. Oh, we're done?
Oh, we're done.
We're done?
We're done.
Yeah, I don't know. These athletes are just made of something else. That's all I can say.
To have the focus all the time with such precision, but coming out from Team Macau China, they just have to get over this one last hurdle, and they dump to finish off their round for the last final objective here. The time's still running. They are 15 minutes left for them to finish off this course, but definitely this is the hardest one to get. And I mean, like, how they align themselves on the right side. Why is it on the right side? Because I think the flying object coming up from both angles, right?
Yeah. I don't know. This is interesting, right? So I hope we get that during the interview. But yeah, that's an extra target there for them just to collect more points from the ground. But a majority of the points will be from the flying objects. So, but there's also a strategy, right? Like, how many people do you want to focus on the flying objects, and how many people maybe you want to go on the ground while they loot, they take points at the same time? And there's still a lot of competition to figure out.
But what I know is from this region, for the East Asia qualifying stage, there's so many things for us to learn. How to position himself, that's a reason to it. You saw just now, the entire 3 teams are all just favoring the right instead of the left.
Yeah.
Where we compare with the previous West Asia region, it's scattered all over the place.
Yeah, some of them even play like on the ground floor. If there's a second floor, they go up to the second floor. They're everywhere. But this one really organized to the right. So I'm still trying to figure out what the formula is about. But hopefully Tash can help us out through the interview later.
Maybe you can ask a bit of a tiny secret recipe behind how fast can they finish things off. And just now I saw one thing as well coming out from the team Republic of Korea, how they tried to take all the strength up to fly mid-air because they know for a fact it's a big risk. It's a dangerous game for them to play, but it's well worth risk-taking if they want to maintain to be taking the lead when it comes to driving. So it's so many sectors they have to focus on, so many factors to impact the entire team performance.
Yeah, airtime on the drive, I think that gives the teams a good advantage. So you can get airtime. And plus, right, because you need to shoot the floating targets in order to get a boost. So you kind of need to coordinate the time when you get the boost at that ramp so you get maximum airtime.
That's true. The timing to actually have the boost as well. Because we saw so many teams when it comes to certain tracks, but you have the, the triple gap bridge. A lot of them kind of stumble during the final gap. I hope that's not the case. Might be we're not even going to look at this team to make that sort of a mistake because the timing is just impeccable.
Yeah, the timing is just on point. But we'll get that. I believe it's going to be on track number 4.
Yeah, the last one.
Yeah, the last track. So we'll keep an eye on that. For the audiences who just joined us, for every track, we're going to rotate around the map of Miramar. So it's going to be a different track later on. But finally, Macau, China, they're done. So they are moving on to the finishing line. I guess they will reach maybe about like 19 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think so. There's quite a gap between them and the rest of the team. But if you compare with Chinese Taipei team and the team of Republic of Korea, that's like literally 10 seconds different now.
Wow, G Walker carrying the team, contributing 624 points in that round. That is huge.
Finally, almost close to the finishing line. Team Macau China will have a wrap here for our first track of the day. All they need to do is just follow alongside. They try to boost themselves up with the flying drones around there to get themselves a bit of a speed boost. But hopefully it will not stop them with any sort of crashes. I mean, like the last minute crash is really crucial not to happen. But finally, oh no, not going to be it. A drift. And finally ending themselves at the finishing line over 90 minutes, but they made it anyway. Congratulations to Team Macau China.
Yeah, and it's all about the time collected, right? So even though this round we see that Macau China got the last place, but it's all about the time collected. So they can still catch up onto this because we still have a lot of rounds for them. In fact, they still have 7 rounds to go.
That's kind of true. We have 2 series of the same sequence, but it's going to be track 1, 2, 3, and 4, where track 1 I think is pretty much a bit more simpler if you compare it with the 4th track. I think the 4th track is the longest, right?
Yeah, it is. It is. And it has that bridge that has like 2 gaps or 3 gaps, right?
So many teams stumble there.
Yeah, so that's going to be the big challenge here. But so far in round number 1, you give the easier route or track for round number 1. Just get warm up, you get in the zone, you know.
Just get a feel of it, you know, to kind of get the idea of how things going on. But when it comes to the highlight, I mean, like, it was insane how close the fight and the contest between Team Republic of Korea and Chinese Taipei since the first objective checkpoint till the last one.
Yeah, just look at this highlight. Like they're literally just touching each other's car up until pretty much the end, up until the third. Even for section number 3, the gap is not huge between them. Look at the time. It's only 10 seconds difference.
And also, if you compare with the speed ups earned, it's actually more towards the side of Team Republic of Korea. But nonetheless, even though they got 4 lesser, but I think when it comes to the final checkpoint, that's where the gap happens there between the Chinese Taipei team and the team of Republic of Korea.
Yeah, so this kind of also shows that section 3 is going to be super important. Yes, you can get a lot of speed ups, but section 3 is still a thing. But of course, if you kind of take everything into account, getting on the section 3 first gives you an advantage of shooting like the ground targets and gain those points to have the advantage.
Well, speaking of advantages, it's going to be the most advantageous player when it comes to the performance because this is going to be our Audi Super A players. And then Walker coming on, real name Kwok Chan K coming up from the side of Macau, China. We do have from Hong Kong, China, Rabbit or Sang Wai Ki coming up from Republic of Korea. Team Republic of Korea, we have Dang Yon or TZ. Or nonetheless, Team Chinese Taipei, we have Wang Qinghong or his in-game name is Hung. But look at the difference of the score. I mean, like, Walker really carries so much. These are going to be top players of each respective team, but Walker really pulled out a lot of weight. He's breaking his back right now.
Yeah, he is. But hopefully with this break coming up next, he'll be able to share what are the best things that he did and how they accumulate so many points to his other teammates so they can also catch up to him.
Now, I'm really interested when it comes to the second track, right? What else strategy we can learn from this region, the East Asia region? Because if you look at how the way they play, it's very different, very organized. Even though it's a different team, how they line himself up.
Yep.
Very neat.
Yeah, very neat indeed. I mean, they were all stacked up on the right, and I don't know. I still can't really logify or figure out why, but yeah, I guess that's left for later. And for sure, at the end of the first 4 tracks, we'll have an interview with the players. Hopefully, we get to hear from them, or if they're even willing to share, because that could be like, that's our secret sauce.
And maybe there's just like something that we feel like doing. That's it. That's the sentence. But maybe it's because they usually dominate over their right hand, so it's easier to focus on the right side. Maybe that's the case. But maybe we'll have the interview later on to ask them personally. But before that, we're going to hit the brakes for a bit. See you guys after this.
Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The PUBG Mobile Asian Games version will take place over 5 days, from June 22nd to 26th. Out of the 5 Asian regions, Central Asia and South Asia will merge to create a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete independently. Each region will organize its own regional competitions. Each region will feature 3 stages of the competition. Stage 1 is the seeding competition, where teams will be ranked based on the time it takes them to complete the same track without any interference. The teams with the shortest completion times will receive higher seeds. The top-seeded teams will move straight to Stage 3. Stage 2 is the qualifying round, where teams will be arranged based on their seeding. Each team will play 2 matches, with each match featuring 4 different tracks. The team that completes the tracks in the shortest overall time will advance to Stage 3. Stage 3 is the regional finals. Similar to Stage 2, teams will play 2 matches, and the team that achieves the shortest overall time will be ranked at the top. The allocation of buy slots and the number of qualifying teams from Stage 2 for each region will be determined based on the total number of teams participating in said region. East Asia consists of 5 teams: People's Republic of China, Hong Kong, China, Republic of Korea, Macau, China, and Chinese Taipei. This historically strong region promises to deliver legendary matches that will leave a lasting impact. The road to the Asian Games is about to begin. Who will rise to the top in this battle for dominance? Get ready for an exhilarating and thrilling ride.
Greeting from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in East Asia. Lying on the eastern part of the continent and located west of the Pacific Ocean, East Asia is one of the world's most densely populated regions. Esports in East Asia thrive with a well-established ecosystem and many talented and dedicated teams. It is now recognized as an integral part of the region's cultural identity. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, People's Republic of China, Hong Kong, China, Republic of Korea, Macau, China, and Chinese Taipei will compete in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version event. As one of the 4 great ancient civilizations of the world, China has a long history and has nurtured a diverse culture of esports. Players from all over China will surely put on an unparalleled gaming experience. Victoria Harbour has witnessed the golden age of pop culture in Hong Kong, China, and will observe outstanding performances by its players today. As the national flower of the Republic of Korea, the beautiful and strong hibiscus flower encourages Korean players to strive for excellence. As an international free port, Macau, China is known for its openness and inclusiveness, and this spirit is also reflected in its esports culture. Chinese Taipei, also known as Treasure Island, has been compared to a pearl. The players' performance will shine just as brightly in this game. We wish the young players from East Asia, as part of their RDAG journey, promote sportsmanship, compete proudly, and make the most of the 2022 RDAG Regionals.
Well, that was fast, but we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. Together with me, Sir Cloud, and the wonderful Choo Choo, we'll be jumping straight into track number 2.
Yeah, man, this time it's coming up from the northern side. We're still going to drop around Old Poser, then going straight into Hacienda del Patron, not really Asteroid Patron. It's going to be the usual, the mountains of St. Martin around there somewhere. And then next, we're going to hop a bit on the northern side again, which is going to be Cruz de Ville. We will end up a race here, which is going to be on top of Campo Militar. Now, if you compare with track 1 and track 2 personally, what is the biggest difference between track 1 and 2?
Honestly, I'm still figuring it out. Honestly, but of course, even if we want to say like, okay, does the route really affect the teams? Honestly, I don't feel so.
I feel like maybe tiny bit because of how Team Republic of Korea do select those shortcuts with a mid-air jump. It all depends on whether you're willing to take the risk to take the shortcuts, but might actually have a risk of crashing into it. And this is going to be on the northern side. We do cutting across St. Martin, so we do have those high hills in between. So maybe that will be reflecting of the driver's skill.
Possibly.
Yeah.
We need more samples, honestly. We need more samples. And we need to know what's the secret to actually getting such a good timing. But of course, we got to see consistency, right? Maybe it's just that one round. I don't know. But let's see here in the second track. If they can maintain consistent, the next round is going to be really interesting once we mix up all the regions.
Now, I do have a feeling that Team Republic of Korea do want a bit of redemption because of how it's just minuscule away, 10 seconds of a gap. Can they redeem their first track just now on the second? Because we're walking straight and flying into our second track of the day in the region of East Asia in the Road to Asian Games 2022.
Here we go, jumping to the portal. You might see it still as Miramar, but it is not the Miramar that you know. There's the Miramar that they need to know as they compete to move on to the next stage. So they're going to start off in the ruins. They're going to make their way all the way across the other side of the map and to Campo Meta as the finishing line. So let's see who will get the first start. Will it still be Chinese Taipei and the Republic of Korea?
It is amazing, Audi. You definitely have a very flashy start, but not just that, the landing from the parachute plays a big part as well. If you're late even 1 second, it will drag the entire course of this second track here. We do have fires being opened up by these guys to just shoot down on those drones to have their speed boost. And right now we do have Team Republic of Korea once more taking the lead.
Yeah, so it's again Republic of Korea as well as Chinese Taipei behind them. So some level of consistency that we can see here between the two teams, but it is still the starting point. But even though it's starting point, well, we can see the gap here between the two teams and the other two teams. And just look at how they do this. Oh, wait a second. That's not how you want to start.
Oh, man, they were so close of catching up, but Chinese Taipei team happened to be flipping just a bit at the back line and now being catch up by the other teams. We're going to be Hong Kong, China now taking the lead.
Oh, yeah. So now because of that, they managed to cut across, but they're still behind the Republic of Korea. Despite Hong Kong, China getting more speed up target hits, but hey, it's only one difference. So the difference there, it's not that far.
I love the number 5, 6, 7, 8. It's like we're counting here right now for each of the team, but here comes the ramp to have a bit of a boost. It's all about timing. To use perfectly well-timed boost alongside with it, you can actually overtake when you are mid-air. But right now, it's quite a far-fetched one because Team Hong Kong, China taking the lead, but at the same time, are they that far? I don't think so. They're just till by till here.
Yeah, they're not that far. Okay, so we got a good view here. They're not that far, but nevertheless, it does seem like Republic of Korea will reach the first section first. And here we go. Yes, officially they'll be the first team to arrive, and they can start looting and continue on.
And now everybody try to get themselves the first checkpoint. Everybody place themselves exactly where they want. It's all down to 120 seconds of waiting and trying to find as much as target as possible hidden inside of the building while they try to loot up and make sure all their rifles well and prepared, got themselves all the ammunition needed. But it's all about can they really wrap things up as fast as they can, because all four teams are right here, right now at the very same compound.
And welcome MACAU China to section number 1. They will join in the party as well. But for Chinese Taipei, look at the lead now, 50 against the rest of them, 60 even. Wow, they're almost triple some of the other teams.
Surprisingly, after they have a bit of a flip on those vehicles just now, they still managed to score and taking the lead. I think almost half of what Team Republic of Korea have to offer. And Team Hong Kong, China now catching up with less than 30 points away. But if they're being complacent for Team Chinese Taipei, they can be just overtaken by any of those teams down there.
Well, speaking about complacency, Republic of Korea now at number 3 with only 22 points as of now. So they'll be looking to catch back up. And we didn't talk about consistency. It's definitely going to be key. But okay, this is going to be the key area in this first section, waiting for their respective colors to show up. And I think this is where we will see the teams start to really boost each other up.
So each of them plays 2 players around this arena just to make sure they just shoot on each side of this target to make sure they will hit the target that they need with their respective color. And they've got themselves an airdrop in between in the center, while the others are trying to find those hidden objects and hidden targets to just really push as fast as they can for those numbers. But it's just too close right now, Cloud.
Oh, and one of the teams got the airdrop, so the airdrop is worth 40 points. And probably because of that, Chinese Taipei, they're done. They're moving on to the next round. Whereas for the other teams, they're still chasing Chinese Taipei. And Chinese Taipei leaves Section 1 quite far, quite a big gap, I must say.
Yeah, definitely true. The other 3 teams still remaining themselves in the first stage or first objective, but coming up from the Team Chinese Taipei, they have a very big head start this time, but hopefully they will use it well. All they need to do is put themselves on a course. The drivers have to be hyper-focused right now, making sure they will not be trailed away by this terrain that's quite difficult to climb up. There's so many high mountains and all about the boosted timing as well. They need to push themselves back up across the slow flying over mid-air. Have to make sure they land on all 4 wheels.
Oh, and I noticed they saved the boost for that right moment before they leap off. So that's one of the strategies. Very, very interesting strategy there, just to get more air time so they would have a bigger leap when it comes to the ramp. And because of that as well, it's looking very likely they'll be the first team to arrive in Section 2.
It's kind of true now, catching up. For the other teams, though, we're talking about there's nobody else behind the side of Chinese Taipei team. They're taking the lead, no contest, but they do have, I think, around 20 to 30 seconds head start here. Definitely more than enough for them to actually get so many targets on the second section or the second checkpoint. Now, this is the time they want to push up their numbers way early on while waiting for the 120 seconds for the platform to open.
And how did they perform in such a feat? It's also thank you so much to iQOO 11. The future of gaming flagship is here right now. And look at this. Chinese Taipei, they're already at Section 2, whereas the rest of the teams, they're like 50% in between Section 1 and Section 2 still.
That's kind of true, and they're all clustered up together for all 3 teams here, while Chinese Taipei already got themselves a lead of maybe even 50 points here. How many seconds left before the second objective will be wide open for these guys to just the retraction target to be opened up? But so far, 46% of contribution coming up from Ho Xuan, who taking the lead as the most points gathered by himself for the team.
Okay, here we go. The rest of the cavalry has arrived. So we have MACAU China as well. Basically everyone is now in Section number 2. But look at the lead that Chinese Taipei has. Already a 3-digit mark against everyone else.
Oh, it's just 100 over. We're talking about 100 points of the difference between this first and second place right now. I feel like this is just too big of a gap. And even the retraction target not even open yet. Everybody's there. This is what such a good round, but everybody climbing up to the platform and trying to get themselves fast as possible. But on the side of Team Chinese Taipei, they definitely have a huge lead in the front.
Oh yeah, but now they need to compete for the targets. This is where everyone will be looking at the same target, trying to get one for themselves. But look at the gap difference now. Chinese Taipei already 265, leaving everyone else behind. But for the Republic of Korea, they are coming back.
Slowly catching up, but it's going to be 300 over points for the lead of Chinese Taipei. Once they finish off the 400 points, they will start to move to go to the last checkpoint, where time is essential there. You need the most time you can have to invest on the last checkpoint, and they did just that. This is going to be it. Chinese Taipei going to leave Section 2, definitely just within seconds here, and hop straight into the the third and the last session. And we have this completed in less than 8 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, this is where you call the driver. Driver, we're done. Let's go. Moving on. And now we're already talking about the final checkpoint for Chinese Taipei. This is insane. I mean, the precision of taking that down, the precision of using the vehicles, the speed boost onto whenever they travel. I mean, it's more than on point. It is just next level. Oh man, look at the gap they have right now. Probably by the time they reach Section 3, that is where all the teams in Section 2 will start to leave.
I agree. I mean, like, they just finished in a huge gap that nobody can catch up at this point for Chinese Taipei team, and definitely have a huge leap when it comes to the advancement. And at the same time, you know what? But exactly, because when it comes to the final objective here, don't forget it's the hardest checkpoint when it comes to comparing with all the other stations. So can they finish it as soon as they can? And they definitely got themselves a head start when it comes to waiting for the 120 seconds. You saw just in the second stage, right? On the second objective, on the second checkpoint. Before the retraction target even opened up for the platform, Duty scored themselves 60 points from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that kind of gap, right, the moment they reach checkpoint number 3, they can open up that sort of gap again, and in preparation to face the final form of this round.
And maybe even double that.
Maybe even double that, yeah.
I'm surprised if they double that.
Absolutely.
It feels like this is just one-sided right now for the side of Team Chinese Taipei. What makes it so different from them? Because of their first dropping from the parachute itself, already, drag for the other team to drag because of that slightly 1 second away, drag it all the way to the entire course, costing them the entirety of the course as well. But for Chinese Taipei, they even got themselves all the target hits for the speed up drones.
Oh, this is close. Hong Kong, China could catch up onto the Republic of Korea on their race towards Section 3. As we can see here, looks like for MACAU, China, they just left Section 2. So it's going to be a big catch-up for them. But between these two teams, it's going to be neck and neck. One speed boost could mean everything to overtake each other.
Oh, they're nearby now. For all the teams, everybody is quite vacant on a second checkpoint. Everybody living to a side of a third one. Will it already open up? 4 more seconds to go. It's going to be it. Chinese Taipei team, I told you it's a double. 128 before the frisbee is even flying.
And not only that, they will be in position before everyone else. So the moment frisbees start to fly, that's it. They can gather the points. And they're almost 200 right now, whereas Republic of Korea just arrived.
And I love the distribution of the team score profit as well, because every single one of them pulling their own weight. Even though it's a driver's seat sitting by the side of Chang Fu, he still delivers as much as he can. And these guys, I have a feeling, less than 12 minutes even, they might actually score the finish line.
Oh, wow, that would be insane right now. But okay, let's see if they can do that. Let's see if they can do the 12-minute thing. Right now, looking good for Chinese Taipei. Already double everyone else. But the Republic of Korea, they are coming back from behind. They were at number 3 at some point, and now, because of their persistency, because of their expertise in this round, they're up to number 2. But for Hong Kong, China, not too far.
When you say they are coming back for the team of the Republic of Korea, look at Chinese Taipei team just leading off just few points away from finishing off everything else. This is just insane.
Yeah, hats off to them. I mean, their lead is just huge. And like what you said, they're done before the 12-minute mark. Now they're moving on to the finish line, in which for this track, the finish line isn't that far.
And they already leave the vicinity and now even burst out and just gonna say goodbye for the other teams. Well, the other 3 on the other hand come out from the side of Republic of Korea and Team Hong Kong China and Macau China. Happen to be clustered at the same time, same place, even same timing when it comes to the execution of those targets. But inside of Team Chinese Taipei, I mean, man, this is one of the fastest one we've seen on the second track.
Yeah, hasta la vista, baby, they say. So they are reaching the final. There you go. It's confirmation right now. Chinese Taipei will take home the first point before 13-minute mark.
Man, this is just how big of a gap they can actually pull over this side, and they just keep stretching it after one track to the other. But on these three teams right now in the team Republic of Korea, surprisingly, I feel like it comes to track 2, they're being left behind quite a gap if you compare with the first round.
Yeah, but a little bit. As you can see here, for Hong Kong, China, they're done as well, so the gap is not too far. But nevertheless, for the Republic of Korea, they're already on their vehicles. They're boosting their way to the finish line. And for the opponent to really catch up, well, you need to get like lots and lots of boosters to catch up. And it looks like it's going to be a little bit hard here. But nevertheless, what's important is going to be the time. The time is where it matters, and the time is not that far.
And there's going to be at the finishing line for Team of Republic of Korea. Score seconds, but measly seconds away behind is going to be next coming out from Team Hong Kong, China. Finishing just less than like, what, 3 seconds away just now.
Yeah, so it's not that bad. 3 seconds, okay, it's doable. But for Macau, China, now another 4th place finish for them for sure, but they still need to close up the gap in order not to have that big wide gap, because there's still like 6 more rounds for them to go, 6 more tracks for them to go, so anything can still happen.
They're just really having a hard time to pin those flying objects down. UFOs, you call it the frisbee, whatever that is pretty darn difficult for these guys to shoot it down in an instant. It's just so different. If you look at how I saw just now, right, the Chinese Taipei players, the team Chinese Taipei players, how they actually aim for this frisbee flying. They just focus on one certain angle. One, they try to keep track and they just go back to the original position of their first crosshair before. So they know it's like, you know what, the pattern seems like repetitive for them, but they're just going to aim for one angle.
Yeah, because you gotta think about the logic, right? Because you got like the frisbees being thrown from 2 sides, so they will have a meeting point in the middle, and that's where the meeting point is where you get most of the targets. You gotta think of that logic. So I guess that's where the strategy is for these teams, like they replace their crosshair in the middle at some point.
Yeah, that's kind of true, but things did not work out. 2 tracks in a row now coming up from the side, from the sort of Team Macau, China, who's still having such a long road to go, because the last track they finished on 19 minutes. Hopefully for the second track, which is going to be super, more difficult compared with the first track, right? Due to the high terrains, the highs and lows, and the uneven terrain they have to drive through. Well, at least this time they do. I have a feeling they might actually finish a bit earlier than the first track.
Yeah, there's a possibility here, but they still gotta put in the work now, right? So it's still gonna be 140-ish points for them to gather in order for them to get, before they can move on to the final finishing line. Looking at the current progress, I think maybe 17 minutes.
Sometimes it's kind of hit stagnant in certain numbers, right?
Yeah.
So I just hope that's not the case coming out from Macau China team, because they need to keep it going. It feels like they cannot go decreasing for their performance. They need to shorten out the time, and this is the time they really need to make sure they hit all the targets. Coming out from the other 3 teams, they're definitely having good rush right now.
Yeah, they'll be chilling. They've been chilling right now. All right, they're chilling. They'll be preparing themselves for the next phase. Of course, they can do revision if they want to. But looking at for Macau China, well, they're almost done. So it's already at a 16-minute mark, almost done. Maybe this will take them the next 2 minutes in order for them to finish.
I just hope it's going to be lesser than that, because if they can hit every single target, which they are, and they are doing that exactly right just now, all they need is just extra 30 seconds to drive down the road and hit those finishing line. But so far, feels like very difficult for them to close out the last 30 points there is. Just everything never seems to be right for them in the very last minute. 20 more points to go. They can just drive over and just finish things off. And one last one. They find one target and that's it. It's time to move.
You know, somehow the final point is always like the hardest. It's like, I just need that 1 point, and you're like trying to get that 1 point, but it just doesn't come. And they're like, okay, I'll leave the frisbees, okay? I'll leave the frisbees. I just go down to find a ground target and just finish it off, and we'll move on with life.
Speaking of Walker, coming up from Team Macau, China, still leading with the most points here, but I have a feeling this is not. This is where you want to distribute the points evenly within the team, right? So everybody pull their weight, but finding where they finish off the line less than the time they did in the first track. They definitely will. They will finish off around 17, 30-ish seconds, 32 to be exact, and it's way faster than their previous track.
Yeah, still. And they had to do a little bit of a drift there towards the end, just like, showboat a little bit. Why not, right? While we're at it. And so this will be the completion of track number 2, ladies and gentlemen. And what a round it has been. It's faster than the first round.
I mean, I'm surprised. It's supposed to be harder every single track, right? But it feels easier as we progress into the next one. Now, I do want to see if any team can compete with Team China in this region. Can they close up as 10 minutes, not more than that?
I really wonder how they do it now.
I seriously want to know, because you saw how organized they were.
Absolutely. I mean, if this is that level of organization, that level of precision, what does it take to get to 10 minutes? I have absolutely no idea. So that's left for a surprise for us later on as we check out the highlights from the previous round. Thank you so much to iCrew for having this highlight for us. And for this round, it was a bit of neck to neck at the start, but at some point, Chinese Taipei just pulls away on to the end.
Yeah, I agree. When it comes to the first track, it's very different for the Team Republic of Korea when it comes to catching up here. But when it comes to the top 3 teams, I feel like these 3 teams can alternate between all the tracks here. We're talking about there's definitely nobody overtaking or dominant over the other in this region.
Yeah, for all you know, Macau, China might have their favorite track next.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, for all you know. Again, then we get a plot twist. So keep an eye on that, all right? Or maybe even for Hong Kong, China, because they have not gotten the first place yet. But at the end of the day, first place, of course, is great, but it's also about the total amount of time collected. And we'll be looking for the top 3 teams to move on to the next round as well. And you got to award our FAW Audi Super A player with G Walker still at the highest chart.
And also for each respective team, like Cloud mentioned before, it's going to be Audi Super A player for each of them. We do have Xiao Jia again coming out from Hong Kong, China. From the side of Team Republic of Korea, it's going to be once more Heezy. While we do have Chang Fu coming out from Team Chinese Taipei. But if we look at the team, right, the least number there is, it shows that they are distributing the points evenly.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So everybody contributes a lot. On the side of Team Macau China, yes, it's great for the bigger number as an individual. It just shows that he put so much work by himself.
Oh yeah, you know what? If this continues on and he keeps showing up there, imagine if this is a transfer window.
Oh,
they were like, okay, next season you play for my team, okay? I'm taking you home, alright?
I wish we can actually end up into our pro scene in the future. But speaking of which, we do have 2 more tracks for our first series between the region of East Asia. But before that, we're going to hit the break for a bit. So you guys stay tuned and don't go anywhere. We have more action to go.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
witnessing one of the best region right now competing when it comes to the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version of it. When it comes to the East Asia region, this is arguably one of the most competitive region right now, and you guys are tuning into the Road to Asian Games 2022 with me, Chichu, and Sir Cloud.
Yeah, it is tight. Not gonna lie, it is tight. But I want to see the level of consistency because we only saw 2 tracks so far. Third track, who knows? And they had time to revise and reset themselves, and we might see the other teams actually coming up again. And for Hong Kong, China, they actually made a substitution, so this could be tactical towards the track.
And I think this is the first team that we actually do witness substitution along the side of the progress of a track set, especially when it comes to track 3 and track 4. It's getting longer and longer when it comes to those tracks and their journey. Not just that, the terrain itself a bit more difficult than the previous one as well. And you mentioned about you waiting for Hong Kong, China, Team Hong Kong, China to get themselves in first place. This might be it.
This might be it. It's going to be track number 3, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to start it off at Los Higos. And Los Higos has that bridge. Might be tricky, but they're going to start their first section inside of Chumacera, followed by going across La Dulera, Monte Nuevo, and stopping around the areas of Craterfield and El Pozo as section number 2. And after that, it's going to be the granddaddy. After they cross by Craterfields, this is going to be it. La Cabrera is going to be the big determinator on who will finish fastest.
And not just that, the ending or the line, the ending of the finishing line is not too near either. We're talking about coming out from La Cabrera down towards the treatment. Still quite a distance there for them, so they have to really drive super fast without crushing into any terrain, because we witnessed that early on. It definitely did not end well for the teams that have the last minute crash.
Yeah, so who knows, right? Maybe we'll get some drama, right? Like at the end, finishing line, 2 cars happen to knock each other, and one of the cars flipped, and that's the whole big drama. That will be insane.
It feels really painful to have that kind of last minute trip that it just didn't work out. And we're talking about between the teams in the East Asia region here, the difference is just like less than 20 seconds, each of them.
Yeah, they're really, really close. But we're still looking for the comeback for MACAU, China. So who knows, this could be their moment, because we're going to switch up the tracks. Right? Maybe this is a track that will be more comfortable to play in. But that also, if that happens, of course, there's going to be competition for Chinese Taipei, for the Republic of Korea, because right now, number 1, number 2 is theirs.
That's kind of true. All we need to do is just wait to see if they can actually make it or not. But definitely, so far, I have a feeling, consistency speaking, you have to give it to Team Chinese Taipei. They got themselves second place, and just now they got themselves first place. Now, slowly building up their momentum. If the Team Republic of Korea do take the lead at first, feels like it's dwindling down slowly because of Team Chinese Taipei just show how dominant they are.
Yep, and we spoke about the substitution. So KH is going to come in for this round. So he's warmed up. He got time to actually, he also got time to see how the other teams play. So he probably has a different idea, different perspective of how he's going to bring it to his team here for Team Hong Kong, China. So it's going to be interesting to see whether they can actually keep up to the number 1, number 2 team now. If we look at the overall, Team Hong Kong, China, actually, they're not too far away.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, the only one that actually divide them, just those less than 10 seconds difference. We talk about the difference between Team Republic of Korea versus Team Hong Kong, China, and the previous one was literally 6 seconds difference.
There you go.
6 seconds between the second and the third place.
6 seconds, that's probably like only 1 point difference in section 3. It's like they get that 1 point faster, they can already like save that 6 seconds, right? So it's really down to the wire on how these teams are really going to overcome each other as we prepare ourselves to get into track number 3. It's going to be a whole new track for all these teams. So I don't know, man. No expectations. Let's keep an open mind and see who does the best.
Look, a bit of a warming up is gonna be the entrance of track number 3. Will be Hong Kong China team to take it away this time, or will be a coming back team Macau China take it away. Let's jump straight back into Miramar for track 3.
Not gonna lie, I do love the graphics there. So shout out to production for putting us such amazing graphics for us. Now, let's start it off in Los Higos. So inside Los Higos, from coming up from the island to the main peninsula, there's 2 different bridges. So through that bridge, we may see crashes happen.
Oh, I'm not surprised if that happens. Also, lucky enough, we don't have the bridge where you have a lot of teams flying over the same bridge here. At least it's a sort of a flat plane, not much, rocky terrain as a start. But everybody trying to cross around the bridge at first as a starting line. It's going to be a green light for all the teams as it's all down to the last way, like we mentioned before. Every single second of every action will be so crucial because it will be a momentum-based track. Momentum-based tournament for these guys. 1 second, 0.1 second, you're late from parachuting down. That's the first mistake you made. It will drag until you're late for 1 minute when it comes to the final checkpoint.
Yeah, that could be the possibility. And also, how fast you start off with that one single loot, or maybe 2 or 3, depending on your team strategy, to loot enough ammunition, to loot the right weapons as you drive, to gain enough boosters to speed past the other teams. Right now, it's still going to be Chinese Taipei with the most speed up targets hits. And right behind them is going to be Republic of Korea. But then again, as I narrate that, well, they're just neck to neck with each other.
As per usual, it's always between these 2 teams when it comes to taking the lead at the first few teams to go towards the first objectives or the first checkpoint. And both teams hiking up with their vehicles, going around the ramp, none of them taking those mid-air flying car, none of them willing to take the risk up there, both going down and sliding down towards the next checkpoint, the first one ever. But on the side of Team Macau China and Team Hong Kong China happens to be left behind, but they overtook in the last minute. No way, they overtook. Chinese Taipei now neck to neck, literally the same place, same time with Team Republic of Korea.
Yeah, they were stopping around the same area in the first checkpoint. Now, it's interesting to know that whether they deliberately do not want to take the ramp or they miss the ramp. So I don't know. We'll be seeing this track again later on, but that's something to take note of, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Chinese Taipei having the lead now with 28 points as a start.
As per usual, when they land on top of those checkpoints, they don't waste any more time. Team Chinese Taipei have been so proactive, trying to have a head start before the gates for the objective, all the checkpoints even open here. They don't have those flipping targets prepared yet. That 120-second is just so crucial for Chinese Taipei team. They use every second of it so well.
And for Macau China, they just started off their round with the first few points in the bag so far, so it's a little bit of a catching up for them, especially with their closest rivals at this point, the Republic of Korea. And because of the substitution, probably made wonders for them. Hong Kong China is now at second place.
Now this is going to be one of the teams that are waiting to overtake Team Chinese Taipei this time, but the score's just too close, Cloud. We're talking about even like less than 10 points between Hong Kong China team and Team Republic of Korea. But here comes the target's being placed. It's all flipping all over the place, and all the team have to shoot down the same color as their own respective team.
Yeah, the 4-color target right now with Chinese Taipei still having the advantage. But look at Republic of Korea, they're starting to pull away from Hong Kong China, and they're getting closer and closer to Chinese Taipei.
In the meantime, coming up, closing up here, it's definitely both Team Chinese Taipei and Team Republic of Korea. I have a feeling they will finish at the same time, but Team Macau China and Team Hong Kong China happen to be on the same pace as well.
Oh, looks like someone's leaving the place. And right now, it's going to be Chinese Taipei. They'll be the first one to start to move, while the rest of them will need to play catch up. But the next team, it seems to be Macau. Okay, Macau China is still at the checkpoint, whereas the rest of them, they've already left.
2 seconds apart between Team Chinese Taipei and Team Republic of Korea right now. Pretty much not much of a difference. It's all down to which terrain they pick for the next route towards the second checkpoint here. If they take over the shortcuts, this is where they want to push themselves the best way possible, taking the ramps, taking their speed boost, and trying to take out drones as much as they can, and trying to just keep on the most maximum speed that is for the drivers. But the terrain is so challenging. We're talking about the height. We're talking about the uneven terrain. They might actually lose control over the vehicle, but they successfully drifting over it.
And it still looks like a two-way race, at least at this point, between the Republic of Korea and also Chinese Taipei, both with 18 and also 16 speed-up targets, and both of them at the forefront. But for Hong Kong, China, not too far away, still can catch up. We're talking about who can finish the challenge in section number 2 the first.
No way, look at the speed up targets hits. It's almost the same even for the Team Chinese Taipei and Team Republic of Korea. This is down to the last wire. Imagine if they both finish off in the finishing line at the same time.
Oh, that will go down to the wire. That will go down to 0.0001 second. That will be insane. That will be drama, ladies and gentlemen. And that is the competition that we would want, that we would expect from these athletes. And now for the teams, looks like we will see the first team arriving in section number 2. And it is going to be Republic of Korea.
It is incredibly awesome to watch this caliber of teams without so composed, so focused, and not even have 1 second of thought to trail away from the main objectives right now. Look at the score preferred by the side of Team Republic of Korea. I feel like it's very similar towards the team of the Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, they have an even spread of points collected for each athlete. So that also means that great teamwork, great coordination between the both of them. Happen to be Sporta bringing out the highest percentage, just like in the previous round, whereby for the Palestinians, Sparta happened to have a similar name, was at the forefront for his team.
Backwards, whatever they can, whatever they can shoot right now. They're just gonna bide their time while waiting for their second score, section 2, to open up, which is gonna be the refraction points there. And as per usual, they will make sure they can try to hit themselves a triple digit while waiting for the 120 seconds. That's like 1 target per 1 second they can actually hit.
Yeah, that is precision at its finest. But now it's going to be the retracting target showing itself. This is time for us to observe what are the strategies that they deploy. And so far we can see these teams prioritizing the midsection of this building to try to hit those targets.
I feel like it's more towards left side than the mid one. Surprisingly, these guys know exactly where to stand themselves, where to throw down. And so far, all teams arriving as we talked about our second checkpoint here. But as per usual, the one that actually will stretch the difference is going to be the last section, which is going to be the final checkpoint. But who will live first? Even though Team Chinese Taipei and Team Republic of Korea having almost the same head start here, but the gap is even more. And now Chinese Taipei, Team Chinese Taipei will leave.
Yeah, as you finish your sentence, Chinese Taipei, they're done. They're moving on to section number 3 now. And they have a good head start against the other teams. As for the other teams, it's neck to neck, especially between Republic of Korea as well as Hong Kong, China. For Macau, China, they gotta play catch up with those other teams.
Oh, there's a lot of catching up to do. I mean, like these guys, this is too tight. I don't even want to end it up where we all have, maybe even, I'm not surprised now, we have 3 teams at the finishing line at the same time.
Oh, well, it is huge now. It is possible right now. But then again, before we talk about the finishing line, we got to talk about section 3, in which for Chinese Taipei, they'll definitely be the first team to arrive. But look at the score. Sparta for the Republic of Korea, he's now at the leading chart.
Now, when it comes to those speed-up target, I'm not surprised the numbers even between the two teams, Chinese Taipei and Team Republic of Korea. But they got stuck there. They made themselves a bit of a reverse, just a tiny bit, but losing the speed of the vehicle momentum. Will this be detrimental for the side of Team Chinese Taipei?
Well, it may look like they can afford that because now they are at number 1. But then again, it's all about the time collected between the teams. And that is a few seconds lost there through that flip. But no one's able to catch up to them just yet.
But so far, all the other teams just barely actually leaving second section or second checkpoint while taking the lead. It's going to be like 20 seconds of a gap between Team Chinese Taipei and Team Republic of Korea. They're trying to boost up as much as they can, catching up to the side of Team Chinese Taipei. Same goes for the team Hong Kong China, but on the side of Chinese Taipei team, they will arrive way sooner than all the other teams, and I have a feeling they will have over 160 points again as a start in the final checkpoint.
Yeah, it feels like a deja vu, right, from the previous round. It's like by the time like the target starts to move, they already got like 100 each points, way ahead of all the other teams. But speaking about the other teams, we've got Hong Kong, China, just behind Republic of Korea. Republic of Korea are still at the forefront, but they are still not at Section 3 yet. And can you imagine this? After whoever was done with Section 3, the distance between them and the finishing line is again not that far. So it's somewhat similar like how the previous round was.
I do want to see if they will ended up finishing line all at the same time, especially this top 3 team of Team Chinese Taipei, Team Republic of Korea, and Team Hong Kong China. But the side of Team Macau China, they need to catch up one step at a time and one step forward, but they have to actually push themselves more than one step at a time, because they're just being left behind way far of a gap compared with all the top 3 teams who happen to be always clustered up together.
Yeah, happened to be the case though, so for Macau China, but you got to give it to them, right? This round, they're doing a lot better. If we're to compare them with the previous track, at this point, they were still doing Section 2, but at least this time, they're already on their way to Section 3, so we can see an improvement coming in from Macau China.
Yeah, climbing up those walls, but 4 more seconds to go for our last flying targets. The checkpoint is open for everybody to just push themselves as fast as they can to take the numbers up. But what was the starting line for Chinese Taipei? It's more than before.
Oh, what? Almost 200? Are you kidding me? Chinese Taipei. Wow, what skill shown by them. And right now, they're already halfway. They're almost done.
That was not even the start of the open of the platform just now, hitting almost 200. Almost half of the points they need to gather in this checkpoint. But they had such a huge gap of a head start. Well, Team Republic of Korea have to know for a fact, you know what, our next contender is going to be Team Hong Kong China. And that it is what it is. Just 20 points of difference. While Team Chinese Taipei, there's no stopping them.
Wow, look at the tracking here, the skill shown by these athletes. But by the time I finish the sentence, Chinese Taipei is already 412. They are like, what, less than 100 more before they can move on to the finishing line. And that means if that happens, it's going to be probably less than
before.
40. Yeah, it's probably going to be the lowest record for them.
Not really. It's still going to have a bit more action on this one, because the last one it was 12 minutes 21 seconds. But due to the track it's a bit longer than the previous one, they definitely have to extra 1 minute on this one as well. But Team Chinese Taipei saying goodbye to all the other teams. There's no sign of them going to slow down at all. They're going off full speed. It's all cylinders out. And this definitely them. I mean, like, what else can you say about them? Nothing. They are flawless.
Yeah, pedal to the metal, ladies and gentlemen, as they speed their way onto the finishing line. Totally unchallenged by any other team. So as last we saw the scores, it's definitely between Hong Kong, China, as well as the Republic of Korea. Maybe for the second and third spot, but who knows? Macau, China could still catch.
Now, all they need to do is just reach out to the finishing line without any troubles. And they can exactly do that. And they have been delivering, come out from the Team Chinese Taipei here. Oh, they're so close and so near. And they will finish in less than 14 minutes. Barely make it through. 13 minutes and 52 seconds.
And we're not done yet with the round, ladies and gentlemen, so don't turn off your screens, because we still have the other teams here still eyeing that number 2, number 3 spot. So here we go. As you can see here for Hong Kong, China, they seem to be in the lead. 430, they're almost done.
But for the side of Team Hong Kong, China, can they finish as fast as they can? Because we do know for a fact, between Team Hong Kong, China and Team Republic of Korea, they are neck to neck. how far the score is right now. Where is Team Republic of Korea? Did they left? They haven't. This is going to be Team Hong Kong, China taking a lead first, but oh my god, Team Korea, Team Republic of Korea is just so close of closing the gap.
Just by 10 points, Republic of Korea are they able to somehow miraculously catch up to that number 2 spot at least, but it looks like it's going to be a little bit hard unless they can win through a speed boost. Now it's going to be a race to the finish line between these two teams who will get the second place, but looking good so far for Hong Kong, China.
Oh man, this might be the turning of time if they know when to use the speed booster at the perfect time. You remember last time when Team Chinese Taipei were leaving out this third objective or third checkpoint, they got stuck just a tiny bit, but that will make a huge difference when it comes between these two teams.
Well, looks like the substitution is working out for them so far. With KH coming in, they get a second place. Well, they're on the verge of getting a second place at least, unless somehow the Republic of Korea could catch up, but looking good so far for Hong Kong, China, for them to seal the deal here as a second place finish inside of track number 3. And that's going to be official, ladies and gentlemen. The substitution gave them this improvement.
Oh, what a gap between Team Chinese Taipei, but the gap between Hong Kong, China and Team Republic of Korea is just too minor. Now all they need and all that's left is going to be Team Macau, China.
Yeah, they just need to finish up the job. But still, because we got a lot of tracks more to go, we have at least 5 more tracks. So they still need to save as much time as possible in order for them to live up any hopes of coming back in the following tracks.
Yep, that's kind of true. It's still possible for them to redeem themselves because it's going to be 5 more tracks to go, especially in the next track. Track 4 is going to be the toughest one. If you ended up all the objectives, all the checkpoints finished off, the ending, the finishing line is still very rough challenge for these guys, especially those drivers. But on the side of Team Macau, China, is there any way for them to come back here? Because all these 3 tracks so far, it's quite a gap between them and the rest of the other 3 teams in the region of East Asia.
Yeah, they have to somehow make it big for the last few tracks. So yeah, I guess if there's any comeback were to happen for Macau, China, he has to start on the next track. They have to make it big, maybe like finish first or maybe finish second. And not even third we're talking about. So because it's all about crawling back for Macau, China. And so far we can see in this round, section 3, it's almost done for them. But by the time they're done, it's probably going to be 19 minutes.
Back towards the side of Macau, China. Team Macau, China, all they need to do is just finish up with another 50 points there. But the more closer you get towards your target, the harder for you to actually shoot those targets down. It feels like a forever for them to finish off with the rest of 40 points here. On the side of Team Macau, China, all they need to do is just getting a couple of more targets down, they can leave. But the time is just against them. It's just opening up the gap even further. Last track they had, that was 17 minutes and 32 seconds. On this track, feels like at least they're getting better when it comes to those tracks. This is supposed to be a longer track, but the first track was actually the longest.
It just shows how hard is it for him to hit that moving target. Even though it's on ground, it's easier than it looks. And finally, they're done and they're getting onto their vehicles, heading onto the finishing line. And so far, looking at the overall scores, again, it's the G-Walker carrying the team with the most points collected this round.
Finally taking the lead with 18 minutes 23 seconds on the clock. I feel like it might actually hit back their old record of the first track within 19 minutes because it's still quite a journey for them to climb down all the way for the finishing line. And they're trying to boost up all the drones as fast as they can to speed up. But the time's ticking with 18 minutes 48 seconds right now. Still a long way to go. All they need to just reach out to finishing line and close enough, they are there. And this is going to be the last round they're flying over, and they need to have a bit of a drift around the corner without having accidents. There you go. Made it happen. And all they need to do now is just drive straight, and they do have a longer record this time. It's going to be 90 minutes, maybe 20-ish seconds for their finish. But hey, they still finished by the end of the day. And congratulations, Team Macau, China.
Yeah, there you go. So it's going to be another #1 finish, back-to-back in fact, for Chinese Taipei. Still #1. Pretty much at this point, it's the team to beat. I mean, they got first place 3 rounds in a row now.
Feels like this sort of a pattern being sensed right now because the consistency for Chinese Taipei, even though they lost the first track just now, but I feel like Team Republic of Korea having a bit of a problem in adjustment because coming up from Team Hong Kong China, they start to catch up here.
Yes, so, but objectively, we are looking for the top 3 to move to the next round. So right now, it's looking good for the 3, unless something big can come out of Macau, China.
I mean, I'm wishing that to happen. If only they can actually do that, put up last fight. I mean, like, we are halfway through. And almost halfway through because we do have the hardest course that is in the track #4 later after this. The longest one and the most challenging one there is. But if Team Macau China can actually do it, when it comes to the biggest map, the biggest track, why not?
Yeah, who knows, right? Maybe they're waiting for track #4 to really show their stuff. So, yep, let's hold our horses there, ladies and gentlemen. And it'll be interesting if they can actually do a comeback. I mean, we always like this kind of comeback stories at the end of the day, right?
Kind of true, but so far the results written for itself with also the speed-ups and pretty much almost similar for all 3 teams except for the side of Team Macau China. You have to give all the respect and also hands up towards the side of Team Chinese Taipei. Finish off with a big gap. 2 minutes over in the lead against Team Hong Kong China with 2nd place and Team Republic of Korea as the 3rd place.
Yeah, 6 seconds difference between Hong Kong, China and Republic of Korea. But look at the difference in terms of speed-ups earned, despite them getting only 27 speed-ups, but they're still able to get the 2nd place finish. It just shows that during the section challenge, they put up a good one. But speaking of putting up a good one, again, it's going to be G Walker.
As always, he's taking all the bullets as much as he can to make sure he can pin down all the target and get the scores as fast as he can. But for all these Super A players, we have to give it to the side of Ting Xiao. And all as per usual, I cannot stop noticing about Chinese Taipei team here. Even though they got all these Super A players up the board, right? It's one individual players. I'm not surprised that every single track we will interchange between the players because everyone just pull off the same weight here.
Yeah, well, they do have a substitution that they can use as well, so we don't know if that can bring something different to the game as well. So we got to keep an eye on that. Nevertheless, we're done with track #3. We'll be going on to track #4, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, we need to take a breather. So we'll be seeing you after this short break.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，音像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
大家好，我是中国代表队刘云宇，我的位置是驾驶位，我的 ID 是阿光。
大家好，我是
中国香港代表队的熊文佳，我在队伍里是负责开车的。我的游戏 ID 叫小佳。
我叫金红，我在队伍担任的位置是指挥。那我的游戏 ID 是 Hong。
안녕하세요. 저는 한국팀 소속 이름은 박상철이고 그 팀에서의 역할은 팀장을 맡고 있고 제 인게임 아이디는 파비안입니다.
大家好，我是中国澳门代表队队长林宝发，我的主要负责工作是指挥。我的游戏 ID 叫做 MACAU。
参加这次亚运征途比赛，和我以前参加的比赛相比，这次规模比较大，参加的队伍也比较多。
我觉得我们团队的优势是我们比较团结，因为毕竟我们成立了1年多的时间，在练习的过程中，我们也会互相去指点对方的缺点在哪边，才可以进步。
제가 가장 관심 있는 팀은 일단 중국 팀이고 중국 팀에서도 파라보이 선수가 제일 관심이 있습니다. 그 이유는 파라보이 선수가 워낙 유명한 선수이고 총도 되게 잘 쏘는 걸로 알려져 있어서 관심이 있게 된 것 같습니다.
这次来自东亚赛区的队伍很多，我们已经做好了比赛的准备，期待与他们的较量。
在这个东亚赛区，我觉得最 top 的队伍应该就是中国代表队了。那据我所知呢，无论是人才选拔或者是训练方面呢，也是一个最高的配置了。那无论如何，我们也会全力以赴，以拿下最好的成绩。
지금 같은 조에 많은 강팀들이 있지만 열심히 노력해갖고 1위 하도록 하겠습니다.
这次我们已经做好了准备，我们会全力以赴，拔得头筹。
RDAG， 我哋嚟啦
！RDAG， 보여줄게。
RDAG, we are coming. That's what they say. Welcome back to the Road to Asian Games 2022. This is the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the beautiful Choo beside me. And oh my, we're down to the final track for the first half.
Now, I do want to see how fast can they actually make it. Will they break their own record here for the Team Chinese Taipei? So far, the shortest one was like, barely actually going into 11 to 12 minutes. But we do have the longest course here when it comes to track number 4, up on top of Torio Haumada, going straight into San Martin from the north, all the way down south.
Yeah, so we're going to start off with San Martin as the first section. Then they're going to cruise past my graveyard as well as Minor Generales to meet in Impala for section number 2. My favorite part of the Miramar map. And from then onwards, section number 3, the big boss, is going to be waiting for them inside of El Azahar before they complete it. And they move past by Tierra Bronca up all the way to the finishing line in Campo Meta, way up north.
It's insane route if you ask me, coming up from the last track point. Don't forget about the bridge with the gaps when it comes to the finishing line as well. If they trip there, that's gonna be detrimental because it will cost them another 10 to 15 seconds of lateness into the finishing line.
Oh yeah, and also the timing of speed boost. When will they use? They cannot just simply use like, okay, you use it at the corner, then you will overshot the corner. So for what we see, it's best used in whether it's a straight road or before they go up the ramp, like that right timing. And with the airborne, if they can get that kind of boost, they'll be awesome as well. So those are some of the strategies that we notice that's used by these teams. But can they maintain consistency, or are they new strategies, especially when it comes to track number 4? We're keeping an eye on that.
Because I do want to see when it comes to the final objective and final checkpoint as well, do they lean to his right or left side this time? Because there's always a different strategy, even though it looks like a rinse and repeat when it comes to the checkpoint, each of them. But due to the terrain, due to the different compound they're working with, every single difference of the angle matter, because we're gonna walk or fly ourselves, fly into the track 4 between the regions. The teams coming out from the East Asia side. What a very tough match between these teams.
Oh, it's going to be tight, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head on to the game. And this could be the comeback moment for some of these teams, especially looking at you, Team Macau China. Could this be their moment as they drop it to Torio Haumada as their first spot? The first few players will start to jump in and they'll start their engines, load up while they get ready for the first section.
A lot of players try to get themselves some rifles to work with, even those micro Uzis to put up to work, because the first objective will be required for the players to use those micro Uzi, but they need to hop on those vehicles. This is crucial and detrimental even, but this time Team Chinese Taipei having a bit of a later start than per usual.
Yeah, and we have a substitution again for Hong Kong China this time around. Let's see, it's probably the map specialist thing, but we'll keep an eye on the trend for them. As of now, so far, the speed up targets very, very close to each other, especially for Chinese Taipei, Hong Kong, China, as well as the Republic of Korea. So they'll be skimming past by. This is, of course, the first stage, and it's going to be the longest route of all.
That's kind of true. And even that one of the toughest terrain, the moment they go down south here, because of those bumpy roads, but they almost reaching out to their first target, but still got themselves halfway to go here. And the drift, the hike, will be slowing them down if they're not using it wisely with their speed booster when it comes to the timing. But here comes trying to cut across the other team, which is going to be a Hong Kong China team. Korea, Republic of Korea might want to overtake the other out, but it's just not possible as Team Hong Kong China taking the lead. But this, never mind,
here we go.
they cut across. And that was a very style way, very fashion way to do it.
And this is where the substitution plays its role. And now so far they are at the forefront. But of course, trailing right behind is going to be the Republic of Korea. But for now, Chinese Taipei, where are they? Are they way up front? Oh, they're just next to them.
Not even up from that much. They are next to each other, bumping each other out. The ones actually having a huge advantage is going to be Team Hong Kong China. But everybody just part ways and get themselves some ammunition, some of the utilities to be used later on. They know for a fact, you know what, it's okay, we're late, but at least we all are in here in the first checkpoint.
Well, since they already stopped, might as well get down the vehicle, continue on for the objective. But for Chinese Taipei, again, another hit start for them. Well, though this time around, it's not going to be as big as before, but still, a hit start is a hit start.
Back to it, trying to find himself a target and get some of themselves some point here. Surprisingly, even though Team Chinese Taipei were having a bit of a delayed start before, but still leading off the chart. We're talking them not wasting any second at all, so proactive and just productive, getting those points non-stop as we speak.
Oh yeah, now they have that little bit of a lead, but I'm still looking forward to MACAU China to really be able to catch the other teams and bring us a surprise. So far they are still behind, but at least the gap is still realistically able to close.
Yep, for now, hopefully it didn't drag for the next checkpoint coming out from Team MACAU China. But for the side of Team Chinese Taipei, slowly closing up the gap is going to be Team Republic of Korea. But here comes the target for the first checkpoint. But the points is almost half as per usual for some teams up there.
Yeah, and four-color target whereby we can see a very close fight between Chinese Taipei as well as Republic of Korea. And as we speak, Republic of Korea managed to overtake, but Chinese Taipei takes back the lead.
Coming up closely behind, just a difference of a couple of points, not even a point here between Team Chinese Taipei and Team Republic of Korea. They're having a close thing, goes for the side of Team Hong Kong China, but a bit of a gap between Team MACAU China, now slowly trying to catch up as well. But it's all about who lives here first. Feels like they are neck to neck between these three teams.
Okay, so looks like Chinese Taipei will still be the first team to complete that task and then move on to the next round. So now the gap between Section 1 as well as Section 2 is huge. This could be a race here, and maybe there's an opportunity to one of the teams, namely Republic of Korea, to be able to overtake Chinese Taipei in the race.
This is just 6-second difference, 15-second difference between Team Korea, Republic of Korea and Team Chinese Taipei here. And there's just no room of error between these three teams right now. One mistake will just topple them over to be dropped down from these three teams.
Yeah, speaking about topple, it could be about the vehicles being toppled. But ladies and gentlemen, about being at the top, if you want to be the best, this is the future gaming flagship. Thank you to iQOO11 for being together with us for the Road to Asian Games 2022. As we get back into our game, look at the distance between them. We can see that Hong Kong China is actually following closely behind Chinese Taipei.
Coming up from behind, it's just too close for comfort here. Definitely they just might bump into each other again. If that happens, they might caught themselves in an accident, which will buy them more time which will make things worse. But on the case of Team Chinese Taipei, they're definitely taking a huge lead again. Starting off on the second checkpoint here, very close enough, around 100 meters apart, going through those trees. And after they ended up with those trees, they were definitely too near to get themselves in the second checkpoint. But it's still going to be 120 seconds. Now, what they do, what they actually did within the 120 seconds is the crucial point between these teams.
Oh, and speaking about the crucial point, it's probably going to start next as we will see the arrival of the first team into section number 2 and the rest of them just following behind. And now, not too much of a gap between the top 3 teams, I must say, but for MACAU China, they are still halfway between section 1 and section 2.
Trying to just pin down any target. I can actually see they're not even wasting any time for all 3 teams here. But that would be the biggest difference. But somebody got caught themselves in the traffic. Oh boy, this is not great. Coming out, which is going to be Team MACAU China. They're already late into the party. What was something hold them back? And they have to go through those 3, but the other 3 remaining teams already start to gain themselves a couple of points here and there, trying to find themselves those hidden targets.
Ooh.
They caught themselves in another spot where they kind of stuck themselves in there.
Oh, and not only that, they missed the speed booster target. So now they unfortunately lost precious time and they'll be catching up to the other teams, whereby we look at the other teams for Chinese Taipei, already 64 points ahead.
And for the side of Team Chinese Taipei, it's half what Team Republic of Korea actually do, and that's going to be 3 seconds. Not even the start of a second checkpoint yet, but this is going to be the retracting target for the guys. They place themselves in the most crucial position that will be benefiting each of the team respectively, but taking the lead this time, it's going to be Team Republic of Korea.
Oh, wow. Blink and you miss it, ladies and gentlemen. All of a sudden now they're at the forefront, but Chinese Taipei is not too far behind them. As for Hong Kong China, same goes for them as well. But for MACAU China, well, they still can catch up. We are still at the midsection of this round. So anything is to happen, but for Chinese Taipei, they're back on top.
Oh my, this is just alternating, switching in between these 2 teams. Team Chinese Taipei now taking the lead with almost half of Team Republic of Korea, but never mind, they're catching back up again, all hitting the 200 marks for all 3 teams, including Team Hong Kong China. But I have a feeling, as per usual, might be Team Chinese Taipei leaving out this second checkpoint, the first one again.
Well, at least this time, it's not as far of a gap as the previous tracks. Although, like what you said, yes, it looks like it's going to be them leaving the track first, but at least the gap is not that far. Republic of Korea just trailing behind. Hence, the gap at section number 3 may not be as big as before.
I always want to see, can they actually make it for Team Republic of Korea to get back number 1? Or will still the reigning crown the fastest team when it comes to the flawless, neat, clean, you call it, for the teamwork, the Team Chinese Taipei to take again the number 1? Because so far, it feels like Team Chinese Taipei is just this formidable opponent. It's so hard to shake them off.
Oh yeah, so far a very consistent run for them. They got first place for first 3 tracks. And this is looking good for them as of now. But looking at the scores of individual, we got shocked from Chinese Taipei actually leaving the chart with 278 points.
Now this is where everything matters. The final checkpoint where they cannot afford to make cannot afford to even miss 1 second here, because every single second is a dime for them. We're talking about all the teams following up behind. Between them is just less than 10 seconds of difference. That's going to be Team Republic of Korea as well as Team Hong Kong China. But on the side of Team MACAU China, it's okay. They're just having a good time and just happy about it. But back to the Team Chinese Taipei, can they keep their podium spot in running as per usual?
Yeah, you got to keep the record, okay? You got to keep the record, because that record will also bring fear to the other teams who might face up against them in the next round. But speaking about the other teams, they will be the first team to reach the checkpoint, and now followed by the rest of the others. It's going to be Republic of Korea as Hong Kong China, but that flick is not going to help Hong Kong China.
Oh boy, boy, they have to make a bit of a U-turn after that. What a blunder that happened at the worst timing possible. But at least they haven't reached towards the third checkpoint yet. So things can still be a turn of event for the side of Hong Kong China team because it was before, not after the third checkpoint.
Okay, the boost here for Macau China to hopefully be able to arrive before the target comes up at section number 3 in order to miss out. But for Chinese Taipei, still having the advantage. Twice the amount of number of points now against Republic of Korea.
Oh boy, as per usual, Chinese Taipei, this team is just incredibly good when it comes to finding their target and not even missing any one of them, wasting their bullets or something. But for the side of Team Republic of Korea, they tried to catch up, but they couldn't spot any target. All the targets being eliminated early on by Chinese Taipei, and this is where they got their flying frisbees and flying on deck to take down the target. As Chinese Taipei, as per usual, leading up with 100 over as a start.
Oh, but this time the prone seems to be quite spread across the platform between the two teams who are currently on it. Of course, we got the first and second team right now. Team Chinese Taipei as well as Team Republic of Korea. But Team Chinese Taipei stay at the forefront. And because of this kind of spread, again, we need to reanalyze to see what is the logic behind this kind of spread. Is it only this track, or is it all the other tracks, or it doesn't matter the other day?
It don't really matter. This guy's just too good. They don't miss. Look at how they track down all the objects down there. They don't... If they shot something, they definitely always got something out of it. And they already got themselves 300 over. And we're talking about less than 2 minutes. They will actually leave it. And as per usual, will they take number 1? Because the Team Republic of Korea slowly catching up. But will they be fast enough to catch up with Team Chinese Taipei at the finishing line?
Well, interestingly, Team Hong Kong China has one athlete at the ground floor. So that's a little bit of a different strategy shown by them. But so far the strategy shown by Chinese Taipei is still flawless as they are only 50 points before they are able to move on to the finishing line and make that 22 points at this moment. Make that 11 as they will definitely be the first team to move on to the finishing line.
Not just that, they even given extra points at that with 508 as the ending. But it doesn't matter how much you got by the end of the day. What matters is how much time do you actually take to finish off the entire quarter. Now remember about this bridge. This is a crucial bridge. Can they just pin it down the booster at the right time? Got the second right. Now down to the last one. And they didn't actually stumble. And this is it. This is arguably one of the fastest teams to finish off track 4.
Executed to perfection, ladies and gentlemen. Beautifully done indeed. As Chinese Taipei will be the first team to reach the finishing line.
Within 13 minutes, 17 seconds. My goodness me. They definitely actually have way faster than the last track when it comes to the timing. And this is the toughest track, by the way.
Yeah, just because of that platform, it brings a lot of difference into this track. It's one of the major changes or the major differences as compared to the others. But now, the Republic of Korea, they are starting to make their move. They'll be the second team to move. The third team could probably be Hong Kong China as they're edging closer and closer to the 500 mark.
Oh, this is crucial for them. They didn't miss or whiff when it comes to the target. Oh, that was so close. So close of stumbling down. But coming out from the side of HKG or Team Hong Kong China, they will place themselves the third place as Team Republic of Korea crossing the finish line.
Yeah, now they're starting to make that move. Now it's a matter of how fast can they raise themselves to that finishing line. As for Macau China, still behind, but at least this time around, the gap is not as big as before. They managed to get themselves 170 points as of now, and they are on the verge of moving on to the finals.
No!
But oh, wait a second. Not so good.
At least the next contender is a bit later than per usual, but this definitely will affect their overall scores when it comes to those numbers, right? Because they're that close against the side of Team Republic of Korea, so they cannot afford to even make 1 second extended mistake here on the side of Team HKG or Hong Kong China. Now this definitely will be detrimental for them because it just got themselves in an extra lot of seconds and minutes in there.
Yeah, they could have saved a couple of seconds, not gonna lie there, but it is what it is at the end of the day. So they will have a second chance to redo this track. Well, not redo, but replay. Well, not replay, but you know what I mean, ladies and gentlemen, later on. So they can make good out of that. But so far, the team that really needs to make good is going to be MACAU China, because it is another round of 4th place finish for them.
This have been really tough for them to catch up with all the other teams on this region's competition, which can be on the East Asia side region. We do have incredible top 3 teams, but when it comes to Team MACAU China, it's okay because they're all having fun, and it's all about ending the process of the final track. Speaking of which, I feel like what Team Chinese Taipei is trying to do right now, they're trying to beat the 10 minutes record as much as they can. Because that's the standard they have to reach here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the benchmark has been set by China itself, right, with the 10-minute mark. So now that we have rounds and rounds and rounds to play, one thing is to be number 1. Another thing, like what you said, I think that's a really good point, to try to beat the 10 minute, to make it the talk of the town.
Yep, because that's the standard set bar high up there, being set by none other than the very dominating Team China. And if they cannot beat that, imagine if Team China will beat their own record less than 10 minutes. Now that's going to be mind-blowing. But for the side of Team MACAU China, almost close to the finish line there. Couple of targets to go, 21 or more points. All they need to do is find the finishing touch of those frisbees.
There you go. Yeah, we're almost there. We're just 16 points away. And we can see that they're starting to move, meaning that they know that, okay, it's going to be the last 2 frisbees, and that's it. So that's why start the engine, be prepared, and this is the time to go. So let's see how far they can finish. They should be able to finish below the 18-minute mark. But I'll be looking forward to see how they manage the bridge that has that 2 gap.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, if they want to not use that, they just go downwards instead. That's possible as well if they happen to be dropping down. Here it comes, pushing up the ramp. They managed to cross on the first bridge. They made it happen. Now it's all about timing. Second bridge, still having a perfect boosting. But when it comes to the third, what a flip! Oh, they got stuck!
Wait,
no!
What?
What is happening?
Oh no! Okay, so what's gonna happen now? They have to redo it again.
Oh man, the time! They got stuck at the corner, at the edge.
So now we know, if you get stuck, you need to redo that thing, so you can't get away with it. It's not like you're like, okay, we'll start at the front now. You gotta start from behind. So that's precious time wasted for them. And finally, they finish up this track with 18 minutes and 12 seconds.
Oh man, speaking of timing, but back towards our most dominant team in this region, which gonna be not only the Team Chinese Taipei. I mean, these guys are flawless, but they do have a different aim entirely. Even if they manage to proceed themselves in the next stage, they still have to beat the record of those 10 minutes, because no matter how good they are in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th place in this qualifier right now, their next aim and their next opening will be the one that holding that 10 minutes.
Yeah, because they will definitely meet them back in the next round, or at some stage even, if you kind of think about it. So no matter what, if you want to be the champions, if you want to be the best of the best, you got to beat that record. That is the benchmark now set by China. I really have no idea how it's done, because it wasn't broadcasted, so it's got to be a big thing for us to see whether they can also be consistent with that or not. But before we go on to other conversations, thank you so much to iCrew for bringing this highlight to us.
Now, I do want to see if we can get lesson and who will break that record in the Asian Games Zone. Because right now, it's all about the journey. We are in the road of the Asian Games here for 2022, but Team Republic of Korea, so close of taking over Team Chinese Taipei. But when it comes to the 120 seconds, that's where they make a difference for the side of Team Chinese Taipei. They garnered as much points as they can.
Okay, I have an interesting observation, right? So, Team Hong Kong China, when they made the substitution, the previous round in track number 3, they actually finished 2nd. So it was one of their best finishes. So I don't know if that actually justifies KH to come back for Team Hong Kong China in the next track.
I kind of agree. I mean, like, I just hope it's not too detrimental, but at the same time, still within reach. I mean, like, definitely between Team Republic of Korea and Team Hong Kong China right now, feels like they're neck to neck. I have a feeling, because sometimes they are alternatively second or third place, right? So I'm not surprised by the end of the day, we even have like only 1-2 seconds of a difference to determine whether it's second or third place.
Oh, we got someone else here for Team MACAU China being the top MVP. Thank you so much. This is the FAW Audi Super A player with 580. So this time around, Jay Walker is taking a break.
And speaking of coming out from Team Hong Kong China, even though he subbed out just now, just entered back, it's going to be TZYNSKR, which is going to be a mouthful to mention that. He just stepped in. He took a break before, but he is under the radar of the top A super player, Audi Super A player.
Yeah, so I guess for the coach looking at it, it's like, you come in, yes, we got third, but your stats do show. So it's going to be like, do I want something up? Yeah, so I guess it's going to be something of a headache for the coaches to actually decide what they're going to do after we re-rotate back to track number 1.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, if, the first track one was just a warming up. And now these guys not just warm up, they are fired up and burning all the other teams alive. So I'm waiting, can they make a new record when it comes to the next first track again?
9 minutes? Oh,
please do.
Yeah, because you already know the routes, you already done it, and it was done today. So you're already flexing your finger muscles, your brain, your strategies, and all that. So you'll be doing probably even better than the previous round.
Can they stay focused? That's the bigger question though, because especially the driver, there's a lot of responsibility for the drivers.
Like even like in the regular PUBG mobile game, it's like there's a lot of focus on shooting, but not as much focus on driving. But this one is going to be a lot on driving, and it's only that one guy who's going to navigate the whole team to towards the final victory.
And speaking of which, we're going to head into our interview first. If I'm not mistaken, let's head over to our beloved host, Teshpan.
Thank you very much, casters. And with me right now, I have team from Republic of South Korea. Dane and Sporta are here with me. How are you feeling today?
오늘 경기 어떻게 생각하시는지 말씀.
뭐 1등은 아직 못했어가지고 약간 아쉽긴 하고요. 2위로 지금 유지하고 있는데 일단 만족은 어느 정도 하고 있고 약간 1등을 위해 더 노력을 해야 될 것 같습니다.
First of all, I'd like to let you know that this is not 100%, but he believes that we can do better. So for the next stage, so that we can compete against the.
That is so understandable. But before we continue, I would like to know what is your role in your team and what's your team chemistry like right now?
네, 현재 지금 팀에서 어떤 롤을 맡고 계시고 현재 팀 분위기는 어떤지 말씀 부탁드립니다.
저는 팀에서 어태커라는 역할을 맡고 있고요. 지금 팀 분위기는 좋은 편입니다.
So he's having a role as an attacker in Korea team, and the team chemistry is really good right now.
And we can see that your performance today has been very impeccable. You guys had a great game just now, and you guys were just right behind Chinese Taipei. Do you guys think that you can overtake that team?
네, 방금 경기에서 오늘 굉장히 좋은 모습 보여주셨는데요. 지금 대만 바로 뒤에 2위를 차지하고 있는데 지금 대만을 좀 이기고 다시 좀 다음 라운드에서 올라갈 수 있을지.
못 이길 건 없는 것 같고요. 더 열심히 하고 약간의 운이 따라준다면 충분히 이겨볼 만하지 않다고 생각합니다. 이겨볼 만하다고 생각합니다.
So like I said, it's not 100%. I believe that we will beat against the Chinese Taipei, and if we have more like sort of luck, we can do much better.
I'm really excited to see that. Hopefully it'll be coming up soon. So my last question for you guys is, what is the biggest obstacle you guys faced just now?
지금 좀 더 경기력을 향상시키기 위해서 좀 더 필요한 그런 부족한 점이 무엇이라고 생각하는지 궁금합니다.
일단 제가 생각하기에 부족한 점이라고는 일단 시간이 제일 중요한 것 같고요. 시간이 충족해가지고 연습을 더 할 수 있다면은 충분히 1등까지 해볼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I think the most important thing is the speed. So if we practice more and if we improve more in terms of the speed, we can do better.
All right, I'm really hoping that will happen. Thank you so much for the interview. And now we're going to send it back to our casters. See you guys in a little while.
Now, speaking of the need of speed, forget my pun, but speaking of our PUBG Mobile Asian Games version, everything into the fact of how to win it. It's not just about how great you are when it comes to the control, it's also with the wheels.
Well, it's also interesting to hear that it's not their 100%. Like what he said earlier on, so I don't know what a 100% would look like if they were to really push it on. But anyway, these are our standings as of now. So Chinese Taipei, they're at the #1 spot, followed by the Republic of Korea, and then Hong Kong, China, and last but not least, for now, is going MACAU, China.
Between Team Republic of Korea and Team Hong Kong, China, they cannot afford to make any mistake because it's 2 minutes of a difference. Only 2 minutes between them.
Yeah, it is that close. And of course, yeah, we are looking for the #1, #2, #3, but it's also about the bragging rights and who will top each other as we carry on this reputation on to the next round. But for MACAU, China, well, we'll be looking for the comeback. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, 4 more tracks to go. So do not go anywhere. We'll be taking a short break. See you guys after this break.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹一流全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Ladies and gentlemen, you're still watching, of course, the one and only Road to Asian Games 2022. My name is Keith here, filling up where Choo Choo used to sit, and still with me is the amazing Sir Clouds, getting your head up there. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm up in the clouds now with that opening, my friend. Yeah, but you know who else is out in the clouds?
Who?
It's going to be Chinese Taipei. #1 all the way. The team to beat now.
I gotta say, man, just watching from the sidelines, from the back lines, when you guys were covering the entirety of East Asia, they are looking insanely formidable. I didn't even think it was humanly possible to get down to a 13-minute closure on all these tracks, but here they are. Chinese Taipei, what an absolute beast.
Well, again, we got to introduce the beast in this round. So, of course, we got a Chinese Taipei, we got Team Republic of Korea, a Team Hong Kong China, as well as Team Macau China. They will still be gunning for that top 3 spot to move on to the next round. And they have a chat with some of the staff behind the scenes, right? So when they did the beta testing for this, just among the staff, right? So I did ask, like, okay, how do you guys do? It's like more than 30 minutes. It's like as an average person playing it. Can you imagine these players hitting 30 minutes?
So
Crazy.
if you and I play, it's going to be 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. And they did it in like record time.
They did it in like, what, 3 times our speed.
12 minutes, 13 minutes. It's insane. And now we're going into like the second half of the match series, I guess, here for the East Asia region. We've just completed the 4 tracks previously. Now we're going to get into the same 4 tracks this time around to conclude and foreclose the qualifying rounds and find out who is moving on forward into the regional finals. I am super excited, especially now that I get a chance to pretty much voice over some of Chinese Taipei's action firsthand.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a treat here, not going to lie about that. But you know what? The team that still holds the record is China itself.
Whoa.
Like with a 10-minute-ish record. And they're playing tomorrow, so you don't want to miss out on how they actually do it.
Now that you mentioned that, I'm realizing now what this entire tournament format is going to be. This entire thing is technically a speedrun tournament.
It is. Absolutely.
We're just doing the same thing over and over until we beat record time, and right now that one's being held by China, you said. I am curious to see. 13 minutes seems impossible. You said they did it in 10. I don't even believe you at that point. That sounds absolutely ridiculous. I'm going to have to see that one myself, and you're going to have to do that too. But today's not over just yet. There's still some games to look out for. Huge shout out to, I guess, some of the main sponsors here for the Road to Asian Games, with IQ coming out with their IQ 11, the official mobile game equipment for RDAG.
Yeah, that's used by our athletes for this event. And also, thank you so much to our prestige sponsor, that's going to be the Audi Q4, for being part of this event. I mean, it's just an amazing piece of
engineering.
Engineering, yeah.
That's a cool way to put it. And talking about things that are cool, I believe MACAU China is the only team, or I could be wrong, that came in with a female athlete within their team.
Oh yeah, diversity at its best.
Yeah.
Yeah. But maybe we'll have more female athletes tomorrow and the day after. We don't know yet. We got to stay tuned for the lineup later on. But we got to shout out to the people working behind the scenes as well. The referees who have been working hard from the start of the day till now, being with us, making sure everything's smooth sailing. Shout out to you guys.
Yeah, it takes a lot just trying to flag things that comes out on screen, you know, especially when your name is Adrian and Hendricks. Adrian Hendricks is probably listening to us right now. Gave him a little bit of grin there. So, all good, man, all good. Now, going back into the game itself, did you see any other team within this East Asian lineup that could potentially overthrow the prowess that is Chinese Taipei?
Well, to be fair, we have yet to see. Okay, so that was Chinese. My mind was like Chinese, or China. But I think you pointed out something very interesting. Like before we started the broadcast, it's like when they played the third section, they were tracking. Like, and from that tracking itself, it's like all of a sudden you see a 200-point gap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was insane. Because I remember the first half of the day, we were saying how it feels ridiculous trying to shoot that flying target. Like, it's almost near impossible. Yet they're here making it look like child's play. Well, we'll get to see them do that exactly once again here, starting off with the second match, track number 1. Let's go.
Let's go. Validema will be the starting point again. We're going to restart the track, and that means all these athletes would have a feel of it today in competition mode. It's one thing to do it in the scrim mode. It's another thing to do it in competition mode. And speaking about the competition mode, the competition has started. We do see some of the teams already speeding down. And Korea is at the forefront right now, followed by Chinese Taipei, and then Hong Kong, China, and Macau, China. But Macau, China, they'll be looking to rework, repatch whatever that they learned from the previous stretch, and this that time to make do. And now we can see this is going to be the first U-turn and the first corner that the teams will face.
Yeah, it easily takes on that one. Very breezy here as Hong Kong, China now trails right behind the Republic of Korea. And just really behind them is also Chinese Taipei. So these triple threat giants are going at it against each other. Who is going to get there first will not be so much so of a determining factor as when it comes down to the Chapter 3, as we've seen time and time again. It's the one match that counts, but seeing as though how Chinese Taipei easily breezed through that challenging obstacles, maybe this entire game just got a little bit harder to play.
Well, this is the part where we don't know, right? Because we are looking for the top 3. And so far, they are kind of comfortable in the top 3. So are they using this round as an experimentation, the preparation to the next round? We need to keep an eye on that too.
I really hope they do not do that because, hey, I'm finally here. I want to see the full force, and they come up and do something experimental. I would be pretty disappointed. But who am I to say? I can't dictate their moves. Immediately arriving at destination checkpoint 1. Are getting those free pickings onto free-flowing targets to potentially build up some lead onto their way. And then right now already Republic of Korea with 24 of their own. Hong Kong, China also raking in the points as we speak.
And Macau, China just checked in, so they're starting to rack out the points. But this is before the 4 colors show up. So these are sort of like you can call it like a starting point before the main boss shows up. So yeah, but that also gives them a good advantage because it still adds on to the points as a whole. So far we can see that Chinese Taipei, despite them being at the 3rd place before this, but look at the difference right now. They are catching up real fast.
Yeah, and this is remarkable, right? Because first half of the day when we were looking at the West Asian region, there was no way they were starting off with near 100 lead, 100 pointers as a lead before the colored targets showed up. But here it is, insanely speedy match, and finally it is a go. The colored dots are now up, and it is Republic of Korea already 100 points head start.
Yeah, 100 points when it starts. Can you imagine that? That's the speed that they're running at. But now that after it started, look at where Chinese Taipei is. They're now at number 1. They've been saving themselves for this moment to be like, okay, I'll let you guys have some fun. And the plot twist happens.
Oh, things are just neck and neck with all these teams actually. Republic of Korea, Chinese Taipei, Hong Kong, China, even Macau, China. Like, this is an equal footing. This is exactly what a fair fight would have looked like. No hands behind their backs between all 3 of these. And now Chinese Taipei will make the move, already getting their way out of there, hitting that marker.
Well, you asked for the best, right? You are being served the best. Imagine they started section number 1 at a 3rd place. But now they are number 1. They are leading the charge right now. And for them, they're doing really well. But of course, they got tough competition. Republic of Korea is still up there to stop them.
Look at this maneuver, though. They understand these maps so well. Republic of Korea taking a detour into, well, I guess an all-terrain area, not abiding with the arrows themselves, and some of these teams are also following into their footsteps.
Well, I noticed Chinese Taipei got a little bit stuck there, but that's okay, that's okay. They're still not too far behind. But to be fair, it is the Republic of Korea. They got more speed up targets, but now, as we speak, it's only one difference, or maybe even two.
And it's only getting more and more drastic here with the difference. There we go. Oh, maybe landed a little bit too drastically here. That is going to put a halt into their momentum, giving way onto Chinese Taipei to maybe cut it through and overtake the likes of these the Republic of Korea.
Yeah, Chinese Taipei just creeping behind them, almost overtaking them.
Oh,
but
no.
hey, another fumble. This second fumble could be crucial. And it's going to be official. Chinese Taipei, did they overtake? I think they did. Yes, they did.
Man, that slipped up twice in a row. It costed them really dearly, as you can see right here. Time being of a waster, but nothing too crucial or critical just yet. Still neck and neck with each other, but now they will have to try and farm up these target points and maybe set themselves up for success once again with a hefty amount of lead points.
Oh, this is a very smart angle. If you guys think about it, it's like you just aim at the side, and that target basically ain't moving from your crosshair.
They cracked the code, man. They cracked the code. And look at that. They scored. How they scored is contributed here. Only in East Asia region, it's even across the board down there. 23% of an average.
Yeah, everyone's pulling their own weight, as we can see here. But Sparta is still the main man for Republic of Korea, still giving out the most percentages, but nevertheless, it is still quite spread across. Now we have Macau, China coming in onto section number 2 as well, and they're starting to collect their points. But I guess we did see one of the key formulas. I really like the fact that how the angle and when that moving target is basically not moving from a certain angle.
Smart plays, work smart, not hard, ladies and gentlemen. And 4 seconds down the clock here. Chinese Taipei, 96 points. Again, getting themselves up for success. Actually, 100 points head start for them. Only needing to rake in the additional 300. Similarly with Republic of Korea.
Okay, so look at how their strategy, how they line up themselves. It's still majority of these athletes on the left side of this corner. So interestingly, that could be one of the, but I still can't figure out, I still can't put my head around that. Why do they do that? Does it make a difference if they all move towards the right?
I guess in theory it does, right? Because if you align yourself either to the far left or to the far right, because of the angle you're viewing things, it's a bit more compressed and streamlined, so you kind of cover all the windows.
Right, okay. But then again, you could split like 50-50, like you can have like 2 athletes on the left, 2 athletes on the right. That will give you more coverage.
I don't know, I was trying to brain them, but hey,
right. we're trying.
They're clearly not humans here. They're machines made for this, and immediately that target has been hit. Look at that, Chinese Taipei makes a gun for it out of this stage number 2, out of the checkpoints, moving towards checkpoint 3.
Well, they came from behind. They came from number 3 to number 2, and now they're number 1. They're like letting everyone else have their fun, and now it's their turn to take it over.
This is probably just a normal day for them. This isn't even like a good day for the likes of these boys here. Man, they're impressive the way they play. How did this lead get exacerbated this much? I do not know. But they will continue and, you know, beat against the dead horses here. Not going to lift that foot off the paddle just yet. It's so much to win here for Chinese Taipei.
Boosting mid-air is definitely one of the key components in order for them to get the maximum speed, because there's no friction and they can still push themselves. So I think that that's one of the tips that all the teams playing tomorrow, they'll be watching how Chinese Taipei actually does it.
Oh, they are just running away with it. Look at the mini-map itself. The next closest competitors are nowhere nearby. They are going head-to-head within each other, but Chinese Taipei, they're playing their own game at this rate on a separate league we will see them occupying the screen for the time being as they are capturing the highlight, moving into the station.
Well, I'll be interested to see what is the best of Republic of Korea, because during the interview, they say that we didn't give 100%.
Oh.
So if this is not the 100%, I don't know what is the 100%. Could it be double this amount?
Perhaps. Maybe 100% Republic of Korea is a first place Republic of Korea. Right now, they are in second place. So if any time is a good time to pull out that trump card, it is right now.
Oh, and speaking about trump card, G Walker is back at the forefront as that one individual athlete to contribute the most points for his team, and he represents Macau, China. And now we got 3 teams inside of the Big Daddy, the big boss, the one that will determine who will go onto the finish line.
Ooh, well, talking about making it into the finish line, maybe not so much with Macau, China, and that fumble right there. Had to reset themselves, which also puts them in a position with no momentum up on that hill and have to start building things up once again. 0 and 500, which means I think it has already begun this next checkpoint activity.
Dude, even before the UFO activity starts, they're already at 100 points. Can you believe that? And it's not even started just yet. They're still hovering around. They're still like positioning themselves, getting ready. And like, okay, look at this. 3, 2, 1, 108 points before it even starts.
And they only have to play for 400 now. And this is an obstacle that was a challenge to most, but not even them. Not even Chinese Taipei would be phased about this, already breaking into the 200 mark in mere seconds of this activity.
Oh man, they are way ahead now, hitting the 200 mark for Chinese Taipei. Whereas for Hong Kong, China, just hitting the 100 mark, they are double, they are twice as fast as their nearest competition. As for the Republic of Korea, right now they are behind still Hong Kong, China. But for Macau, China, I believe they just arrived.
Yeah, they were on their way, and they have finally joined the party, but not being able to secure a single pointers just yet. Chinese Taipei, 300 already. Nothing slowing them down. They are doubling the pointers against their competition.
Oh, but look at this. Republic of Korea starting to catch up, but Hong Kong, China will not go down without a fight. Already hitting the 200 mark, but same goes for Korea. Republic of Korea now getting 200 for themselves. Macau, China just starting their campaign, getting the first 10 points.
Yeah, about to run away with it. Chinese Taipei, Macau, China, they did start their campaign, but still, they need to expect for a miracle or just an insane performance here to try and close in the gap against the top 3 right now. They are nowhere nearby, but they will still remain resilient and strong. The difference maker happens in the second and third position here with Hong Kong, China, and the Republic of Korea, who is going to make it and join the likes of Chinese Taipei in second place.
Dude, it's time for them to go and to roll themselves onto the finishing line. And look at them just cutting across the structures. I believe they have found one of the most optimal ways to get back onto the road, by not just going onto the road, but just cutting across all these. And now they're on their way to the finishing line. Probably they'll reach before 40 minutes.
It's insane how people are just finding out the most efficient way to get from point A to point B in the least amount of distance possible. And so even in this case scenario, sure, you could say maybe there were a little bit of fumble that happened with Chinese Taipei earlier on with the driving. But their record timing right now is probably going to be a 13-minute with 40 seconds on the clock. So to imagine a 10-minute map track finisher is almost insane.
I am mind blown with that record. Though we have not seen it yet, the broadcast will see it probably tomorrow, but definitely they'll put up a challenge. And now, speaking about the next challenges, so it looks like we have the second team coming towards the finishing line. It's going to be Hong Kong, China, meaning that 14-minute and 12 mark here.
Still very impressive. Unfortunately for Macau, China, they were late to the party, and they will have to be diligent to do their homeworks even though everyone else has finally moved past the checkered flag. And the third one to seal it all off, that is the Republic of Korea, who had a very great start. They were going toe-to-toe with Chinese Taipei. Wonder what happened midway through that they fell off.
Okay, to a certain extent, this is one strategy, right? Like you send one athlete out to loot for you in case your bullets are down. He brings the loot to you, so you don't. Not everyone goes out looting. So you may have a role of like, okay, I'm here to support the team. My role is to gather resources, bring it to them so that they can use, and they can just stay there and continue on shooting.
Well, maybe I'd like to see this strategy happen in a fair and even setting where they all arrive at the same time, because right now, MACAU China, although they do have a way that they would like to play, they were just late to the party and now they have to suffer the wrath from it.
I mean, I can feel the frustration though, not gonna lie. Like they're trying to hit the targets, but the targets just couldn't come to them. Oh man, I mean, this is tough, Okay, so plan B, go down, find ground targets instead. At least the points are moving.
Well, but for the ground targets, this difference is still pretty huge, right? We're talking about at least 100+ pointers to cover, which I think they know for sure you're not going to get that from the ground targets itself. So that's why they're still deploying the rest of these two members to try and maybe shoot down some of these flying targets for the time being. Get it up all the way up to maybe 460, 480, and then move on to the ground. And it's just taking slower than it should be. So MACAU China, resilient, I give them that.
Yeah, it's always the last few targets seems to be the hardest one to hit. But so far they're getting closer and closer. We're about 32 points more before they move. Make that 12 points to move. So that's about 2 targets worth. So that's a signal here for coming from the IGL to say that, okay, boys, we got enough. It's only that one target. We secured it. We're heading onto the finish line.
And they will join in with the rest of the teams here and celebrate the completion of track number 1, albeit 16 pointers. Let's let it be known that this isn't a bad performance, because the average of what the West Asia region did was a 16-minute map finish, and we thought it was impressive. So for them to come in 16, 17 minutes, it may seem like a sluggish record compared to the rest of these their competitors, but they are very much still at par with the average.
True enough. Yeah, you gotta think about it, right? That's a good way to put it. Well, if only the groups were shuffled. Yeah, then maybe it would be different, but they happen to be grouped up with the powerhouses.
Yeah, that's in that case, it was already destined for them. Yeah, they were up against
tough
huge
competition.
tsunamis of competition.
Yeah, nevertheless, again, it's another perfect record. 5 tracks in a row. Number 1 for Chinese Taipei. What does it take to stop these guys?
A mistake. I think with Chinese Taipei, they are so skillful, so mechanically competent, that the only way that any other teams could expect to try to, surpass their prowess is if it came from Chinese Taipei themselves. If Chinese Taipei messed up in the rotations, maybe get their car stuck somewhere else, then that's opening for the rest of the team.
Well, I want to say maybe another way is just to shoot the targets that they're shooting. But realistically, you wouldn't know. And you'll be so concerned about getting targets for yourself. So it's all for their own.
And I mean, I think this so far, at least in my time of viewing, I have never seen someone trace a target, be it on a mobile phone, this well into the game. Like, this is nearly pixel perfect tracing here, and we're talking about targets that are moving way faster than what you could possibly comprehend.
All right, look at the results. Okay, I think this is the highest amount of speed ups that we have seen. 68 for Republic of Korea and Chinese Taipei getting 64, really close to each other. I don't think we've seen this sort of number before.
Not in our time casting, I think. Perhaps maybe yesterday during a qualifier or so on and so forth, the first phase of the tournament. Maybe there were some, but there was no broadcast for us to prove out anything. But let's get into the Audi Super 8 player, the best player from within each and every one of the teams that are playing. G Walker, your favorite man, right here at 558. Ding Xiao with 354 of his own, Sporta 384, and Shark KK 344.
You know what? G Walker is this guy that if there's a transfer window, you see him in another team by the next season. Like, he is showing consistency for the team. He's like carrying the team all the way.
And that's always the case, right? Like, when you look at some of these teams, like previously in the West Asian region, you have Team Oman, and then now you have Team Macau, China, and they always have this one powerhouse just seems to be out of place.
Yeah, but you know who's out of place? It's going to be us. Because we're going to go in for a short break, ladies and gentlemen, so do not go anywhere. We'll see you after this break.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
So it seems like the narrative is not going to shift from anytime soon here. Team Chinese Taipei still the best for the day that we have seen in this entire broadcast. Still breaking records at a 13-minute track finish. Is there anyone who could stop him? My name is Keith. Welcome onto the road to Asian Games 2022 alongside with me, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, I mean, now the record for them is either to beat their own personal record, remain undisputed, or even better, beating the 10-minute record held by China so far.
But how are you proposing that happen? Like, I could only think of 10 minutes. You going in a straight line, maybe that displacement would have given you 10 minutes.
I mean, that's up to them to figure it out and get us entertained.
I guess. I mean, that's all part and parcel of the fun of watching a speed run, they say.
Yeah.
Finding this nooks and crannies, maybe even glitch and bugs, maybe, to just get through to the end point.
Yeah, or maybe finding, okay, the regular idea will be find the most optimal route. Whatever it is, right? That's number one. Number two is to get the most optimized way of shooting down targets to get the point. Like what we saw earlier, I think we saw a glimpse of it.
Yeah, but that's more skills, right? Like, how do you get an optimized level of skill? That's more of, oh, you mean
the one
angling
the
yourself.
angling one, yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. That's one way to game the system. Yeah, that makes sense.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, will be interesting to see. So now we are down to the last 3 tracks. I mean, for Macau, China, it's a little bit far for them. If there were to be any miracle to happen, they need to get like number 1 all the way.
Ooh. You're asking for a tall order right now. But if, Team Chinese Taipei could be number 1 all the way, I might be wrong. Maybe. There was a game or two that they did not finish number 1, did they?
Chinese Taipei?
Yeah. Or was it just them?
They went all the way. They started off at like number 3. That was the previous round. They started at number 3, and you thought like, oh, they're having a chill time. But no, they let you have your fun, and they caught up at the end. Whew.
You cannot catch a break this time round.
Not at all.
And in track 1, it was Republic of Korea who was leading most of it until 2 fumbles in the drive that gave way to Chinese Taipei. So, will that same scenario happen again? Will Chinese Taipei make it with another number 1 finish, or will any of these teams try and rise up to these occasions?
Here we go. We're going to start it off in ruins this time, ladies and gentlemen, with the first section. It's El Pozo. Let's go, and let's see who gets the first lead.
Already gone in, looting up all these supplies and resources, it seems, here. And there it is, a go here. Hong Kong, China, and Republic of Korea makes the first exit through this arches and begins this competition.
Yep, so we can see here that Chinese Taipei is still at the forefront. But what we learned from the previous round is that even though you're number 1, you might not be number 1 in the end. But for the first time, I believe, it's going to be Macau, China at the front at some point.
Leading the pack. How long can they do it? That is the real question. But it's all down to these triple threat machines here. All going out into the valleys. Makes a jump forward. It seems like they're crashing onto each other. But right there and then, the mistake. Republic of Korea gets held back and making way for Chinese Taipei to pave their way towards victory.
And because of that, Macau, China has the opportunity to close the gap. And it shouldn't be too far for them. But then again, look at the number 2 and number 3 team. They're just neck to neck with each other. And this corner, one of the teams will pull away. And that is going to be Republic of Korea.
Somebody stopped them, they say. But with all the amount of leads and the speed up, being able to earn upon themselves here, Chinese Taipei finds themselves in pretty decent competition position. And I do see some sort of a fumble again happening for the likes of Hong Kong, China.
Ooh, not too sure what happened there, but, well, it's always like, okay, maybe this is like, you can still make a few mistakes here and there, but when you reach the section, that is where it all matters. And speaking about reaching the section, we got the first few teams reaching the first checkpoint, and here we go. In fact, all the teams now, they managed to get themselves onto it, including Macau, China.
And this is the dangerous portion, right? Because we know how efficient Team Chinese Taipei can be. The moment you give them an inch, they take a mile. If they're the first one in compound, they're going to build that lead up to a 100-pointer starter.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Macau, China just arrived, all right? So, but nevertheless, they're not too late to the party. the actual boss of this map is not out yet. But looking at the angles, I'm trying to learn some of these angles that they're trying to take. So Republic of Korea, interesting angle as well, but he didn't take that side angle shot. I think it was the only one time where we saw the side angle shot. So far, we haven't seen any teams or any of the athletes repeat that.
Whoa, look at it across the board. Team Chinese Taipei, 84 points. The game hasn't even begun. Where are the colored targets? They don't even need it. If given a chance, they would probably get all 300 points from the targets remaining within these environments.
Yeah, true enough. For all you know, if you remove that, they'll still be like happily, yeah, we're fine. We can do without it. They may even say that you can give them the 4 color targets, the 3 other teams the 4 color targets. That's fine. We'll make do with the regular targets. That's okay.
Yeah, however, they, like you said, they're efficient monsters. Here they are, 200 already for Chinese Taipei. The team, man, and you get a loot box as well, a crate being tossed on downwards, so someone's gonna claim that 40 pointers.
Ooh, I wonder who got it. But anyway, it doesn't matter at this point because all we know is Chinese Taipei still the first team to complete the first task, and they'll be starting their journey on to the next one. And it's going to be quite a long journey. But nevertheless, for the other teams, they'll be joining up very soon.
First one to leave here. Always the earliest of birds here. He will get the worm, it seems, out in these open lanes. They find themselves through beach flags after beach flags. Chinese Taipei, look at that. Stats contribution, 23% across the board. Man, I think one of the secrets to this team is a future gaming flagship smartphone, man. This iQOO 11, whew, they're doing wonders for these kids.
Absolutely. I mean, all these athletes here using the best of phones around. But look at this. Okay, wow, that's a lot of airtime. My goodness. And that is by Chinese Taipei. The moment they get themselves that airborne, that's where they really use the speed up targets. And you gotta think about it. There's a strategy towards the speed up targets. It's like you don't use it all the time. You use it when it matters. So far what I observe is that if it's a straight road, yeah, pretty obvious. If you're airborne, yeah. But if you're taking corners, it's like you kind of reserve it a little bit.
Yeah, you want to be able to control, and you know, speed always comes in the detrimental of handling itself. But another one thing that about speed up abilities is the timing in which you use them. We've seen even in like jumps, you use it at a specific timing just to get you across the ledge there and avoid yourself being held back.
Yeah, so the ledge is also one. It's like when they're at the ramp, they use it real at the end, so that you get the maximum boost rather than you use it too early. So it's about those small micro timings that these athletes are able to produce.
And right now, these athletes, they're about to converge here in checkpoint number 2 already. Hong Kong, China coming in with Team MACAU, China, actually. So for once, MACAU, China isn't too far left behind.
Oh, okay. This could put up some extra competition for our teams. But nevertheless, it is still Chinese Taipei with a 100 mark even before the objective comes up. I mean, look, what? Look at the spread here. It's almost an even spread among the 4 athletes.
Yeah, that is going to be pretty scary, right? Because if you look at the likes of Republic of Korea, the team, they're still reliant on one ace itself to maybe make a dent in the score. But when you take a look at the team of Chinese Taipei, no weaklings. And it began with already 150 points as a lead going into this 400-point gap closer.
Yeah, so that MVP stat, that one guy up there, doesn't matter for them because they're all pulling the weight. And that is where teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, the MVP or the Super A player for Team Chinese Taipei is probably the guy with the 27% contribution. That's it.
Yeah.
27. A mere few percentage going his way.
Yeah, it is that close. And because of that, look at the returns for Chinese Taipei. They're super close to the 400 mark. Even 100-point mark ahead of Republic of Korea. So that's a strong learning that every single one of them must be able to shoot. And it's not, and you think like, okay, you drive and you can take a backseat. No, man, you gotta do the work as well.
Not in their bracket. I would not make it out alive in their bracket, right? I could still probably play into the West Asian region, but here they are, making a move already into stage 3, checkpoint number 3, what seemed to be the hardest of obstacles. Seems child play to the likes of the team from Chinese Taipei. And if they could pretty much activate that timer much sooner, they can already begin accumulating those points and gun their way into the 500 pointers before the rest of these teams can ever follow up.
Yeah, I mean, they're already heading towards the big boss, the granddaddy of them all, the third section, the section where things can change, right? So if any team were to be able to catch up to Chinese Taipei, is that they need to do really well in the third section, and if they're able to overtake Chinese Taipei by then, there's a high possibility that that is how Chinese Taipei were to move down or to move out of the #1 spot.
I was so sure you were about to say the only team that can overtake Chinese Taipei is Chinese Taipei. Because let's be honest, that's not happening at this point. You're playing second place with these people in the lobby.
Yeah, and they will be the first team to reach checkpoint number 3, meaning that they have that opportunity to collect those bonus points before even the round starts.
And the counter just started as well. So which means the team that arrived don't really have the luxury to go around hunting as much as they had before this. And so that team is going to be Hong Kong China, who's trailing in third place actually. And the Republic of Korea, who just arrived towards checkpoint location.
Okay, I noticed that out of the MVP stat that popped out earlier on, Chinese Taipei's athlete is at number 5.
Whoa.
Yeah, Ching Fu, he was at number 5. So can you imagine, like, the spread between all of them is all about there? And it doesn't matter whether they're number 1 individually or not. It's at the end of the day as a team.
It is. It takes an entire team to get yourself up to 130 points lead before the games even begin. Look at Republic of Korea. They just arrived, only able to amass in about 10 pointers so far, and a countdown from 5 hasn't even begun.
Yeah, the actual event has yet to begin, and they're already at, what, 134 points. I wouldn't be surprised if they can actually hit the 200 mark, but they're saving themselves for tomorrow. But nevertheless, here it is, the flying target, the granddaddy. If any team were to catch up on the Chinese Taipei, it has to be now.
These people are spraying, but they don't need to pray for it. They know exactly what they're doing here. Team Chinese Taipei. They shoot down the barrels of their guns, and they shoot really true. Not missing much of a shot. Already 200, closing into the 50% mark of filling up their quotas within this checkpoint.
Okay, I'm still trying to understand what is the logic behind the formation here. So in this round, we see that Hong Kong, China stacked up on the right. But for the other teams, they're all spread across the platform. So what is the formula here? I don't know, man. We need a lot more games just to try to find that trend.
We got to put them in a controlled area, man. Put them in laboratories. Find out what they're actually made of. Because right now, they are not looking human. 374, close to 400, 394 now. And already just less than 100 points apart. Team Chinese Taipei closing that gap in the snap of a finger, and it's only pretty much 12 minutes. If they can clear this one up real quick, we might see a potential 12-minute closure here, because I don't think it takes a whole minute from here to the finish line.
And it is the shortest distance, so it's very doable. Okay, now we're at the 12-minute mark. Let's see if we cross it. Okay, they're on the run now. They're starting to roll right now. It's definitely going to be below 30 minutes. Arguably, it's going to be the fastest time in all the tracks so far.
Fastest today. I would say I would go that far to say, man, because we've seen in the previous round the West Asian region averages 16-17 minutes in a single track.
Yep.
This time around, a different ball game. We're looking at 12 minutes, and they have to get their way through that finish line for this to be official. Right here, 36, 37, clocking in at
Bam!
12:39. It is #1 spot, Team Chinese Taipei.
And we have Team Hong Kong China now making their move, so they should be the second team to finish in this round, followed by, well, the last we saw the score, it was Republic of Korea. So let's see if there's any possibility for Macau China to catch up to that. But, well, looks like Republic of Korea, they're done.
Yeah, so Republic of Korea, again, third place. Just slightly behind the likes of Team Hong Kong China. And it is now up to the likes of Team Macau China to try and bring in the additional 400, well, 300 plus-ish pointers. It's been grueling. It's been very grueling for the team.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if you're competing in this, right? And you get to see like all the other teams just leaving one by one. You'll be disheartened.
It takes certain courage of steel or discipline here to keep on shooting through. But hey, they're doing actually pretty good with the pickup rate here in the scoreboards. They're not that stagnant with the numbers here. They're getting some points in, already 50% through nearly.
Yeah, they're still racking it up, and well, they have to finish at some point, right? They can't just leave it to the 30-minute mark. So they're still doing what they need to do. But because of this amount collected so far, I think it's going to take them like maybe 2 or 3 minutes more to complete.
If they did it in that time, it's still okay. There's still a 16, 17-minute completion. Theoretically, it's only 14 minutes. If they can close that gap, they can at least show the world that they're honestly just hit up against a squad of a different league.
A stacked group, not gonna lie, right? Not gonna lie. It is a stacked group. Honestly, with all these learnings that we've seen today, I wonder how the teams that have yet to compete are going to match these kind of stats.
Oh.
Yeah, can you imagine that? We still have...
No, but it's always that theory where there's a bigger fish in the sea, right? Like, we watched the West Asia play, and then we thought, wow, this team is amazing. 16 minutes, that's fast, bro.
Yeah.
And then comes this one, and then 12-minute comes in. And then you tell me China did it in 10. We might even see someone in the regional final pull it in like maybe 8 minutes or so, and that'll be absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, because we still have at least 2 regions that we have yet to have a glimpse of what they can do.
That is, oh, wow. This game just keeps on giving.
Just keeps on giving. I mean, game by game. But nevertheless, of course, the other regions will be playing again tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure you tune in. And now, just looking over the scores, so we have, okay, look at where Chinese Taipei is at. Number 4 is their top point collector. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you don't get extra points for being the MVP. Nah. You get the win for being the winner.
It's a collective effort, right?
Yeah.
Number 4. That's your number 4 right there. I mean, because the points are evenly distributed.
Yeah. Exactly. So they've worked out that formula somehow to find that balance with everyone and to work at the same pace.
At this rate, I'm just thinking how many tears were shed in the training regimes for Team Chinese Taipei, because they seem to just perform out of their minds.
Oh, yeah. And look at this. They're chill. They're chill. They'll be like, yeah, we know. We got this in the bag. So now it's a matter of like trying to find that better timing round after round after round. Because at some point, you're going to meet with the record holders, China.
Yeah.
So this is opportunity for them, despite them having that comfort zone, it's still opportunity for them to try to fine-tune things, to try to make that 10-minute mark happen for themselves.
Whew. That is steep though. I'm not gonna lie, if I was in their shoe, in their position, if I was a player as in Team Chinese Taipei, even I shake when you say make it in 10 minutes, because you're nowhere near there. If I've closed the game, okay, sure, they did it in 12 this time around, right? But if they could do it in like 11 minutes, 30 seconds, then maybe I'd think about 10. But 2 minutes from 10 is still really far out.
Yeah, we're still hovering around the 13 mark, right?
Yeah.
13 mark, maybe almost a 12. and that's it. So they're still fine-tuning that formula, but we can see like round after round, I think they're also trying to do different things. Maybe internally they would know that, right? Like they try to find it, they do different things, try to find different rounds and so on and so forth. And so far, it's given, it's probably like based on this track at least, with that sort of fine-tuning, they managed to get 12:39, which is great.
It's great. Nobody can complain about that. Actually, it's great across the board. Everyone here pit that against some other regions, they will immediately be top 3, top 4. That's 16:28. That was impressive in the West Asian region.
Absolutely. If that number was brought on the West Asia region, they would easily be number 1, number 2.
Yeah. No, hands down number 1.
Hands down, yeah.
Even the team Palestine did 17 minutes-ish rounds.
Right.
They were number 1.
Well, speaking about the number 1, looks like it's no longer G Walker, but this time it's going to be Xiao Jia from the team Hong Kong, China, getting the most points as an individual. And not only that, his team didn't do too bad.
They're insane. Just this bracket itself, such a joy. It's like looking at an expert in their art, right? Like looking at a chef who knows what the dish that he's about to cook up. He just knows what they're doing. Everyone there knows the objectives and knows how to execute on this. So super excited for more games to come here. We have 2 more tracks to play within the day before the foreclosure of the East Asian region. But first, a quick break from Sir Cloud and myself. I'm Keith. I'll see you in just about a bit.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，音像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Yeah, and the mystery continues. The biggest question mark of the day for at least the East Asia region. Who is going to take it away in the #1 spot or the top 3 position? I mean, let's be honest, it's not so much of a mystery anymore, but hey, for entertainment's sake and entertainment value and for the sake of suspense, we're going to tell you that. we're going to keep withholding that information from you anyways. My name is Keith. This is Sir Cloud, and so far, we are still puzzled on who the winner might be. Wink, wink.
I absolutely can't tell who will it be. But what I can tell is that there's that one team is on route to have a perfect day.
Really? Which one?
I have no idea as well.
Wait, was it Team Macau China?
Oh, well, they could possibly. Maybe. Or could it be Team Hong Kong China?
Oh,
wow.
What about this team right in front of screen?
This team is here for the fun. You can tell that they're having good
not
time.
Not gonna make it. Oh my god. Well, clearly that was world opposite day because while all these players sits on fully decked out auto full M6 official gaming chair, we're actually sitting on bar stools. So
maybe it's a build-up, like today they gave us this, tomorrow they give us that. Yeah, it's a build-up,
Hopefully, I mean, I'm ecstatic for it. I need to test the product to be able to vouch for it, right? Well, in front of the thousands of people watching.
Oh, yes, and of course, these athletes get the privilege of testing it first, and that's why they bring in the performance that you can see on screen right here. And looking forward to still see if any team were to come even close to that 10-minute mark.
Oh, that's a tough order, to be honest. And when you told me about that, in my head, that was a fluke of a round. I don't think that even the team from China can do the same thing over again.
Well, we'll find that out tomorrow, but it will be tomorrow's story, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue on the last 2 tracks. Let's head back onto it. Here we go.
Across the waters, this one starts bottom left over at Los Egos. This is the track number 3, and everyone is a go down into it here. A beautiful Volvo appears up on the screen. Loot moment is begun, and it seems like immediately they try to make distance and into the arches that we call the starting line.
All right, let's see who's going to get the head start and passing by. So it looks like it's going to be Hong Kong, China as a head start. But then again, what we've learned throughout our games is that it doesn't matter at the start, because at the end of the day, it is going to be the key checkpoints that the teams can overtake each other. But what's interesting, the only thing interesting about the start of this track is that teams will need to go through the bridge. And I think that bridge is where maybe some teams, like, even though you're next to each other, you will want to take a step back just to not crash at the bridge.
Yeah, and this is also one of those maps with the longest travel distance and duration. So I think a lot can happen here during the drive period or the drive phase of this entire track. And immediately as we say that, already bumping into each other here, trying to go and get onto shortcuts. It is Republic of Korea taking the lead away from the likes of Hong Kong, China, but trailing right behind them. It is the team that we fear the most, Team Chinese Taipei, inching the gap really, really close by. They feel that aura, just trying to devour his position. Right now, Republic of Korea will not take the ramp itself. That one goes to the likes of Team Hong Kong, China instead.
Ooh, I wonder, will that be an opportunity for them to overtake? But still, we can see that Chinese Taipei is still at the second spot. So now I do wonder, how important are the ramps?
Well, everyone avoided it, so I think something they know about the way it would land on the location, the trajectory would go, it was probably not a good idea. You would probably crash onto the trees that they had up front. So wise decisions, these two teams choosing not to opt for it. It's too high of a risk and not so little reward to reap from. They will both make their way into this location. First checkpoint tries to get some of these moving targets, pointers onto their way. And we do not have the counters up right now, but I would assure you almost 10 out of 10 times it would be Team Chinese Taipei with the leading mark. There we go.
You got that right. You got that right, my friend. But as far as I can remember, I think this is the second time that the same set of teams actually avoid that ramp. Because this is the second time they're playing this track, on broadcast at least. So I think there's, like what you said, there's something that they know that we don't yet. But it's also an opportunity for the teams that have yet to play at all to study and say that, hey, you know what, that could be a good idea. And as far as I know, like for the teams from Southeast Asia and so on, they will be playing the next few days. They're playing scrims among themselves. So they're still trying to figure out what's the best way. And I think this is going to be a learning that they might experiment on their own.
To be honest, I would have done something like that, right? Like include obstacles within the game that looked like something that might help you, but turns out it's a curveball, because that would make this super interesting. Now, talking about things that are less interesting, something we've seen over and over again is the 4-color target that is now operational. The hit counters will start raking up here, but it is Republic of Korea, the ones leading the charts at 187 already with the points.
Wow, and one of the teams managed to get the airdrop. That will give them 40 points on top of 2 M4s. Well, at this point, M4 is not going to be that important, but the 40 points is going to be the deal breaker. And looks like the Republic of Korea will be the first team to hit that 300 mark, and they're on the way to the next checkpoint.
Now, we've seen how Republic of Korea has taken lead many a times, but just seemed to slip away towards the later half to the likes of Team Hong Kong China and the Team Chinese Taipei as well. Could this finally be that one thing where they deny against Team Chinese Taipei?
Okay, looking at the stats here, all right? So there's one player from Republic of Korea, only 8%. So I guess they'll be looking to fix that as it goes along, because the stats-wise, based on what we've seen previously, you got to have an even score in order to get the #1 spot. But, a team got stuck, and that was MACAU China.
Yeah, that happened. It's just unfortunate because they've always getting stuck there. But that is the fault of their maneuverability within the game. Nothing to do with the device. So if you want to go check out the iCool 11, perfect time to do so. Now, talking about getting stuck here, Team Republic of Korea is one that nearly fumbled before. And they have to be careful, because that's exactly how they lost their lead against the likes of Team Chinese Taipei.
Okay, and can you imagine, like, when we reach a certain stage that where you pick the best of the best, right? Although right now, that little stuck may not bring that much of a difference, but when you put the best of the best, all those minor moments will make a huge difference.
Oh, hands down. I would assume that at the most optimal level, when you're putting the best of the best against each other for representing regions, that differences is going to come from the milliseconds. Not even the seconds nor the minutes, but milliseconds.
Oh yeah, so I mean, today's day #1, right? So naturally we'll be seeing the early stages of the tournament. So as the day goes by, it'll get even more interesting. So make sure, ladies and gentlemen, you do check back on the social medias wherever you're watching this, because you don't want to miss out the action. And speaking about action, stage #2 is here.
Stage #2 here, 120 seconds to kill for the time being. And they'll do so in the most efficient manner possible, tracing down moving objects that just seem to get out of glimpse and out of sight here. But that point is still skewed towards the likes of Team Chinese Taipei, always being able to hit that mark. Even Team Republic of Korea is finding their way in the back foot, making way again here, allowing Team Hong Kong China to make headway over them.
Oh, speaking about headway, Ho Xuan from Team Chinese Taipei has the highest percentage for his team. For Hong Kong China, it's going to be KH. So KH, what I noticed is that he's been subbed in and subbed out. But based on the stats currently, him having 49%, I think he's fighting for his spot in the mainstay.
Maybe he should be a staple instead.
Maybe.
So, when when you mentioned that he was not swapped in before this, was that the first set of the matches that he played?
That was at least the first 2 tracks.
Oh.
Yeah. But I believe he played like only 1 map in the first set, and that's about it. But they still do pretty okay, decent. But I guess as you go along the competition, you also want to refine your lineup as well.
Because I've always thought after that first match that you guys have cast out alongside with Choo-Choo, it seems like the top 2 would be Team Chinese Taipei and Republic of Korea.
Right.
But right now it seems like Team Hong Kong China seems like a solid top 2 position teams. And if that could be the benefactor of having KH in, then maybe they should explore that option more often than not.
Yeah, and I guess that's what the coach is doing as well. It's like moving around the puzzle pieces just to find what fits the most. And so far, I think I do agree. The results don't lie that Hong Kong China is doing better with him being played. So, but now it's also about like, okay, yes, it's better, but how do they now overcome the titan that is Chinese Taipei?
Well, you get the entire team of Team Chinese Taipei. That's one way to do about it. That's a very money-centric move, I would say. And talking about which, they are already right on the money here as they've achieved the full 400 points requirements to make it and book their way into the next round. Already passing beach flags. This head start that they're getting is going to set them up for so much comes checkpoint number 3.
Oh, such a huge head start here. The other teams have yet to start moving, so far so good for them. But for Hong Kong China, okay, Hong Kong China is leaving checkpoint number 2 and they're following behind. But look at the speed of target hits as well. Like Chinese Taipei, they're just stats-wise, it's all favoring towards them.
I mean, you can't deny at this point, there's going to be a heavy biased perception of them coming out as a victor. It just seems like this team just cannot be slowed down, regardless of what happened. And they hardly make the mistake to even hang on. As I say that, they're tipping over, but still recoverable at best.
They can afford that. They can afford that. That's okay. Of course, you can afford that right now, but then again, when you put the best of the best, well, then it's going to be another discussion. But so far, they're okay, they're cool. I believe by now they know themselves that they are definitely through to the next round.
Whew, but that was definitely risky, though. It's like saying, you can afford that, but should you buy that?
Oh,
Instead of want or a need.
Yeah, maybe you can buy that now just to try it out.
Okay.
Just to see. Okay, okay. I'm going to do the reverse, right? Maybe they didn't do it on purpose, but it's also a good experimentation for them to see how much can they afford to maintain a certain time.
True.
Right. Yeah, like it's that measurement to put in like those variables.
Fine, I can jive with that.
All right,
reasoning.
cool,
that makes sense. That makes sense. Also, it could be a test towards the driver to recover from that. That was not bad.
Yeah.
I gotta give it to the man, eh?
Yeah, like in like a regular sports, like sometimes if you fall or if you get down, it's like how fast can you get back up. Yeah, that's a measurement there.
RP Kobe Bryant.
There you go.
Woo, the Mamba himself. Now, getting back into this game here already, they've booked their way into this this last checkpoint, the hardest of which has that statement has dwindled down into water at this point because they've made it look so easy.
Yeah, at this point, like they're way ahead. Like I wouldn't be surprised if even this round they would end up as the number 1. Look at this. None of the other teams even started. They're only at 94 points.
Easy headways into the grand finale here. Regional finals at the very least. You can't jinx it too hard just yet because then again, you're still playing against your region. Wait till you meet the regional giants themselves.
Oh yeah, which is going to come up next tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. But nevertheless, what's going to come up now? As the flying target starts, they're at 124 points.
Yep, they're playing for only 300 each points to accumulate. That's fairly easy, as we've seen time and time again in different regions. It is usually after 300 pointers from the flying target, that's where things slow down. But for them, that's all they need to complete it because they've already raked in the points.
Dude, at that point, Team Republic of Korea haven't even started. Can you imagine that? But then again, we can see the improvement as well for Team Hong Kong China is that they are starting to really be on top of Team Republic of Korea. So I guess that this is the lineup that's here to stay.
Oh, look at that technique though.
Oh.
They actually shot, they pre-fired a gun despite being guarded by glass. Look at that. So that maybe they just continue that trend through, right? Instead of preserving that bullets and only firing later on and not be able to control the recoil, they made a pre-fire and then control the recoil through to follow it up in the trace.
Yeah, that's a nice observation there. I mean, these are some of the unspoken strategies that I believe that even if Cash has an interview with them, they'll be like, yeah, we just did great. Yeah, it's not 100%. Yeah, they give you vague answers. They won't reveal their strats, you know. It's too early for that.
Oh my god, hiding secrets, is it? Right now, 500 already is achieved. Team Chinese Taipei. Unfortunately, it will not be a 13-minute round, but it will still possibly be a 14-minute round. But within 20 seconds, that's tall order. Maybe we call it a 15-minute game.
Yeah, okay, 15 minutes. That's realistic. But who knows? I think it's going to be less than 50 minutes because it's a shorter route towards the end.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Use the boosters, man. Use the...
They are hitting all their targets now. I'm just waiting for the next team to see who actually catches up onto them. So keeping an eye onto Hong Kong, China to see whether with this new lineup with KH in it, are they able to maintain that level of consistency?
Ooh. Well, Republic of Korea, again, this game, they got the lead and suddenly just slipping it towards the hands of these two teams, Team Hong Kong China and Team Chinese Taipei. Chinese Taipei, another #1 finish, but it goes down to the remaining teams here, playing in for second place. It's play for pride as now Republic of Korea makes the move out of there towards the finish line. So perhaps this time around, they're the ones who could potentially come in a second place.
Oh, hang that thought. Wait a second. Is that one player from Hong Kong, China on foot?
Why would they do that?
I'm not too sure, or did my eyes deceive me?
Okay, so what are the rules to pass through the finish line? Do you need all 4 members?
Good question.
Because why are they stopping and picking people up, right? What if during the last few rounds, just send one driver over?
Boom! Then you might as well have one driver waiting at the finish line, and the moment the marker hits 500, he just crosses over.
Maybe.
Boom.
Maybe? I don't know.
Well, I mean, we're just theorizing it, right? I mean, we're just leaving out for the audience to kind of figure it out as well because... okay. All right. Wait a second. Did anyone forgot to pick them up?
I think they're not even thinking about turning around. They realize, hey, Republic of Korea has made their way over. To be honest, Team MACAU China is still going to be shooting their range. You make the travels over, man.
So you're saying that they could still run on foot and could still beat MACAU China?
That looks like it's what's happening right now, isn't it? Oh, that's exactly what's happening.
Are you kidding me, guys? I mean, probably I don't know. Maybe it's like, a challenge that the coach gave them or something.
Hiding them strategies, eh?
Hiding them strategies.
I mean, to be fair, we're looking for top 3s, and at this rate, they probably already know they're a top 3 contender.
True.
So, you're gonna play it a little bit funny, I guess. Now, how is he gonna get past this ramp? That's the bigger deal here. This one member, Xiao Jia, decides to go avoid the ramp. Do you still take fall damage in this mode?
I have no idea. We have yet to see it. But we don't see any health bars, though. So I guess the answer might be no.
Should have taken that fall.
Just to experiment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But if I think about it, it's not only him. It's like at least 3 of them that we saw on screen is running. So now I wonder where is the vehicle?
Oh yeah, I mean Asian Games, right? Marathon is part of it.
Yeah, true. True.
A jogathon, whatever you may be. But well, let's see if they could make it past the finish line on foot, while Team Macau China right now almost hitting the 500 mark and is going to get on the drive.
Okay, and does it count? Does it count? What if they reach the finish line and the referee's like, no, you got to have your vehicle with you.
Turn around.
Yeah, turn around. You have to go all the way back, grab your vehicle, and go back there. And by the time Macau China, and they're moving right now, they overtake them.
At least you know that they will not lose eventually. The worst case scenario is still there in the top 3. So, but yeah, I get your point. Hey, it's where's your competitive ethics, man? This is I appreciate it. This is nice to look at. It breaks away from the norm and the stereotype and the monotone. But right now they've got all the speed boosts in the world. Team Macau China blazing through. And what happens if they roll over a single player? Will we see an interaction, or will they just phase through?
That is another good point. I mean, we got a lot of questions out of this round. But you know what? To a certain extent, I wonder what's going to happen to the driver after this round is done. Is every one of his friends or his teammates going to unfriend him on social media? Maybe. There you go.
At least let him hitch a ride with you. I'm pretty sure you could get one player into it. And he's beaten 2 members.
Wow.
So they would finish first before before Team Hong Kong China would ever register their final entry.
Okay, so you got the first athlete crossing. I guess you need all 4 of them. Okay, now here begs the question, right? Do you need your vehicle with you?
I guess not. We'll find out with this one.
Yeah, we'll find out in a bit. But yeah, they're almost at the finishing line, though. But this is also the first time Macau China gets out of the bottom 4. Like, they're number 3 here.
Yeah, but they were handed candies.
I mean, a third place is a third place. You take it anyway.
Oh, well, sure. But it's not valued the same. You know what I mean? It's not earned.
You're evil, man. You're evil. Come on, give us some credit.
But look at this. I mean, this is fun to look at. 20 minutes run right here. There we go. That's a 20-minute finish.
Okay. We're about to find out whether they need the vehicle or not.
Jump for it.
Oh, the teammates are waiting for it. Oh,
it counts.
It counts.
Now we know.
All right. So the thing, as long as you get all 4 passing the line, you're good. Irregardless.
Hey man, if you're the champion team, if you really want to flex, drive towards the finish line, stop on board everyone. Actually, get them all out of the car and just march your way through.
Yeah, or maybe just wait until someone else is close.
And then put one foot in.
You put a 1 foot in, you put a 1 foot out, or you leave that one player in, and then the next one goes.
Yeah.
And then maybe what will happen if they come back out of the line?
No, but I think the moment you cross,
it's registered.
Yeah, like that person, it's uncontrollable already.
Oh
right?
yeah, like on the phone, it's like, okay, shows that you're done.
Yeah.
You can't control. Yeah, I think so.
I'm not sure, but this match itself, I introduced the more questions than answers. Now we're thinking of all the possible ways to win in style. Will it be the most efficient way? Probably not. Will it be the most entertaining way? Maybe it will.
Yeah, you know what? It reminds me of when I play football, right? And like, you dribble past the goalkeeper and you're right in front of the goal, and you deliberately go down on your knees with your head to headbutt the ball in. This can be something like that.
It's cool, but totally useless. Useless in application in theory, but hey, the ball went in. The ball
went in. They crossed the line. They done the job. But anyway, that brings up more questions than answers, like what you said. Now I wonder, right? Like, if we create this track in a different map, create it in Sandhawk, for example, you have water all around. There'll be different strategies. Like, do you swim? Do you take a boat? Do you take a car? Oh.
See, in a small map like Sanhok, I want them to run. I actually do want them to run.
Remove all vehicles.
Yeah.
Choose to run or swim.
Or the bike. Cruise
Cycle.
around with the bike.
Oh, bikes will be fast.
Oh, true.
Yeah. But that also means that you can't leave anyone behind because you got to get all 4 across.
We can play laps. That's fine.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. That's an actual race now. But you know who is happy to pay laps? It's gonna be G Walker coming back up there as the highest score accumulated as an individual, not only for his team, but across everyone else.
Now they mentioned that the Audi Super A player was the best team within each team. I mean the best player within each team, but I saw 2 members representing one single team. That was Team Hong Kong China having 2 members on the board. So which is it?
So that means you can still have like from a single team, like 2 players up there. So it's really based on individual then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
But you know what else is based on individual?
What?
It's going to be a break, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how to segue there, but anyway, I tried. Ladies and gentlemen, one more track to go. Wherever you be, of course with us. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you after this break.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Greeting from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in East Asia. Lying on the eastern part of the continent and located west of the Pacific Ocean, East Asia is one of the world's most densely populated regions. Esports in East Asia thrive with a well-established ecosystem and many talented and dedicated teams. It is now recognized as an integral part of the region's cultural identity. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, People's Republic of China, Hong Kong, China, Republic of Korea, Macau, China, and Chinese Taipei will compete in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version event. As one of the 4 great ancient civilizations of the world, China has a long history and has nurtured a diverse culture of esports. Players from all over China will surely put on an unparalleled gaming experience. Victoria Harbor has witnessed the golden age of pop culture in Hong Kong, China, and will observe outstanding performances by its players today. As the national flower of the Republic of Korea, the beautiful and strong hibiscus flower encourages Korean players to strive for excellence. As an international free port, Macau, China is known for its openness and inclusiveness, and this spirit is also reflected in its esports culture. Chinese Taipei, also known as Treasure Island, has been compared to a pearl. The players' performance will shine just as brightly in this game. We wish the young players from East Asia, as part of their RDAG journey, promote sportsmanship, compete proudly, and make the most of the 2022 RDAG Regionals.
Yes, we have come towards the last track of the evening. One more track to go to conclude the East Asian, the seeding group phase. My name is Keith. Together with me is Sir Cloud. Now, we've seen many crazy things happen this night alone, right? We've seen this one team, Team Chinese Taipei, going off ham. Just insane with their skills, breaking records in times, at least for what we've witnessed today. 12 minutes still the mark to be beaten. Or number two, will we see more creative victories like we've seen with Team Hong Kong China and their marathon through the finish line? I'm excited to see. What are you expecting?
Well, I am expecting to see a team actually making a clean slate. The first team, we have only seen like 2 regions so far, right? But the first team to make it a clean slate as they march into the next stage of this tournament. But also, I'll be waiting to still see who can break that 10-minute mark. Still
hoping on that sliver of hope and that sort of insane performance. I think that one goes down to the minute details, right? Like, for example, how much curve can you input with it when you're going into a corner to turn it into a straight line, and maybe you don't lose out on unnecessary movement? I think you kind of have to go that deep if you're looking for the 10 minutes.
Yeah.
My God, I can tell you straight up, that's not happening.
Yeah, I mean, that's like in regular racing, right?
Yeah.
Like, they compute to that minor detail.
Yeah.
Yeah, like how much corner can you take?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to be an experimentation for our teams as we head on to our final game for today. Day number 1 it is. Here we go.
Oh, let's take a look at that trajectory right now from Campbell Militar. I mean, actually end your way in Campbell Militar, but in starting your way from Toriahumada itself. They find themselves on top of rooftops. Not much of a loot to go around, be it even attachments and so on and so forth, but they will find themselves vehicular transportation to get in and kick things off here, as we have now members crossing the arches, making their way deep into territory.
Yeah, we got a vehicle kind of stuck there. So it's going to be Chinese Taipei. Actually, they were stuck. But then again, of course, we're seeing them come back from a number 3 to get the number 1 spot. They will want the bragging rights of being the undisputed team in this region.
Yeah, but right now they're trailing from the back end, but it's usually not a done deal. Still so much to do here. That could be what sets them apart if they want to keep on winning their entire run for today itself. Team Chinese Taipei already 8 with the speed up targets being hit, but cannot seem to find the speed enough to try and gap and close the differences here with Team Hong Kong China.
Well, Chinese Taipei, they had a little bit of a bump during the early stages, but they're still the team that gets the most speed up targets as of now. We're talking about 30, that's like 5 above Hong Kong China.
Ooh, and look at that maneuver right there. Boost and zooming through the air. That's how you break the sound barrier. But whoa, they nearly come in contact with that carcass of a car. Goes up onto the hillside. Try and take space with the non-resistant winds. They zoom their way through, forward even further. It's Team Hong Kong China seemingly flawless with their airborne maneuvers.
That's a lot of style there, not gonna lie. Like at first it's like his opponent was like, yeah, Magic, I'm gonna catch up to you. It's like, boom, this goes all the way.
Dude's got NOS and turbo riding inside his engine. Get yourself an Audi, guys.
Oh, that's a nice segue. I like that. And now, looks like not sagging away, Chinese Taipei, still the number 1 team, Section 1. And look at that gap now. But for Hong Kong China, a bit of a different approach from them this time.
Yeah, I believe they were the first one into compound, but it doesn't seem like they've been farming any points since they've landed within this area here. That one goes again to Team Chinese Taipei, just absolutely efficient with their movements. They probably also already have places in mind in which they would like to park on with to gain access to as many targets as possible.
Okay, I thought of a variable, right? Like when they all first landed into the section, they need to pick their corners and they need to take down like the ground targets, right? What if it so happened that majority of the athletes, they happen to be in the same corner and they're shooting the same targets? That will kind of cancel out the targets for some of the teams. Like that can be a variable by itself. So they also need to kind of think like spread out evenly, but also learning how your opponents spread out as well.
And that's so much brain work to put on it, especially
well, that's the coach's work.
That's correct. That's correct. But it's also the players to remember to execute and implement in game, and it's so difficult when you're just trying to focus on hitting your own mark. But I guess that's what makes the great from the good.
True. Well, speaking about the great, looks like it's going to be Republic of Korea being the great one in stage number 1. They'll be the first one to move on.
No, but we've seen this time and time again, you know. The Republic of Korea, they always get the early leads, but when it comes to holding their position in place, that one falls in short. Almost always comes checkpoint number 2, so they have to do things different this time around.
Yeah, and the fact that Chinese Taipei is just right behind them, that means there's a big possibility that might happen. But this, I guess the other teams as well, they're still trying to find a formula of like, okay, if you're not Chinese Taipei, how are you going to, you cannot continue this kind of performance, especially in the next stage, where you will have not only Chinese Taipei, but you have China in the same group.
That's insane. Why is even that the behemoth being in the same group? That's not even fair. You know what they should do within this system? Get one round of qualifier and get an average on what time brackets you play in and start a category, right? It's like how weightlifters has got weight class. You have time classes. So teams who play within 10 minutes and less, they play against each other.
Right, that kind of makes sense as well,
right?
But of course, I guess it's like the first edition, so we're like, yeah, we're looking at what's happening here, and this gives us a lot of data to sort of like shape how would it be. Maybe it's going to be slightly different when it comes to the actual Asian Games. Ooh, maybe a surprise.
Oh, don't give ideas to the developers. They're crying right now, thinking of changing the codes and everything.
For the sake of entertainment, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, you do what you gotta do. It's an attention economy.
Bam. But you do what you gotta do to finish up this round. As we can see here, some of the teams already halfway between Section 1 and Section 2. And they're about to arrive on the Section 2 anytime soon. I'll be looking forward to see if somehow, because this is going to be the last round, whatever happens, it's the last round. Can MACAU China bring pride home?
They will try. But as you say that, they immediately got stuck by the trees, but same can be said with Team Hong Kong China. So these neck-and-neck duo just not down and out just yet, but they are playing as the bottom 2 within the other group. The checkpoint 2 has already commenced with the top 2 teams already raking in their points. So, that is a, pretty much impossible ask.
Yeah, but at least they're going for pride, right? You can see them coming neck and neck with Hong Kong China. But for Chinese Taipei, well, their bragging right is going to be like, we're going to be the first team in the region so far to have a clean slate. And so far, they are on track for that. Now, looking at the stats for Chinese Taipei, this time around, Ho Juan is carrying the team with 41%, but not too far behind his other teammates. So normally, like what we saw in the previous round, by the end of the 3rd stage, that's where everyone will even up.
I think this game should go to the side of Republic of Korea. It's the first time since forever that Team Chinese Taipei failed to get the 100-point lead before the activity began. So this time around, it's the Republic of Korea who has the upper hand.
Can they end the day on a high? Yeah, that's a good point there. So far, they are in the lead still, but from the rounds that we're seeing, the big factor, the big determinator is the Big Daddy, the Section 3. Even though if you come later at Section 3, you can still catch up to all the others.
That's true. That's it's just a very broken mechanism right there. It's either you have it or you don't. We've seen teams absolutely struggle in trying to get those pickoffs onto the flying targets. But I guess that's a problem they will deal with once they cross that path. But right now, Republic of Korea going to get their last dialed in to finish the job here. 400 points. This is their time to just book a ticket and move on out of there.
Yeah, there you go. Republic of Korea making the first move onto Section 3, the section where the granddaddy is at, but not too far behind. Of course, it's going to be Chinese Taipei following them. As for the rest of the other two teams, well, they're still fighting. They're still tussling each other for that number 3 spot to move away from Section 2.
Right now, up in front, Republic Korea, they got stuck by the rock there, so that's a little bit of an efficiency failure, an inefficient movement, but they will break away from the traditional path zones, straight into the flags, these beach flags, and onto the next. They are still maintaining their lead, but only by a small margin. That's right behind them on their tails. That's one that comes from the Phenom themselves. It's Team Chinese Taipei.
Well, it's going to be Republic of Korea still at the front, but nevertheless, you know, it's going to be a small difference. So they're going to have pretty much equal opportunity when they land on the Section 3. So I don't think it will be a big determinator. What is going to be the big determinator is, of course, the flying targets, like who can hit the most, the fastest so far. And for Chinese Taipei, they have yet to fail. They're always the team that finishes the challenge the first.
And that seems to be the reoccurring trend, unless the Republic of Korea has got something to say about it. Meanwhile, we're taking a look at Team Hong Kong China, who supposedly is the second place victor usually, at least in this match 2 of the East Asian region. But this time around, struggling to get their foot, only comparable to the likes of Team MACAU China.
Oh, okay. Let's see how far can they, how far the gap is, right? But before that, just check out the stats. So it's going to be G Walker again, but this time around, Bill is also in one of the MVP charts. So at least now we can see that there's at least 2 from MACAU China being up there. So they're starting to balance it out a bit. They just need to fine-tune a little bit more. But I just worry that obviously there's not enough games for them.
Look at that. They arrived here in checkpoint number 3, activated the thing, and it's already 10 minutes. I'm trying to brain what would it take for people to end this within 10 minutes. Because every checkpoint is 120 minutes of cooldown time, so effectively, that's 2 minutes spent on every checkpoint just waiting for the thing to appear.
So the checkpoint activation might depend on how fast you arrive.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it has to be really fast. Unless, okay, I'm just thinking unless, right? What if, let's say that 300, 400, 500 is completed even before the main objective comes up? That is how you will need to.
That is very possible. That is very possible.
That would be insane.
Yeah, I have to see that one happen.
Yeah,
because as it stands, the fixed amount of time that you will have to expend is 6 minutes just waiting for activities to appear, which means you only have 4 minutes to go through the entire pathway and shoot your targets.
True.
In total.
So I was asking some of the teams, right? They say that even if for them to just drive around the whole track, it'll take more than 10 minutes.
So, where does this come in?
Yeah, so I have absolutely no idea. I mean, like, the numbers don't lie, but then again, we got to see it for ourselves.
Yeah,
right?
man, the math just don't add up. But yes, focusing onto the front, here we have Team Chinese Taipei once again taking the lead here, 400-ish onto the pointers, only needing about 60, 70 more, 60 now, and less than that to finally close this day with another victory here, unless Team Republic of Korea has got something to say about it. 438. They're inching closer than they would have been comfortable to here. And even taking the lead, Team Republic of Korea. This is it. They're about to win the big Granddaddy prize.
Dude, I want to see a neck-to-neck race at the end between Republic of Korea and Chinese Taipei. Like let it be like they have to like push each other out just to reach that finishing line. But nevertheless, it is still going to be Republic of Korea making that first move. And we have yet to see the last sprint anyone overtake each other. But okay, could it be? Okay. They still got it in the bag.
They got this one, but they did it. Perfect timing. And now it's just a cruise from here into beach flags. This is finally it to break the streak that was from Team Chinese Taipei from the get-go. They're going to be kicking themselves in the foot. They went so close, but lost that lead. And it is the Republic of Korea to take it home at the #1 spot here in track 4 in match 2.
It just shows that Chinese Taipei ain't unbeatable.
They're humans after all.
They are humans after all. So out of the 8 rounds being played, they got 7 first place. I mean, it's impressive, not going to lie. But it's still not a perfect record, meaning that, well, they can still be beaten.
You just have to hope on a miracle and do that like so many more times.
Absolutely.
I mean, let's take the factors and put it on the board and actually analyze the situation, right? Chinese Taipei, although they're remarkable, there should be a reason why it's not them who get seeded straight into the finals. They're down here competing for a top 3 position to be seeded into the regional finals. So, they are small fishes in a big sea.
Or maybe, on purpose, they want to play more games so that they can experiment on how to do what. Just putting it out there, right? Just putting it out there.
Ooh, the Fury's coming in so strong here. Meanwhile, talking about the opposite of that, not being able to pretty much hit these flying disc. Already only at 300, so we're going to see some sort of a long, drawn-out strafe for the time being.
Yeah, so it looks like nothing's going to change this round, and unfortunately for MACAU China, they will be at #4 this time around. But it's just a matter of timing. But I guess when the official results come out, yeah.
It's pretty hard not to think that way.
Yeah, it's pretty hard, yeah. Unless like you got a jumble of numbers like across all the 8 tracks. Then we'll be like, who? Huh? Who? What?
True.
Yeah.
True. Is there a way that we can turn this game into something that's more, how do you say it? That allows more chances for some of these teams to actually
come back.
Yeah, like a comeback mechanic. If you would implement a comeback mechanic this version of the game, what would it be and how would it be implemented?
Okay, I guess there will be like that hard to hit target as you drive will give you a mega boost. Because we already got the air drop with 40 points, right? So I think that's somewhat a comeback mechanic. But if there is like that mega boost, I think that would be pretty nice.
So an additional one that's called a mega boost.
Like a mega boost, yeah. Like gives you like double or triple a regular boost or something.
For me, I would implement a negative point system. Imagine this.
Okay.
For every crashes or every time you slow down the speedometer, you're losing points.
Oh,
so you have to keep consistent acceleration through and through.
Dude, you're drawing out the evil in me. Now that you mentioned that, I'm gonna color all these plates. And if you hit the wrong color, you get points deducted. You're gonna have a long game.
Right? Now you can't spray and play. No, but we'll make the barrier to qualify much lower. Hey, we get 10 points.
Oh yeah.
Get 10 points.
But if you hit the wrong color, you get deducted. So
exactly.
I mean,
you choose your path and strategy, right? That's one way to go about it. But hey, MACAU China, the team is now up and ready to roll into the finish line to maybe conclude this evening. What a journey.
Yeah, what a journey it's been. And G Walker again being the MVP for MACAU China this time around. Definitely we'll see him in the overall MVPs again. Okay, let's see if they can pull this one final boost out.
Too fast. They used it too fast. It's all about the perfect timing here. And
man, the timing. It's really down to the wire.
Right? Like there's so much more mechanics in utilizing the boost than we initially thought. You know?
Yeah, now that we see it, it's like if you use it too early, that's what happens. If you use it too late, you go straight down. You gotta use it like, you gotta time it just right.
Yeah, there's a sweet spot when you take flight where your nose is pointing in the right direction for the boost.
And that's the communication between like the athletes, right? Like, probably the driver needs to remind, like, dude, we're at this sweet spot. But you need to land the shot at the same time. I mean, there's so many things happening at one moment.
So that's amazing. That is probably the conclusion of the entire event. I mean, let's be totally honest with each other. We saw who the victors were going to be from this entire run itself. Team Chinese Taipei, who's going to stop them? No one is, and they will come out today as the #1 victor within their group, alongside with Team Hong Kong China and the Republic of Korea itself. So now, we're not going to find a single victor because all these top 3 that we have seeded today and tomorrow goes into the regional final. Now that is where they face up against champions within each region.
Yeah, probably the top champion of all the region for now with that 10-minute mark. Okay, but there's this one question, right? Like just for kicks, right? Number 2, number 3. Who do you think would it be?
I mean, you said 10 minutes from China. How can I not vote for them?
Among these 4 teams. Among these 4 teams, like number 2, number 3.
Among these 4 teams.
All right.
Well, I mean, it has to be Chinese Taipei.
Okay, Chinese Taipei is definitely number 1.
Okay.
But number 2 and number 3, would it be Republic of Korea or would it be Hong Kong China?
I think Republic of Korea, because I think Hong Kong China pulled that marathon stunt which added so much time onto their list, and that's going to hinder them in the positioning.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
If they didn't do that, then maybe we have a tight one.
Yeah, then it would be a harder guess.
Yeah. But anyway, this is not hard for us to guess. G Walker is still up there as the Audi Super A player, and he's been carrying the team, not gonna lie.
Yeah, he's your favorite guy.
Yeah, man.
Across the board, every one of them being represented here. So congratulations on that stuff. What we should have clarified with the producer was that what happens if a player wins the overall Audi Super A player? Do they walk away with an Audi? Or do they drive away with one?
If they do, I guess that's why they're like, okay guys, the car's mine. You guys have fun.
That means if that would have happened, then the biggest loser ultimately is going to be the efficient teams who's got damage and points spread it across the board. They might as well invest that points from one guy, and they, whatever the results may be, they walk away with an Audi Q4 e-tron.
Well, maybe that's why they're not told.
That's why we're not told as well.
That's why we're not told as well.
So we can't say things. Okay.
Wait till the last day, ladies and gentlemen, then everything will be revealed.
That was amazing. I mean, this entire day, although tiring, was pretty fun. We've seen some unconventional victories, some moments that we didn't think would happen, like a car flipping and just staying there for the longest of time. But ultimately, what we're looking for is for these seeded potentials moving on forward, that is going to carry the storyline towards the regional finals.
Yeah, so we'll be interested to see what happens, because as we go along, we're actually funneling down the best of the best teams, right? Yeah, so it will get harder and harder for these teams to actually qualify into the next round. So they need to get better and better. And like for this group, they're actually playing again tomorrow. But you know what's not tomorrow? What's now? Is going to be an interview. We're going to pass it on to our host, Miss Tash. So take it away.
Thank you very much to our fellow casters. It's been a very long day, but it's not quite over yet, because with me I have Team Chinese Taipei, Huo Xuan, who is now here for an interview, and I'm really excited. First of all, congratulations on making it to first place in the qualifying stage. How do you feel about getting into the regional finals?
首先就是非常恭喜你，就是在这次的 资格赛获得第1名的成绩。那有关晋级到明天的决赛部分，你有什么样的想法？
明天晋级到决赛，很期待跟中国队一拼高下。
We're really excited to wait for a battle between us and Team China.
Wow, that sounds really exciting. Now, how did you practice for this tournament and how long have you been practicing?
有关准备这次比赛部分，你们大概练习了多久的时间？
我们大概从去年知道这个亚运，然后拿到资格之后，就每天都有在练习，就已经准备了特别久的时间。
From last year, we know we are going to participate in the Asian Games. We're start to practice about the Asian Games version, and it's about 1 year, and we practice every day.
1 year and you guys practice this every day, and it's really showing because you guys were so consistent throughout the entire day and you guys were ahead for most of the games. Now, my last question for you guys is, what are you expecting to achieve in the regional finals?
关于明天的决赛部分，希望能获得怎么样的成绩？
明天决赛的部分，我希望能打败中国队，就是能打多好就打多好。
We are trying to beat Team China tomorrow in the regional final, and we're going to do our best in the regional final.
All right, looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Ho Xuan, for spending time with us. And for now, I'm going to toss it back to our casters. See you guys in a little while.
Man, what a way to exude confidence than actually calling out the big guns. Well, I thought it was impossible, but man, I think he's on your side. He himself is going to prove you right. He's going to try and beat the 10-minute maker.
Dude, you want to be the best, you got to beat the rest, right?
Oh my God.
Yeah, up for the challenge. And we'll see that tomorrow.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy feat, that's for sure. Like what Sir Cloud and myself have been doing in the back end, it just doesn't mathematically add up. It's 6 minutes out of the equation, just waiting for that activity to come online. And that leaves only 4 minutes for you to travel across the entire map and hit your markers.
But anyway, we got to officialize this, right? So, Chinese Taipei will be the top performing team in our second set of matches, and Republic of Korea will be at the second place. Hong Kong, China will be at third, and for MACAU, China, they'll be at fourth. Looking at the gap between Chinese Taipei and Republic of Korea, not that far.
Yeah, I mean, they have been the top 2 contenders for the most part, but let's be honest here, Team Hong Kong, China could have placed a little bit higher if it wasn't for the marathon stunt. It was a 20-minute map because they decided to go out in style, but I guess that is also thanks to the confidence in them in making it into the top 3.
Well, here will be tomorrow's matchups, ladies and gentlemen. We will be watching the West Asia final stage. We'll be starting off with that before we move on to East Asia final stage, in which I think this will be the match that everyone will be anticipating the most, having Team China in it.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, take a look at that. West Asia, their average times across the boards, 16, 17 minutes. When you go down into the East Asia final stage, that league changed. You're looking at an average of 13-minute games, and now with China to come in and change that median, we're looking probably 11, 12 minutes as an average.
Oh man, that is scary. And as much as we've talked about things, you know, we always got to remember to thank our official sponsors. And this competition is jointly organized by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asia Electronic Sports Federation, operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV.
Yeah, not to mention the most prestigious of glory, the one I cannot stop talking about. It's Audi, and I love cars, and so Audi Q4 e-tron is a strong support of this entire event. Go check this one out. Go test drives at every showroom you can find.
Well, and if you're impressed with the performances, it's of course thanks to iQOO 11, official mobile game equipment of RDAG, the professional choice to empower victory. Embrace the thrill of control. So get one for yourselves, and it's a beauty, as you can see there.
Yeah, and if you're not a mobile guy, you play things onto the laptop, go check out the official supporter, that is Omen, with the new Omen 16, a new journey to Road to Asian Games 2022.
And when you get new gear, you gotta get a nice, comfy seat to go together with it. So thank you so much to our official supporter, Autopool, with the Autopool M6 official gaming chair, partner of Road to Asian Games. Be your own hero.
Last but not least, of course, the reason you're seeing everything on screen from remote platforms, the official broadcasting partners. We have Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kaisho Games, Miku Video, channels, Tencent Video, Weibo, Xianghoshu, YouTube, and Twitch for all their support throughout this entire event. Now, this has concluded the Road to Asian Games 2022 for day number 1. Remember, tomorrow we have got more games to play until we move into the regional finals. So we're looking at big things up ahead.
Yeah, big things up ahead. The big names. We're going to pit some of the best from each region. Ladies and gentlemen, can't wait to watch that. So my name is Sir Clark. Together with Keith, we'll be seeing you tomorrow again. Bye.
Rest well.
The air I bounce, we hailing home. It's loud, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe is electric, new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Can edit it now, you choose it all. It's contagious, you and I are tuning in. The sing